Welcome to Pound for Pound ATL, arguably the best place to get facts and opinions on your Atlanta Falcons. And absolutely the best place to get your opinions in. The guys are here, the chat is ready, and the conversation starts now.
What's going on, football fans? We're back live once again. Round 2, round 3. It's your Pound for Pound guys. -1. Jimmy had to work, unfortunately, but we have replaced him with I say replaced him. We have brought in one of our guys from north of the border. We got Adam Holloway. Some of y'all may know him as Dembski on Twitter. You may also know him as one of the hosts of ATL On Air, a new podcast that has launched as of recently. Adam, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, boys? I'm super stoked to be here. Long-time listener, I guess first-time joiner.
Well, we glad that you've decided to accept our invitation and join us. But Mike, Toby, what's going on, gentlemen? Y'all doing all right tonight?
Hey, man, you know what? I can get off a little bit, man. Like I said, I use the word in fold. My boy Kyle Pitts is in the fold. Whether you like it, whether you don't like it, he is here. He has a Falcons helmet. Like, in a number
8.
Kyle Pitts with number 8. And listen, now, listen to me now. Kyle Pitts with number 8. A tight end with number 8. That's crazy. Stuff. Now, Toby D, we got a lot of time to talk about it. I'm not going to get too fired up. We jumping right into the show. We got a long time to talk about it. But, Toby D, he's here, man. That's all I'm going to say. He's finally here, bro.
Yeah, you know what I'm excited about? That he's breaking it open, already joining a single-digit group that's going to be joining us out of this draft. So these guys, they're definitely excited, making the season very exciting when now you can use single digits in the NFL as no matter what the position. So I'm excited about that part. It's already exciting watching him have the number 8 on his jersey already. So I'm definitely stoked.
Yeah, that's pretty slick, right. And that's definitely a obviously, like, new generation trend. The younger kids coming in from the college ranks where they've been doing the single-digit numbers or the getting away from the number conventions for quite a few years now, even to the point where you can have a duplicate number on both sides of the ball. So that's pretty interesting. I don't know if the NFL will ever go that route, but it is cool to see, like, to get our first, single-digit conversion. I thought it was pretty interesting that Patrick Peterson's going back to 7 up there with Minnesota. So it's going to be cool to see that. I know it's going to mess with old heads like Tom Brady. He was already crying about the number situation. So that's going to be interesting for some of the older QBs as they get, as they filter out of the league. But anyway, needless to say, Kyle Pitts is in the fold.
Just to mention there, though, Leonard Fournette switched to 7 too, his teammate, and he was complaining about it. Yeah, it's all the LSU guys are switching to the 7, right? The iconic 7. I was about to say, isn't that a thing in LSU though? Isn't that like a number of honor, so to speak, having that number 7?
That matters, yeah. And that, but you know what though? Here's the thing though. I will say this. I know we talked about it a little bit, but we can't really understate kind of like what these numbers mean to some of these players, right? Now, not that the number makes the player. It's not that a guy goes out there, he's number 3, he's immediately a better player. But psychologically, to be honest with you, it is. I will say this: for Tom Brady to complain about it, it might seem like a cool, creative thing inside of the NFL, but if you look at it on the other side, it's like, that could cause some problems because, you think about it, you got a linebacker at number 3 or, it's weird. It throws off the way you work.
That's what I'm saying. It's going to mess with the older quarterbacks, but I think it's something that, you don't have that many old generation quarterbacks still left in the league. What you got, our guy, Ryan, obviously, Brady, Roethlisberger, and that's really kind of it in a sense. Like, there is no more. Like, the next oldest guy is Russell Wilson, right? Or am I missing somebody?
Right.
But, so that's the next, like, oldest quarterback that I can think of anyway. So all the other guys, they're used to seeing it, So I don't think it'll be too much of a big deal for them, going forward.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I mean, it's cool. I think it adds a little spice to the games. I mean, you know, I'd like to see Jamar Chase as number one because that's the way I know him. I know him as that guy once with number one on.
Right.
He's a bad boy. So I mean, you know, like I said, number don't make the man.
I don't know if you guys seen it or not, but apparently Atlanta's trying to move up with the Jets at 34.
Really? I've got Twitter open.
Yeah, I just seen it. It just popped up on TV. They got to be targeting one of these.
It's got to be. You got to think because
they got. They have.
I mean, they got to be figuring
that
that they don't want to take a chance, and
or they might want to jump for Javonte too, because I know from the reports from Jeremy Fowler, they were saying that Atlanta did a lot of research on these running backs as well. Like. Yeah. I'd be stoked for Fowler or
Javonte. Oh, dude, that would be
Williams, but
like way back. I say way back when, you know, doing the Falcon Eye views that I was doing when I did it on the running backs. Like Javonte Williams was the guy that I was really like hoping for, but figured there was no way. You know what I'm saying? I figured he would have been gone in the first round, honestly.
And like
but
to me, he was my running back. So like to get him in the second round, that'd be huge. And like we know how much he loves to run the ball, so that'd be really fun. He's so physical. He's Nick Chubb.
He is this year's Nick Chubb. You've hit the nail on the head right there.
Hey man,
I was about to say Kojak Nantucket. He done tipped us.
My boy Kojak Nantucket.
He done tipped us $20 already. And he says, my favorite four horsemen. So last night y'all nailed it. Who y'all going with 2 and 3 tonight, or round 2 and 3? All right, so we got we got a few minutes before we even get started. We got another 5 minutes. Let's go ahead and throw out our predictions. We'll start with Toby. What you got, Toby?
Oh man, y'all had to come me first. I'm going Trayvon, man. Trayvon Moore.
Mike, who you got?
Yeah.
You know what? Like I said, I'm 60-40 though. You know, to be honest with you. I told Toby before the show, I was like, yep, I'm Trevon Moehrig. But then, you know, as my boy Adam just really kind of laid it out, you know, the more I think about Javonte Williams in the fold, you know, a lot of times, like I said, we know our defense is horrible. We know our defense it needs a lot of work. But my gosh, the level of explosion that you put around Matt Ryan. I mean, and here's the thing, you know, the one guy that I love that we don't talk about enough is Cordero Patterson, because, you know, again, give me all of this explosion and let's figure this out. That's all I'll tell you like this, man. Like before, we weren't very explosive outside of Calvin Ridley. Like I said, you put a Javonte Williams there, then let's just stop talking about the defense. Let them go out there and do the best they can. But, you know.
That's all right. So who you going
with? If I'm honest, I'm going with Trevon Moehrig because, you know, because it's tough, though, because I do think that you can get good running backs in the third and fourth round. So Trevon Moehrig is who I'll stick with because I think that he is an enforcer. He can play free safety, strong safety. I think that he fills gaps. And I think that, you know, to be honest with you, let's not overthink this. You know, I think Trevon Moehrig will have the same impact as Winfield for the Bucks last year. And you see what these safeties were able to come in and do and change some of these defenses, right? So, I'll say this. Trevon Moehrig.
That's who you're going with?
We bring him in, hopefully, and that's
Adam,
who I'm rolling with.
Who you got? Who you going with? Putting you on the spot.
I'm gonna go different. I like Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I like his scheme fit, man. Like I said, I've been preaching all day. He fits that. I call it bullet, rover, star. Anybody can call it
that
roles,
Joker type role.
Yep. Yeah, he kind of is the Swiss Army knife, and Pease loves versatility.
I mean, you saw what he did with Logan Ryan, of all people.
Exactly, and Joke is probably 20 pounds more than him, and he's a freak. He'd be fun. Third round, or did you put?
We ain't going to third round yet, but you go ahead. Drop us off in third round.
Hey, get it out of there. All right.
So I think he's gonna fall, but Wyatt Davis from OSU.
That's your joint, OSU. Anybody that follows,
you gotta get one of my guys.
That's it. Hey, it's all good.
Hey, tell me a little more about him though. Like I don't know as much about this guy. Talk to me a little bit more about this guy.
So Wyatt's a punisher, but like traditionally, it's funny because I go with this every year that offensive guards fall. And good offensive guards fall, and I don't know why. I think the closer you get to center, people don't like cherish those positions. But Wyatt Davis is a punisher. He can pull, reach, block, just like a physical captain type of offensive lineman. And I think if Hennessy's kind of the move at center this year, He's a little bit smaller, so getting 2 big guards to uplift him, that's really how you do it.
So now will Wyatt Davis, you're figuring he would slot into left guard, obviously, because we got Lindstrom, so he can handle being on the left side as well?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He played all across the line for us. I'm pretty sure there was one instance, I think it was against Northwestern, where we were missing pretty much our whole offensive line but Wyatt Davis. And I think he took that game. I think he took snaps at left tackle, left guard, and center that one game. Because we had nobody. It was so bad. Paris Johnson, he was the rookie freshman. He was really good. But Wyatt Davis kind of played everywhere, and he's like, that's what I mean. He's got versatility. I wouldn't play him at center. I think guard is really good for him. His ability to get on the second level and really reach block, create running lanes, something that obviously that we're going to commit to. Would be kind of huge for us. So
second
level.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, come on,
love it.
But right, look, within the first 12 minutes, y'all have already seen why we brought Adam on. And it's not the Ohio State stuff. It's just a wealth of knowledge that this man comes with. I really enjoy it.
Hey, but you know what though? I like that though. I like, because you look, like I said, we're not getting fired up yet. We got a long time. So if I get fired up right now, I may not be able to get fired up later. But I will say this though: when you talk about offensive linemen that are able to get to the second level, like I said, to be honest with you, that's what we're really looking for. Because and it's funny because every year you're right, they do drop. Because if you think about it, we always like to kind of put ourselves in the position of, okay, if we're in the war room, what are we really gonna do, right? Because it's like, you got to sell these guys. It's like, hey, we really need this center, we really need this guard. So it's like, you look at a lot of these guys, and it's not really a lot you can really take from why he's the guy. So I hope we nail it. That's one area we got to nail. The third round, I think, is where it's most critical. Especially, one more thing, guys. Especially with the Falcons signing AJ McCarron to a 1-year deal. So I think that possibly changes who we may draft. I think we may be more intentional about defense. So, like I said, man, this is going to be a fun 2 rounds because this is really going to shape the rest of the draft. We got a lot more picks, but
the first round, everybody had them angst about because, you had to figure out how this front office viewed the roster and, what their plan was, per se. And, the first round gave you a real good idea. By taking Kyle Pitts, they view that they can do something with this roster. Whether us as fans agree or not, at least it shows that's what they, the front office thinks. Now, 2 through 6 or 2 through 7, however you want to look at it, this is going to be really showing you, like, how are they going to build the roster, right? With the free agent signings that they've done, they have definitely not painted themselves in any corner, which is great, unlike, regimes in the past. As we have talked ad nauseum about, there's your $5 word for the day, ad nauseum. Anyway, but as we have talked about at length, previous regimes, you knew what you needed going in. You knew who you were going to pick. Already, Fontenot and crew has shown that it's BPA, and they're not even joking about it. So we're going to see how this continues. So it's going to be real interesting to see what the second and third round holds. So they're starting to get it kicked off. So before they really get going, let's go ahead and jump into chat and say hello and welcome everybody. Hayden Hughes and Jaden Schaffler and ATL Paris all say what's going on. Same thing with Jonathan Osborne and Bubba Gump. We appreciate all y'all being here. Redbird Eagle says, P4P gentlemen put in several hours yesterday and came to party. Good. I'm glad y'all are here with us. Let's see. Willie Doc says, hey, P4P, looking forward to some more great talk.
Willie Doc.
We're going to have it. We're going to have some talk tonight. We're going to be here for the whole thing. Chris Jameson says we have some first-round talent to choose from. That's what's making this exciting, is the talent that is still on the board. A lot of names that are in, the top 50, the top 30, however you want to, put it, of a lot of different analysts are still on the board, and that's awesome to look at. Let's see. Yeah. Jonathan Holder, he's back with us. What's going on, Jonathan? He's wanting either Moreg or JOK. Either one of those, dude. I would be happy. I would be stellarly happy with any of those.
But let's talk about it real quick because I didn't think we'd be in this position. But it's like, Do we not? Have we forgot about?
No, we haven't forgot about Aziz Ojulari.
I can't like we mentioned these guys. True enough, it get logical, but it's like, why not Aziz at this point? We didn't expect him to be here.
Yeah,
why not
sure,
him?
Why not?
Talk to him.
It's going to be like Aziz.
Listen, man.
What you got, Toad?
I mean, I'm watching the live chats tonight, and we got hit again with another tip. So that just flying through, and I want to make sure we get these guys.
Yeah, Brandon Levy just tipped us.
Early, so I don't want to get into a long.
Yeah, Brandon Levy just tipped us $5. He said, "Welcome back, P4P, to extrapolate and pontificate a little bit." See, there it is. $5 words. I like it. $5 words. Now, did you have something you wanted to say about Aziz, Adam?
Yeah, I think why he fell was he was flagged for a degenerative knee. So it was kind of what Clowney was. I think that's why he's falling.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was reported a couple of days before getting into the draft about the medicals that came back about his knee.
Yeah.
Now that's good info right there. Absolutely.
That's good stuff. That's what I like to hear.
And I forgot about that,
but that makes sense though. It makes sense because Aziz is dominant on tape. Like, here's the thing though: when you look at this defense and you look at a Dean Pease guy, we talked about this guy in the first round. We never even went through a scenario with this guy being in the second round. So that would be more in line with kind of some of the things.
Now we're gonna take real quick before we really get going. We're gonna take care of a little bit of house cleaning. We had the contest last night about the draft hat, not this draft hat, but a draft hat that looks just like this draft hat.
Yeah.
Hold on. Did you get my message from the mail? I sent it.
No, yeah. I mean, we got it, but you were disqualified because you were going to be on the show tonight. So
you didn't get it. You got stopped.
That's right.
At the border,
that's right. It got
what?
stopped at the border. Hey, like immigration is tight around here, yo. Anyway, so our winner, per the rules, the first person to get it right, get the answer right, and email to me, was none other than our buddy Jaden Scheffler, who I've already seen pop up in chat. So, Jaden, I need you to email me or email, Pound for Pound, your mailing address or wherever you want this mailed to, and I will get that shipped out to you on Monday. Now, we had a bunch of people who, sent in the right answer after Jaden. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to randomly draw a name from the rest of the right answers and give out the Pound for Pound hat that we have. So I will be contacting the winner there via email. So if you send in Kyle Pitts, check your email. You might be the lucky name that I draw. But as far as the draft hat goes, Jaden, I need you to email me. And if you don't, I'll message you and get your information that way. So that was a little bit of housekeeping. I'm glad that y'all decided to interact with us there.
Absolutely.
We got about a good 25, 30 entries, so that was a lot of fun. And it's something that we're going to try to do more of. As we get closer to 4,000 subscribers, we're going to give away another gift card like we did last year. So keep your eye on that. And hey, if your friends don't follow or subscribe, tell them they might want to, because the sooner we get to 4,000, the sooner we'll give away that gift card. So
right, we're so close.
We are.
So close.
And we appreciate y'all for being the ones that make it happen, Right. All right, let's get back up into chat. Let's see here. False Start Falcon says, yo, I'm late. What happened so far? Not much right now, False.
Not much.
We're waiting on the draft to actually kick off. We're waiting on, we're in a commercial break right now, watching somebody change tires. Yeah. Stu to Pepperhead done tipped us $5. Thank you, Stu. He says, coin toss, Morig or Asante Jr. And what's up with that jank store-bought quesadilla? Adam, they are messing with you about your quesadilla that you got going on.
That I what?
They're messing with you about your cheese deal.
My hoodie on. I got my hoodie.
Oh, that I'm just crushing cheese. I honestly couldn't see that. You guys could see that.
Come on now.
Oh no, we got you, man. We see everything.
We got eyes everywhere, man.
4K, my bad.
I told you. Hey, here at Pound for Pound, we miss nothing. We got the most.
Man.
Hey, we got the most.
Because I crushed like 20 of those.
Oh
things.
Yeah. We got the most detailed fans.
That's how
in
Stu
the
the Pepperheads over here.
him.
Like, man, come on now. Look now, Stu. You can't. I don't know what's available up there in Canada as far as cheese dip goes. I'm assuming it looks like some Tostitos. Yep, Tostitos. That's it.
Tostitos.
That's right. Okay.
Brought to you by
No, we ain't brought it by nobody.
No, we're not. No Tostitos. We don't mean that.
That's good stuff.
Yo, man, that's all we got.
About to get started now.
That is good stuff.
Hey, reach out to us.
Yeah, I know. We could be sponsored.
Yeah, you guys gonna get flagged?
No. It's a joke. We ain't gonna get flagged for that. It's all good.
No.
Oh, my bad. Anyways, my bad. I'll crush carrots.
No, you crush what you want to crush, man. Do what you want to do. It's all good. Let's see. What else we got? Pink City Production says, talk about Ryan's backup just signed with nice experience. How about AJ McCarron there? That's a. I'm non-plus on AJ McCarron. I'm gonna go ahead and call it. He's a backup. I mean, you needed another quarterback on the roster. You got it with AJ McCarron, so I'm cool with that. And again, it allows us not to do something crazy like take Kyle Trask in the second round, because that's something I was getting a little concerned about. Because how else could you unpolish a Kyle Pitts? Then that's by taking a Kyle Trask in the second round. That would have been.
Y'all are so hard.
Look,
I'm
just saying, dog. If you ain't gonna take a quarterback in the first round, I'd rather you wait till the end of the draft. I mean,
you know, my eye is on Zach Thomas from Appalachian State. So I'm wherever he goes, probably 4th, 5th round, may go a little earlier because he fits some things that some of these teams are doing out there, and he's got that triple read option stuff pretty down packed. And don't be fooled by his speed. It's deceptive, but he can get out.
I'm gonna go ahead and call it. As far as drafting a quarterback at this junction, I don't want to see one drafted before 5th round at this point.
I think it's just going to depend on the BPA, but I don't think they're coming early. No. I can see 4th, 5th round somewhere.
So I got you. You want to talk about AJ McCarron? So I think he holds a clipboard really well. I think
so. He's good at holding the clipboard. That solid, just real.
He's good. He is amazing at holding the clipboard.
Look, we need that skill set.
He's probably top 4 in the league in holding clipboard.
So good. So we got BPA at clipboard holding. Love it.
BPA. We got the best clipboard holder available in free agency at quarterback. So you know what? That's AJ McCarron. I look forward to seeing him hold a clipboard the entire season, unless it's a blowout and he gets some opportunity. Other than that,
like I said last night, if we getting into backup quarterback territory, we in trouble anyway. So I'm not really. I hate to say it like that, but very rarely, other than a Nick Foles in a fluke type situation, very rarely does a backup come in and do anything worth anything. So I'm not really even concerned as far as who the backup is. I'm glad they got a body. I'm glad they got somebody who can do whatever grunt work Ryan needs him to do.
I think that was the best part, is that it kind of locked in that we weren't going Kyle Trask here. And I was so scared that that's what they were going to do, because I get not taking the quarterback in round 1 to get the big red zone threat and just the absolute freak. But round 2, you kind of losing me at that point, because it's like you kind of bought into winning now with Pitts, so you gotta keep that ball rolling and get somebody that's going to help you win now, and not somebody even for me, Kyle Trask is a low end starter in the league at very best. So that means he's like 25 and up in terms of top 25. So he's like a replacement level starter. So for me, it just didn't make sense. And to me, he didn't fit the scheme anyways, but I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree with that assessment as far as if you're going to go quarterback, everybody talks about the quarterback position is boom or bust in the first round anyway. You know what I'm saying? Period. And it gets even more so like the success rate past the first round is almost non-existent. You know, I mean, you have what? Right. Tom Brady and Russell Wilson. Dak Prescott, possibly. I know he just got paid, but, you know, we haven't necessarily seen him do it for the long haul at this junction.
Yo, that boy can play ball,
I'm not saying he
man.
can't. I'm talking about, like, longevity. I'm talking about, like, the careers is what I'm saying. Like like
I got
the jury, so to speak, is still out on Prescott of what kind of career he's going to end up with. Like, we can confidently say at this junction, you know, Tom Brady and Russell Wilson will go down as, you know, Tom Brady, obviously the GOAT. Russell Wilson is building a Hall of Fame career, you know, so those things you can confidently say. At this junction, you can't even say, oh, well, he got a second contract. Well, that doesn't matter because you just watched Carson Wentz and Jared Goff both get traded who signed second contracts.
Right.
So that's not even as big of an indicator as it used to be. All right, so we got the Jags on the clock. The clock is ticking. We're going to see if the Falcons move or not.
I mean, you know what? I guess not to care about other teams, but where do you see the Jags going here? It looks like, I mean, it's an Urban Meyer-led team, right? You know what I mean? Matter of fact, Adam, you might be the guy to kick this one off. Yeah.
I think they're going to go Tyson Campbell. I heard that he's a high demand in the second round. And they just need good players at this point.
No, they do. They need good players all over.
And I think they're going BPA. Like, to me, it would be Joke. Like, I would take Joke. But the rumor I heard why he slipped is because defensive coordinators don't know how to use him properly.
He's a positionless player.
Yeah, and it's ironic that at the top we have the coordinator that knows how to use them. Because we play that 3-3-5. Well, now we do, and the big nickel. So I think Pease would get the most out of him. That's why I'm so intrigued. I would love to see them how they use him. Right?
Yeah, he's tough. He's a tough-minded.
Oh man.
Yeah, he'll take your head off. He's a missile. He is a missile.
He's Keanu O'Neal light.
Yeah, but see, and honestly, it's that element that we need to the defense. Because here's the thing. We're a defense that we can use every type of personality. Let me tell you something. The guy that can just come lay a hit, set the tone in the game.
Need it.
We need a guy like that.
I mean, you had that quote from Pease talking about what he liked about this squad that he's inheriting. He said they're young and they like to hit. So,
absolutely.
And so Joke fits that mold, you know.
Right.
You almost.
Right.
Well, too. I also believe in stacking alpha male kind of players. I know that kind of is an overused word because of somebody on Twitter, but alpha male players are actually like a thing in the NFL. And Joke kind of fits that. Like, he's the alpha in the room. He would be like the alpha dog, come in and absolutely like demand respect in the room, right?
And that's the deal. Like,
look, wait a minute. Well,
no, I was going to say that's kind of what you were missing in Beasley. Like, Beasley had all the physical, tangible tools. He just didn't have that drive, that killer drive. And then with McKinley, you had that killer drive, but he couldn't stay healthy. So give me as many guys as you can that want to go out there and like tear somebody's head off.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think we talk about what this defense needs. Yeah. We need somebody on this defense that can come in and demand respect. Absolutely. Because, that to me shows that they take football serious. I think, what I've seen out of Flowery Branch the last probably 2 to 3 years is a lot of guys that were comfortable with the coach, with the seat, just kind of with the music, with the way that things were going. And it really got to a point there where we didn't really care whether we won or lost. We were just out there kind of collecting the check. So I think that you need guys that when you talk about, Arthur Smith, you think about, we're talking about new, we're talking about innovation, transformation, all that kind of stuff. You need guys like that can come in and people have to adjust themselves to them. Because you ask yourself this question, that's, high level question. It's like, maybe Deion Jones, maybe Grady Jarrett, like players on defense, they adjust themselves to Grady Jarrett because Grady Jarrett requires that. Grady Jarrett is not going to adjust himself to you because he's Grady Jarrett. So we need more of those guys like that. Anyway,
the pick is in. So now we're waiting to see. I was looking for Josh. He ain't in chat tonight. I guess I'm gonna have to rely on Toby.
It's all us tonight, dog. And right now Ain't nothing came up just yet.
All right.
Yeah.
NFL update. That Twitter handle is their tip and pick. So I already know who it is if we want to get into it.
No, wait. I don't know.
Nah,
well,
wait,
actually, no,
wait.
Yeah, no. I don't care about.
I hate tip picks, man.
No, it's all good.
Man,
the only reason why I even consider it at this junction is because I know Toby's watching it live. I'm watching it live, but I'm on a delayed stream.
Me too.
You know, so.
Yeah, mine apparently is doing this.
Hold on, Jared. Is it somebody that we mentioned on here
we
want?
No, not that we want. Not that we want. It's somebody that we mentioned.
Okay.
That was in high demand. I believe you actually mentioned that.
Okay, gotcha.
So,
yeah, and right now, they taking so long getting to it.
Yeah, because it seemed like he walking forever to get to the stage.
Like,
just like, come on, man. He's shaking everybody's hands. He's waving everybody.
Come on,
like,
just
come on, give me the pick, baby. Come on, baby. All I want is the pick.
They got that chair out. So it's Tyson Campbell.
There you go. Okay, the pick is in. It's Tyson Campbell out of Georgia. As you called it, Adam.
And then you talked about Tyson Campbell, Adam. You just mentioned about Tyson Campbell.
But you know what?
Go ahead.
Let's talk about Tyson Campbell for a second because, I'll try to be positive most of the show, but this might be where I come off a little bit negative because, as Adam is a Ohio State guy, I'm very much a UGA guy. I do think that this is a good player. Like, to be honest with you, he got the size, 6'1", 193, track speed type of guy. I mean, just a blur, right? But the problem I think with him is that he is a better athlete than football player. So I think what they'll get is a guy that he can compete with these guys. But I don't want to knock this man's career and say he's Isaiah Oliver-ish. But I will say this: I think that out of the gate he may struggle a little bit because he relies more on his speed more than just his football mindset. So he's going to need to be coached up a little bit. But I do think that he may be probably the biggest boom or bust prospect out of the second round because, again, he's one of those guys that I didn't even think was the best, was probably one of the best players on the defense last year. And I think he struggled against a lot of top competition, Jaylen Waddle, those type of guys. But, again, happy for him. I think he's in a good situation. But I really thought he was more of a third to fourth round type of corner, and I thought that there were other corners, a little bit ahead of this guy. But hey, his life has changed. You can definitely tell that, hey, his life has changed for the better forever. So that's what this is about, man. So kudos to him, though, for sure.
So Adam, I got to ask you. So when do you think the major run on safeties is going to start?
I have a feeling it's going to start with us. It has to because we have such a dire need at it.
Man.
And it depends. Different people classify Joke as safety or line. I think he's a safety. Just that's where I think Joke's a safety. But I've heard that the league is high on Javon Holland and Richie Grant.
Of course.
So those guys might go. Like Trevon Moehrig, to me, he was a very safe prospect, but I don't think he's got a super high ceiling. He's just safe. So he's got a high floor. People think Javon Holland's ceiling is high. So the league will always bet on potential. Like that was, It's funny you say that with Tyson Campbell. The league is always going to bet on lengthy corners. Like that's just how it is.
No, yeah, you agree.
That's what we did. Yeah. So I mean, that's exact. And Georgia knows how to coach. Like they coach guys up. So I mean, and I'm just going to go to bat for Urban Meyer. He actually is a really, really good talent developer. So he might have been able to see that and been like, yeah, you know what, I can coach this guy up and continue the maturation process there with the corner, right? And like I said, I think the safety is going to start with, I don't know though, because I keep hearing that we're interested in Javonte.
It's going to be interesting.
So I'm so conflicted.
Listen, it's getting hot, man. All I know is
it's taking it down to the wire. So let's see what happens. I mean, I think a lot of teams are going to take it down to the wire tonight.
I mean, we got to pick. If it's a guy we want, we got to get him. Right
oh yeah,
right
If there's a guy you want, as long as the Jets don't take him, at this point, if it's Javonte Williams, if it's Javon Moehrig, if it's Joke, I don't care at this point. You know, if it's the guy you want, you got to get him.
One more thing I add though is to be honest with you, this pick is the Terry Fontenot pick to me. You know what I mean? Like the first round pick, Kyle Pitts, best player available. I think this is where we really start to dig into the strategy of how we're going to build this team. I was like, Kyle Pitts, absolute freak mismatch. Yeah, we'll use him as the wild card that he is. But, here's the thing, man. We could go so many different directions. Like you said, we could go Javonte. We could go Joke. We could go, to be honest with you, I'm joking, but it's like, man, a guy like Rondale Moore still on the board. Guys like that are just, man, you could go a lot of different ways.
Man, if we take Rondale Moore,
I would explode right now, bro. All
right, well, the pick is in for the Jets.
I don't even this. If anybody's taking Javonte ahead of us, it's going to be.
You think it's going to be the Jets?
And I think the Jets have had a great draft so far. Like, I think Zach Wilson's a decent quarterback.
Yeah,
they got Barrett Tucker, who's going to slide right into Becton. And if this is Javonte,
did y'all see that? Y'all see that video on Twitter that had the scene from what's the name of the movie? Blindside.
The Blindside.
Had old boy sitting next to the little dude talking about Becton and Zach Wilson. That was a great video. I saw that one earlier.
So I'm gonna say this is Javonte. I don't know.
All right, so you're going for Javonte. I'm saying with Slahy, I'm saying this is a defensive pick. This is going to be a Slahy guy.
You're right. Exactly. Slahy is he's a defense guy.
They gave him a quarterback and a guard.
I think Joke would be perfect for them right here. But, again.
Hey, Jimbo's in the house with us.
Jim Beasy. What's up, baby?
He's trying to play hooky a little bit, I think, there.
Work.
Get your mind on him.
Go ahead and tell him that we said you could go home.
Absolutely.
All right, let's see who this pick is.
Elijah Moore.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're giving Zach Wilson a new weapon to go.
All right, so look, man, not everybody we want is on
the board. Like, what are you talking about right now? Javonte Williams on the board? Javon Morgan is on the board?
Come on, baby.
Joke is on the board?
This is why we do this.
This is nuts.
This is why we're here, y'all.
Yo, so final pick.
I'm going Javonte Williams. I want the chaos. I want the chaos.
Trayvon, man. Trayvon.
I'll go with Trayvon. I think it's gonna be
y'all going Trayvon. Mike, what you got?
Yeah, Trayvon Moore.
Man, just pour gasoline on me right now. I'm going to last second.
I want the chaos, man. You said it great, Adam. A couple weeks ago when you tweeted that out.
No, buddy, that tweet was from January. That tweet was from January that I put Pitts and Javonte Williams in. So that's the ultimate receipt.
Listen, bro, I'm good. Y'all, it's gonna be 3 of y'all. We get Javonte right here,
it's gonna be amazing.
Or something like that. Yeah.
All right.
Because, like I said, sometimes, for as much as we hard on this defense, bring explosion on offense and let it work itself out. Sometimes, you know what I mean?
It's gonna be amazing.
Man, if we're gonna be bad, we might as well score 45
if we're gonna lose. We might as well be 52-50 or something.
Listen, man. Arthur Blank said that this is a scoring lead because of the rules have been to the offensive side of the ball. So
right,
we put up 50.
I agree.
I'm fine with it.
All right, according to Adam Schefter, Atlanta's trading the pick.
Told y'all, didn't I tell
y'all?
No. I don't know. It hadn't popped up yet. The Broncos. They traded to the Broncos.
Oh, nice. That's 5. That's only 5 spots. This is nice.
So we had to pick up an extra third for that, huh?
Denver's not going to go running back neither.
Hey, so give me the specs. Let's go to the specs on that.
That's what I'm trying to get the specs pulled up right now.
I think trade chart. That's got to be at least a 4.
I think a 4th for that.
Here's a drum try.
See, that's like, again, man, like I said, everything that we want is in front of us right now at this point. This is the point where, like I said, we look at the free agents. We look at who we already have in house. We look at the position that we're in right now. This is what we call, you talk about best player available. For us, this is kind of best case scenario in terms of what we have to pick from. Because like I said, I believe that we can find a starting guard, over the next couple of rounds. I believe that another explosive running back should this, depending on who Denver goes with, is there in the 3rd round. So, like I said, it'd be interesting.
Stu the Pepperhead done took $5 again. Thank you, Stu. He says Mo or ASG, Asante Samuel Jr. Somebody hadn't necessarily talked about yet. But
The lobby's here. The mailbox.
That's what I mean. Like, they probably had about 10 guys that they're comfortable with there.
Oh yeah.
So they're probably like, let's get out, let's get some capital and get out.
Yeah. Look, man, this is where you really get a solid guy between that second round, man. So if you can pick up another third round pick, man, that would be beautiful.
So whoever the Broncos got, they are really excited that they got this guy. So I'll be interested to know.
Okay, the Broncos traded the Falcons, pick 35 and 219 for 40 and 150.
That's like a fifth. Oh, we gave them 219
for pick 35 and 219. We picked up 40 and 114.
Oh.
So what's that, a fourth?
That's a fourth. Yeah, you nailed it.
Nice,
yeah,
perfect. Yeah. Perfect. Man, we got 3 fifths, 2 fourths.
Yeah.
There's 4 cars in there, 35 spots.
So
that's huge. Fourth round, there's so many good prospects.
Okay, so 114 is another fourth rounder.
Gives us flexibility to move up as well.
Cool. Let's see.
That's an early fourth rounder too. That's so awesome.
Yeah,
I'm on that guy right now. That just gets me excited for Victor Demichelis.
Victor Demichelis.
I tell you right now.
Man, I wonder what this is though, man.
All right, the pick is in. I'm still waiting on
I don't know. I don't know who Denver's gonna want.
Trying to see.
Yeah,
well, here's the thing, though. I think that, golly, man, you talk about a Javonte Williams with a Melvin Gordon in the backfield.
What about quarterback, though? What about Davis Mills? Maybe.
Well, they got,
that's true, too. Kellen Mond.
But I think Teddy Bridgewater gives them the security. They kind of like, I hate to say they're in like a similar situation to us, but they got a guy that you can roll with that guy, regardless of whether you like him as the best option or not. I think that, they got bigger needs, though. Because the Broncos, like I said, they have a problem closing out games, too. So, interesting to see. So let's check where they go.
1 in the morning.
Adam, could you mute yourself?
Billy Thompson.
I go open the door, and it's locked. My phone's out. I can't even buzz myself in.
Oh, they got Javonte Williams, man.
Oh, did they? Is that who they?
It makes sense.
Javonte Williams.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Javonte Williams.
It makes sense.
It makes sense. Pairing him with Melvin Gordon.
It's my God, man.
Oh my God.
It has to be defense at number 40, guys. And if Trayvon is there at 40 and he's still on that board, I think that's who is
either Trayvon or Joke or
Richie Grant. I mean, they feel comfortable taking him right here.
Well, let me ask you this though: is it too early for Ronnie Perkins? Would you be shocked? Would it be like a deal, a stopper if we got Ronnie Perkins at 40? Because I think what I've seen on tape is. That's a pass rusher we need. We need a dog, man. Like, we need a dog at the edge rusher. He'd be a guy that I wouldn't mind pulling the trigger at a 40. Maybe, 35, I wouldn't think about it. But I don't know. He's a guy that's on the radar.
Well, Ronnie Perkins is...
I heard Ronnie Perkins is the league is low on Ronnie Perkins, so he might actually slip.
Nice.
Bit. But he's my edge too, so I'd be fine with him in the third. I'd be fine.
I'm about to say you've been high on Ronnie Perkins for a while now. Like I said, you're the reason why I even started looking at Ronnie Perkins.
And his scheme fit here is ridiculous.
On.
Like he would, oh man, like
that's what I'm like. Yeah, exactly.
He's who went in the first? Oh, Jason Owa. Jason Owa is probably the perfect fit. Ronnie Perkins is right after that. I feel like Owa moves a little bit better laterally across the line, and I'd be fine with Perkins. But if I was betting, man, they're probably like they got to know who these guys are taking, so they're probably okay slipping back.
Yeah, they know, man. They have a pretty good.
I'm about to say, like you said though, their board at this junction has to be like 15, 20 guys. And jump and sliding back to pick 40, you're only sliding back 5 picks. That's not.
They have a guy that they have some guys that they feel comfortable taking at 40 and picked up some picks doing it. So still run on Isley. They got the Isley brothers out here. Wow. But they feel real good to be able to do that, and they really feel good about what they can get in the later rounds, fourth round, especially since they picked up now have 2 picks there.
All right, so apparently the Dolphins have picked up Javon Holland. So he
over Moore. I'm sorry, that's a reach. I'm sorry, I'll go ahead and call that from my perspective. That's a reach. I think that Javon Holland, very good safety, but like you said, it goes right back on. You know what I'm saying? It goes right back from the standpoint of. Yeah,
look, I ain't got nothing against Javon Holland, but he's one of those guys that opted out, and so you're really hoping that what you saw last year is what you're going to get a year or so later, and that's the part that's going to make it interesting. So, yeah, they Dolphins select Javon Holland, but hey,
I'm not going to let you guys slander the Canadian.
Oh,
Javon
come
Holland,
on.
okay? So listen to me. If there's anybody that's Ed Reed in this, no, I'm just joking.
Come on.
Javon Holland's a nice little player. Like I said, the league's always going to take potential over safe guys. That's why good players slip. Yeah. But that's a good pickup, man. I can't remember the coach's name in Miami, but that guy knows how to coach defense, man. Brian Flores, yeah. That dude knows how to.
I had that guy's name in my head until you said I can't remember his name, and then it was just poof. I was like, "Damn."
That's all right. I got y'all.
You got us covered. All right, Eagles are on the clock now.
I'm getting excited about Trayvon, Doc. I'm telling you right now.
But you know what though?
Trayvon Moore,
the only team that scares me with the Trayvon Moore rig, I'm looking at the Bengals. They're a couple years ahead of us.
Yeah.
They need everything.
Yeah, the Bengals need everything.
The good thing though, Carolina, I don't think they've addressed so much secondary the last 2 years. I think they won't. Joke is the exact same player that the kid they drafted last year in the second round is, so they won't take Joke. Jeremy Chin, yeah, he's a similar kind of player.
All right, so apparently everybody's getting ahead of the TV. The Eagles have picked up Landon Dickerson. So Eagles,
that's a Philadelphia pick.
That's a good pick right there for them.
Solid.
Yeah.
And it looks like the Bengals have traded with the Patriots.
Wow.
They're not going to take safety.
No, I think safety's the play. I really think safety's the play.
I do. I'm praying Joke, man. I want to see Joke.
Oh, dude, Joke with Flores would be. I don't know. These last few days, y'all have definitely talked me into Joke. This whole process. I've been real high on Morrig, and I'm still high on Morrig. But Joke, y'all definitely his versatility screams Dean Pease.
I like Joe, man, but man, I really want Trayvon.
Somebody's asking what they've missed in chat. We traded out of our pick
a lot.
And so now we're picking at 40. And we picked up an extra fourth rounder. And I think we traded one of the fifths away. Was that right?
Yeah.
Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that one.
That's right, yeah.
I think that was one of the we traded one of the compensatory, right? That was a compensatory pick, right? I think that we
was it the sixth?
I'm looking at it right now. It's a six.
Oh, it's a six.
Yeah,
okay. Even better.
So we still have our 3
We
5s.
still, yeah.
Okay.
3 5s, 2 4s.
We're in a great position.
We're in an amazing
We're in a great position. Listen, what we need to do is pontificate over the next couple of hours.
Oh, we got time to pontificate.
Listen, because as we stated before, this falls, I'm telling you guys, it's like, listen, we don't have a wand or anything like that, but it falls into a lot of what we've discussed about the last couple of months, man. Like I said, with the free agency, I continue to go back on the hill, harp on it. We talk about, like I said, where we are right now. This is a team that, depending on the next couple of rounds, we're going to be a better team, man, period. And it's like, it's just the new energy is something we really need to make sure that we take the time to capture, because like I said, it's going to be a lot. I think it'll be a little bit more fun to watch this team than the last couple of. The last 4 to 5 years has been a consistent high anxiety stress that we can't shake. To be honest with you, like it's highs and lows. We had a team that really lost its ability to believe it can win at the end of the game. So if we can correct some of those type of things, the mindset, red zone, you know what I mean? Like I said, I'm looking forward to seeing the new way we're competitive. Anyway.
Stu, you about to say Stu hit us up again?
Stu hit us up again. He said, again, Mo or Asante Samuel Jr. to us, done. He said, gonna make some, this is for you, Adam. He said, gonna make some poutine if they do.
Poutine.
I'm like,
man, I shouldn't have put on my Twitter.
That's all good,
man. Bro, I was like, I tweeted about Hawaiian pizza and pineapples.
Don't
pizza.
Start that mess up in here,
bro. I got killed. I got that day. I was like, man, maybe I should delete this thing. Bro, I got killed out there. I guess you Southerners don't like pineapple on pizza.
No, pineapple.
If you deep fry it, you're gonna deep fry it.
Deep fry. My wife likes pineapple on pizza, but that stuff belongs in cut up and just on the side.
She sounds like a terrific
she is a
lady.
Terrific lady. I'm glad you said so.
Absolutely.
She's an amazing lady.
We love her. Hey, hardest working woman.
That's right.
Mama JR.
That's it. She is she's an amazing woman. Supports me like no other.
Absolutely.
Well, the TV is just now getting to the Eagles pick. This is crazy. So behind.
That's after the first round they tipped the shit out of it.
No, you're fine. You're okay.
They tipped
you're
the
good.
heck out of it.
We try to keep it clean. But things slip. It's all good.
Sorry.
Good, my friend.
Yeah, we get fired up.
Man, I'm a coach, man. I'm always swearing. I'm a coach.
So you got to be a better example for them kids then.
I know, but I'm literally Dan Quinn, but I'm just good.
That's what
I'm a good coach.
Well, you scared me, and you almost lost all your credibility. You said you're who? I was like, JR.
Mute him up.
I'm a Salad. I'm a Robert Salad.
Hey, Josh.
Okay, there we go.
Back in chat with
There we
us.
go. Build yourself back up. There we go.
Oh, man. Yep. So now our picks are, we got 2 in the 4th now, 108 and 114. That is huge.
What do we tip that now? Like, are we?
No, we not yet because the Bengals have traded to the Patriots. And they already know who they're picking, so we can get into that. And they picked Barrymore out of Alabama.
If you have a feeling,
the defensive line, Christian Barrymore.
That's fine. That's good. That's good for us.
He'll do well there. I think that's a good.
Just come across the Twitterverse. The Panthers have traded out to the Bears. So
they don't need safety neither. They have 2 good safeties.
So it's really like it's looking like we got the pick of the litter again and picked up a 4th. That's nice.
Well, let me ask you guys this question though. Like, okay, so let's say we do go joke here. Is there a way that we use Joke? Will we use him the same way potentially as a Morig, or is Joke more of a, like you said,
I think he's more of a
guy.
position
It's almost
guy. I think Morig's more of a, like what I like about Morig is his coverage ability. And his lockdown ability from the safety position is amazing. Like Joke seems to be more of just that chess piece. Like I said, that Logan Ryan-esque.
So Joe can play in the cover 2. He can play deep third in that. But if you watch any Kenny Vaccaro for the Titans, that's kind of what he would do, but to the leader level. Like he's a better athlete than Kenny Vaccaro. So you're doing him a disservice by leaving him in the deep third because he's so good attacking the run, attacking flats, attacking intermediate routes. You're just doing him a disservice by hanging him in the back. You might as well keep him in the box. He can come in the box. He can play Mike. He can play Will. He's literally a chess piece that you can play ever, and he's not a liability in man coverage. So that's a
plus.
That's a massive get.
Dude, you're selling me on Joke. The more and more you talk,
he's super physical, so physical.
Absolutely, bro. Because when you use the words Kenny Vaccaro, I'm like, hey, that's what we've been looking for. We've been talking about a Kenny Vaccaro, hopefully, Dean Pease type of guy. Like I said, I want Dean Pease guys. Man. So I think if we go Joke, that's a Dean Pease pick.
I really truly believe that as well.
Yeah, now is the time for Dean Pease to make his voice heard about how he sees his defense. Because again, like you said, Kyle Pitts, yay, we made Matt Ryan happy, but now. Like I said, we'll see how we make Dean Pease happen.
And ironically, too, Arthur Smith gets his chess piece with Kyle Pitts. You
exactly. So you give Dean Pease his chess piece.
Yep.
You give
Dean Pease
right? Josh Gillum is talking about why we didn't get more for our trade. And Josh, that's because the Bears came up from 20 or from deeper in the draft. We only traded back 5 spots.
5 spots.
That's why they had to give up more. So that's why they got more picks from Chicago than we did from Denver. And that's because they traded deeper into the draft. They traded almost 10 plus spots from 39 to.
Bro, they're gonna show Barmore killing my Buckeyes, man. What's going on?
Oh, you got to do that. That's only tradition. You got to kill the Buckeyes, right?
World's crazy, man. This world is crazy.
Hey, man, hey, look, Ohio State, y'all can take a little grief, man. Y'all win just about every game. Y'all rarely lose. Y'all can be critiqued.
That's right. That's right. Bam, down.
I don't know, man. Georgia, them boys, I think they're going to be playing ball this year. Really good ball.
Well, you know
that Jordan Davis kid. Whew.
You know what? What's crazy is he was actually, I would say, he would be a defender that would be a first round. He'd probably be the only guy who would have been comfortable drafting in the first round this year. But yeah, the fact he's coming back to Georgia is absolutely insane. That's
massive for you guys.
It's a crazy gift, though. But you know what? The NFL is moving towards freak of the nature like Jordan Davis, because I'll tell you what, a guy like that, when you look at this spread NFL, that everything is going to just to have a guy that can occupy 2 defenders. Like I said, now I will say this. I would not be surprised, because I saw Barmore go, if what's the guy, Levi? Onwuzurike, thank you. Yes. If we got him, I wouldn't be too against that, because, here's the thing. Who do we have that can really set the tone against the run, potentially pay the pass? We don't have that. Tyler Davidson is not the answer. Like I said, we're a liability right in the middle. And I think, like I said, defenses are made in the trenches. If we got a guy like that, an impact defensive tackle, I think that gives us the ability to slide potentially Grady Jarrett out, Marlon Davidson. That gives us a chance to become formidable, because I do think, again, I might be alone in this. I do think Marlon Davidson takes that step forward this year to not become dominant. He's not yet. I think, he's a couple of years away from being dominant, but I do think that he takes a step forward, and he looks more like the player that we drafted in the second round last year. So, I'm not ready to write Marlon Davidson off either. So.
Hold on. This is very important for me, because
is it Tevin Jenkins?
Tevin Jenkins?
Yeah,
no, they really guarded my second team like that, Justin Fields.
All right, all right, we can go ahead and talk about who the Falcons picked, if y'all want to do it.
Are you gonna? Got tipped?
It's on Twitter, and our chat's already tipping it. Richie Grant out of UFC.
Okay.
Richie Grant is we're adding him to that secondary room. Somebody's asking who Richie Grant is. He's probably one of he was the top safety in the draft.
Don't do it.
Like, he's one of the top.
We got
safeties.
better.
Wow.
We got better as a team. That's a great pick.
That's just solid. Is right there in that secondary.
Like, listen, man. Like, time out. Let's go ahead and do it, man. Like, no. That is a great pick for the Atlanta Falcons. Who is Richie Grant? Okay, first of all, if you want to know who Richie Grant is, University of Central Florida, absolute ball hawk at free safety. And again, he fits me and Toby's build because he is an actual safety. He is not a cornerback that is transferred to safety. This is a safety, can play high. You can put this guy towards the ground. Gambles a little bit. Now, he's a little bit of a gambler, but again, he is a guy that will make a lot more explosive plays for us on this defense, and you can put him anywhere. This guy makes our defense a lot more rangy from day one. Love the pick. You know what? I would have preferred.
Oh yeah, look, I like Morrig a lot, but I'm not. The worst thing you can do is fall in love with a player. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. What we needed was talent in the secondary, and that's what we got. Like, Richie Grant is a great player, and like I said, we needed talent, we needed ability, and that's what we got there with Richie Grant. So I'm not upset at that pick at all.
Yeah, that's a Dean Pease pick.
That is a good solid pick. Now we're gonna see if they do anything as far as like maneuvering, up into the second or more in the third or what have you. So it's going to be interesting to see what the rest of the draft holds for us.
They got so many picks now. Like they're going to move the board, and Terry comes from an aggressive organization where New Orleans really maneuvered the board well. So I could see them moving to grab guys.
Yeah, I mean, and PFF, whether however much faith you put in PFF or not, Richie Grant was graded as but Richie Grant was graded as the highest run defending safety, highest graded. So that's for what that's worth. I like Richie Grant. He was a guy that was a second or third round pick, but as the process went on, it looked more and more like a second round. So you move back.
Well, and I think
I was going to say you move back. You got a guy who makes your secondary better, and you picked up an extra fourth round. I'm not going to complain about that.
So I'm going to do it regardless of how you feel.
But JR, it goes back to the interview we had with Eric Robinson of the Falcoholic. When we talked about, we asked this guy straight up. We was like, okay, who was the guy when you went to the Senior Bowl that just jumped out the charts at you? He said, man, before I could even finish asking him the question, he said, oh no, Richie Grant. Richie Grant was the best player at the Senior Bowl. Stock went up, interviewed well. And again, his ability to play the run. But also, listen, I'm not saying this guy is Earl Thomas or anything like that. But if you want a guy who can fit the mold to play, like I said, single high safety, you can. His versatility is off the charts. Like I said, home run pick. It doesn't feel like Richie Grant, like who? But again, like I said, I think this makes our organization better. At this point, that's what it's about. He makes our organization better. Day one.
No, he's a really good guy, man. Like Eric alluded to, his Senior Bowl is really good. Like, I think that's what impressed me a lot was his ability in man coverage, right? That's something I didn't know he had, because looking at the tape, he's used a lot in zones, but he's a filler, man. Like you're seeing on the screen right now, he fills hard.
3.5 tackles for loss, 72 tackles, 10 interceptions in his career. Yeah, he's a baller.
For her, it's like
if you want to see fun tape, who was it? He was playing Cincinnati. I think he had about 18 and a half tackles against Cincinnati.
I'll have to go back and watch that particular game.
Buddy, so early on, he got hit up for a deep play that went for a touchdown. But, man, from there on out, I think Ritter said something to him when he tossed it on him. And, man, Richie Grant went nuts that game.
Love it.
I think he had a forced fumble, 18 tackles. Like, he was a demon. Like, he was he's fun, man. And Mike alluded to there, he's a safety. Right. He played safety. Yep. He's a safety. So that's what he's going to be, our free safety. It's going to look great.
Yeah, I'm down.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, what I didn't realize is when I was looking at the screen is he's a 3-time first, American Athletic Conference first 3 times. Like, you know what? That's high praise.
Yeah, and he was a Jim Thorpe award-winning finalist. So yeah, I mean, I'm down. Yep. I'm down with it. I know. We spend a lot of time.
See, and the thing is, Richie Grant has higher potential than Morig. For me, that's what I graded out.
Okay.
I think Richie Grant has a higher ceiling than Morig.
Maybe that's what they're betting.
I think Morig has a high floor, but I really think that he's higher.
Well, so let me ask you this, Adam.
He's one of the best.
Give me an NFL comparison for this guy. You know what I mean? Like, who is there a guy that you see a similarity in his game with?
So I don't really do comps, but if I had to do one similar, I would say Kevin Byard. Actually, that's actually ironic. I would say Kevin Byard. He played for Tennessee under Pease as well. He was actually a Pease pick. So actually, that's ironic. That might be why he took him, because he plays similarly to Byard, who can come down in the box, who can play interchangeably between free safety and strong safety. But ideally, you want him to rover at the top of everything. I don't want to force that. I don't think he's got as much range as Byard does, because he's really rangy. Like, he's like, his first year, I think he had 7 interceptions.
Yeah.
Like, that's going to be like, you know what I mean? So he was really, really good, but Richie's really good. And I think arguably he might be a better man safety than Byard is. So maybe that's the give off.
There you go.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah. I think if I had a safety that he reminds me of, I go with like Trey Boston. You know what I mean? Safety played.
Yeah, that's actually a really good one too.
You know what I mean? Because I think when I look at this guy, I think like you said, he can set the tone. Like you said, went 18 tackles. Listen, coming up and wanting to make a play is, I mean, listen, man, that's worth his weight in gold as it is, man. Because, you know, like I said, we need safeties that can come in and fill a hole, because I think that wasn't necessarily Ricardo Allen's strong suit. And again, like you look at it like this, the guys that are leaving, what are we replacing them with? And I think, you know, I think we're replacing them well. Like I said,
Adam, you messaged me saying that you may have to step away.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump out for a bit. It's getting a little loud here, so I might jump back later. It's gonna be a long.
Oh yeah,
night,
it's gonna be a long night. If you want to jump back in, just message me.
Please do. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll shoot you a message on Twitter. But thanks for having me, and I would love to come back on. Love you guys.
We'll definitely have you
have a good
on
night, boys.
over the course of this summer, talking about these picks and stuff like that, and how they fit.
Absolutely, we had a blast, man.
For sure, Mike, and I hope to be back tonight. All
right, man. Take care, bud.
Please do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
But yeah, I mean, you know what, JR, you know, the more we talk about this stuff, like I said, we've been pontificating, prognosticating, whatever, extrapolating, whatever you want to call it, you know. But I think that, again, man, I feel a little bit more comfortable than we did, 20 minutes ago, man. You know, like I said, we didn't know who the guy was going to be. We didn't know if we were going to go with a guy, a corner or whatever, because we could have went corner. I do think. Well, let me ask you this though. All right, we got a Richie Grant in the fold. Where do we go logically next? All right, Kyle Pitts, Richie
logically,
Grant. Where do we go?
I would think that next you would either go. I think you would either go defensive end or pass rusher, right?
Yeah.
Like whether you're considering that outside linebacker, defensive end, whatever, or running back. Those are the two things, or even offensive guard. Those are the three positions that I think are left to be filled in this draft. And past that, like if they come away with a defensive end / outside linebacker, I'm just going to call it edge rusher. If they come away with an edge rusher, a guard, and a running back, that's three positions with the rest of your draft. And I'm good at that point.
Right.
Honestly.
Yeah. I you know what, I can't blame you. That's why to be honest with you, when we look at potential edge rushers still left on the board, it's like, man, I really think if we can nail an edge rusher with the next pick, I think we can really start to kind of get a better feel for kind of the way this team is going to be, crafted or whatever. Because I feel good about. Here's the thing, man. I feel really good about our safeties, because now, we tried out. I would say that to me tells me that you got Richie Grant and Deron Harmon as potentially your two starters. To me, and I think
don't forget
but don't forget about Eric
Harris and Javon or Jaylen Hawkins.
Jaylen Hawkins, yeah.
But so let's focus on that guy a little bit. Do y'all see that Dean Pease potentially using him closer to the line?
Like he could be
in his
he offense. Could be like, I keep looking at what Dean Pease did with Logan Ryan. And that's something that my brain just will not let go of. And that could be, Jaylen Hawkins. That could be Isaiah Oliver, as far as what they do there. All right, I'm going to jump into chat here. We haven't really been able to do that much tonight so far. It's been really actually quite busy especially having Adam on and stuff like that. But I want to jump into chat here for a little bit. The chat seems to be kind of split between Morig and Grant. I know here on the channel we have talked up Morig a lot, so it might seem like we're down on Grant, but that is definitely not the case. I think Grant is a true free safety, and that much makes me excited to finally have a true free safety. Nothing against Ricardo Allen. Yeah. Ricardo Allen, as Jonathan Holder pointed out, Rico's strong suit was generally his intelligence and his leadership, and that's fine and dandy. But I'm looking for a guy that has that along with the physical skills to do it. And, hopefully Richie Grant is that guy on the intelligence side. I think I really like the pick. I really like Richie Grant a lot. I'm really curious to see what they're going to do in the third round, and what they may potentially do as far as moving up. But the Richie Grant pick is super stellar. I like that pick quite a bit.
I mean, guys, when you going in and you getting 5 picks in the first round, then you come back with somebody like Richie Grant. Both of these guys were highly regarded. Richie Grant really started picking up steam starting in that Senior Bowl, and coming from there, he just picked up steam, and it brought him here to the 40th pick for the Atlanta Falcons. And so I'm excited about a straight ball hawk, and ball hawks do live within the DP's defense. I mean, you just go down the line, Byard, Brandon Mayweather. Most people don't talk about him with the New England Patriots back in the day when Dean Pease was the defensive coordinator there. I mean, you just got Ed Reed, those guys, man. So having someone like a Richie Grant definitely fits the bill for a Dean Pease defense on that back end. I mean, I'm excited about that.
You saw what what he did with a guy like now granted he's already an amazing safety, but having a guy like Eric Waddle when he went to Baltimore, dude, like Dean Pease took that guy to another level. And so I think that's an amazing I think it's an amazing pick, and I think it's going to pan out very well for us.
And you know what? You know, it's interesting we say that because, I go back to why I like Richie Grant, and I go back to a game that we played against the Cowboys last year, not to make light of KZ because ironically ended up signing with the Cowboys. But I remember that, man, Ezekiel Elliott, man, and KZ, they met at the goal line, and it was horrible for KZ. And to be honest with you, KZ is a guy that he's a try-hard guy anyway. I really think that he would have made a better NFL corner. I think safety sometimes made him turn into a guy that he probably wasn't ready to be all the time from a tackling standpoint. But I think Richie Grant, it's the simple things. Richie Grant kind of makes that tackle. Like, he's not scared to go into a hole with an Ezekiel Elliott and potentially push that guy back because 18 tackles in a game, to Adam's point, against Cincinnati tells me that
he's there.
It don't matter how big you are. Don't matter how small you are, I'm going to come fill the hole, and I'm coming with mean intentions, and we need guys like that. This defense is starving for guys like that. So, again, man, like I said, believe to say we love the pick is an understatement. So
Caleb Rutherford, I thought he was anyway, he's over here tweeting out who is Richie Grant. Come on now. Everybody at this junction knows who Richie Grant is. Anyway.
Hey, man, listen, he gonna find out who he is.
That's cool. It's all good.
Let's see. Apparently, the Raiders have picked up Javon Morrig. So, not that, the Grant pick took Morrig out, obviously. So the Raiders picked Morrig. Let's see what else we got. Jimmy, who is our resident secondary guy, or at least I like to think of him as our resident secondary guy, he put in a chat that Grant was the most polished safety and fit what Pease does or wants to do at safety. Yeah. Solid and safe pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
I mean, I really do.
Exactly. I mean,
there's not much
he fits that.
Yeah, there's not much to be disliked about. And the fact that you were able to get Richie Grant and pick up an extra 4th-round pick. I think that's getting lost in the shuffle there.
Yeah. And that's where I think our starting guard is going to come from, to be honest with you. I think that extra 4th-round pick, that's when we find our guy, maybe like an Adam Banks out of Notre Dame. It's some of those guys where it's like, I'll be honest with you. You know what I'd like to see us do at left guard while we're talking about it is get a guy from a school that is known to produce high-quality linemen and – take a chance on him. Like I said, I don't want to see any more Sean Harlow, Oregon State. I mean, it was fine, but it's like, like the guy, Wyatt Davis, Adam mentioned, give me a guy like that can come in and be a plug. We don't worry about him, similar to the way Lindstrom is. Because, Lindstrom is the standard. To me, we look at what the standard is of what this new Atlanta Falcons offensive line is, and it's a Chris Lindstrom. Give me another guy. And let's give these guys time. Let's give Matt Ryan. This is my challenge. Let's give Matt Ryan enough time that Arthur Smith can use all of these play actions. Because for as much as we talk about Shanahan, Arthur Smith pretty good with the play action too. Anyway, I stopped that.
Fall Start Falcon just tipped us $5. He said, "I bet Jimmy is loving that pick, and he will be starting." I agree. I mean, I know Jimmy's loving that pick, but I think he's starting.
Yeah.
You know,
absolutely.
He's
I mean,
you signed out the gate. I mean,
you signed Eric Harris so that you didn't have to draft a safety, so to speak. But I don't think Eric Harris keeps Richie Grant off the field. Same thing with Javon Holland. Yeah. Like those guys are gonna they're gonna probably come in and in like relief type situations, or if you know Grant might be getting overwhelmed or something like that. So Fallstar says, "I meant Jimbo." I know you did. We know you meant Jimbo. We know you meant it. P. Rich says, "How is Azeez Ojulari still on the board?" Adam brought up something earlier that I hadn't heard, talking about that degenerative knee. That medical, and that was something that I think Schefter and Rappaport and all those guys were tweeting out, that these medicals are coming in late, and it's going to be pushing people down the board that you're not expecting. And Ojulari might be one of those ones that's getting pushed down the board. So,
straight up.
I mean, that could be the answer there. I hadn't seen anybody like post that, but you know, I have to go by, in that instance, I have to go by what Adam said. So,
I mean, it makes sense though, because
I confirm it.
Oh, did you hear it? Okay, cool.
But it makes sense though.
No, it does. It does make sense.
I heard about it 2 days ago, and they was talking about that. But I mean, hey, I tell you right now, if you know, I can't remember the guy that has taken over on the medical side of things that we just hired from Florida State. If he feels that Azeez is a good to go type of guy, I mean, we'll pull the trigger. And I wouldn't be surprised if Azeez ends up like Justin Houston, who fell all the way to the third round and turned out to be wonderful for Scott Pioli, who took him. So I'm just saying.
That is a rock solid comparison, because I think that if I look at who Azeez Ojulari reminds me of just game-wise, I could see him having an impact of like a Justin Houston, just because, you know, like I said, those are the guys that, man, when you play tight end, it's really rough to chip down on those type of guys. Them grown men down there, man, them big boys down there. So, somebody will get a Christmas present with Azeez Ojulari. And I think, like I said, being a Georgia guy, you know, I remember when he tore his ACL, and I think it probably came on him tearing his ACL and probably whatever, you know, just kind of whatever position his knee came back in. But I will say this, after he came back from his ACL tear, he came back even stronger. I mean, he came back, and he's 2 years removed from that. So I hate that it is a red flag, but I think, again, that's an early Christmas. And my gosh, if he's there in the third round, then it's sweet Christmas at that point.
Yeah.
Well, Willie Doc just brought up a good point. He says the front office sees what we fans don't see. Remember, Fontenot and Smith said players have to fit with their goals to produce a winner. So, I mean, that's something that us as fans a lot of times don't take into consideration. We are limited to the information that we have access to. You know, and so that's something, like I said, we have to keep in mind. I'm not saying that we don't know and we shouldn't, you know, pontificate like we like to do, but we are limited in what we have. They have access to more information than we have access to, so that they can make a better informed decision. So let's see here. I want to see here.
Yeah, I see. Kevin
Joseph just went to the Cowboys.
To the Cowboys. That's a good pick for them. That's a solid cornerback for him. Hopefully, Dan Quinn will. Yeah, we go. Yep, he beat me to it.
Not if he don't get out of those out-of-date schemes he won't.
So let's see. As far as running back goes, third round, because I think that's a real possibility. Michael Carter's still out there. Kenny Gainwell's still out there.
Yep.
Trey Sermon's still out there. My guy, Ramondre Stevenson, obviously is still out there. So, I mean, we got some guys out there as far as running backs go. O-linemen, You still got Creed Humphreys, I believe, who's still out there. Ben Cleveland from Georgia.
Ooh. He's a nice guy in the third round.
The guy Toby did a video on, Trey Smith, is still out there.
Yep, Trey Smith, and I was thinking about him too. Trey Smith.
Obviously, defensive tackles, you got plenty of defensive tackles. Only one has come off the board with Barmore. Defensive ends, you still got Joe Torn, Boogie Basham, Ronnie Perkins, Azeez Ojulari, as we talked about. Joke is still out there on the linebacker safety side. Joseph Oasi out of Texas is still out there. Jabril Cox, Pete Werner. There's still some solid names.
There's got a lot of talent out there.
There's still some solid names, and that's the part that's, like I said, that's the part that's making me super excited. Walker Little. Who is Walker Little out of Stanford?
Tackle out of Stanford. I mean, you know, right. I mean, he's the guy that, you know, could play golf.
I'm going to say yay.
Hooray. Like, I get it. Like, the Jaguars, I see how they are building their team. I think, you know, it's interesting, you know, when we look at a team like those guys, they're one of those teams, you give them 2 years, because Urban Meyer is that guy that I do think that he is the biggest, I would say, enigma amongst the coaches, because I either see Urban Meyer working like this. He'll either be dominant like he normally is, because Urban Meyer has this ability to take a team, no matter how good it is or bad it is, and just make it like at a level where it's dominant. That's just what he's known to do, right? But I will say this about Urban Meyer, though. Urban Meyer in the NFL could be a lot like another greatest of all time college football coach, and that's Nick Saban, because when you're dealing with grown men and you're dealing with guys that it's not a scholarship player, you know, these are guys that they play football all day. How can you get these guys to buy into what you want to do when
you can't hang that like scholarship over their head? You can't just tell them to kick rocks because you owe them so much money. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. So it's going to be interesting to see how he translates. It's going to be like that's the one thing that I've always worried about with a college coach coming up to the professional ranks, and that's you know, how do they translate their game?
Right.
Jason All says, wonder why we chose Grant over Morig. Love the pick. I'm assuming it's the more of the free safety ability. Like Morig, Morig was long and could cover well. Grant can do a lot of things and from the free safety type position.
All right, but you know what? I think it comes down to, you know what, and maybe this is nitpicking, but I think it comes down to fluidity, though, from the standpoint that on tape, Richie Grant looks like a much smoother and more fluid player. It looks natural. When you see Richie Grant coming in and out of his breaks, I think the one thing that sticks out to me is fluidity. Because, you know, Trevon Moore, again, an animal, I said. I think that he will come in and he has the potential to be an all-pro. No knocks on Trevon Moore. But the only thing I will say is that he plays a little big sometimes.
Yeah, he does.
You know what I mean? And I think that as a safety, true free safety, what we really need, that gives us the ability to experiment more. I think, like I said, Deron Harmon, Eric Harris, I think they may battle it out more at strong safety, and that's okay. If we got two vets battling it out, because I think, like I said, our free safety. Now,
Jarrett Warren just tipped us $5. We appreciate that, Jarrett. Appreciate that, man. He says Charles Snowden would be a great late pick and would eat with Dean Pease. Now, I've seen that name pop up. I have to admit, I don't know much about Charles Snowden. Do we know, like, I will pull him up real quick if we can find out what position he plays. Does anybody remember?
We're going to have to let Pound4Pound talk to us about
That's why I'm sitting in front of a bunch of computer screens.
Right. I don't know nothing about that guy.
Let's see here.
Yeah, I'll tell you about what I like about the Richie Grant move.
Go ahead.
The game situation, in-game situation, when the game is on the line, he's definitely one of those guys that can make a play when you need the play to be made. And I think that is attractive. Not saying that Morig can't, but Richie has shown you that when you need the play made, and this is what we lack in on that defense side of the ball. Like A.J. Terrell, we watched him literally drop the ball in the end zone when that would have sealed the game against Kansas City. And even Arthur Blank mentioned that one time. If Terrell catches that ball, that game is over. And you need more guys on the field that when the game is on the line, you need someone to make the play. Richie Grant looks like he won't fold under the lights, and he will make the play when it's needed. And he has the more better, to me, ball hawking skills than Morig does. And I think, you that's something that Dean Pease covets.
Look, I'm gonna go ahead and call it too, man. Like, I know I'm in the minority with this, but I will say this. Right now, even if we don't draft a cornerback next, because I do think that, to be honest with you, my next pick I would like to see, if I'm honest, is a corner, in the third round from the standpoint of this, though. And to be honest with you, if we don't draft a corner, I think we're in a good position. But I think, when we look at, the way we're currently constructed now, safety position, my goodness, we straight. We good at safety. We don't need to mention safety anymore right now. I think, hey, we've exhausted that, right? But that also leads us to say that, to be honest with you, we still got Kendall Sheffield. And again, like I said, I know depending on who you talk to, some people are just ready to be done with Sheffield. Some people are like, well, let's let him continue to progress. But it's like, okay, so we tried out Fabian Moreau. We've tried out, a Sheffield. We tried out, an AJ Terrell. Right now, again, not a Super Bowl contending secondary by any stretch of the imagination, but we are a little bit more functional than we were before. That's why I think in the third round, if we get another starting level corner, ideally Sheffield and Moreau are on the inside. Two fast, real twitchy corners who can get physical if they need to. They're able to stay healthy. Again, like I said, this is the defense where I see we ripe for a transformation. Again, I'm not here to say we'll be top 10, top 15, anything, but we're putting players in position to be ripe for a transformation.
All right, so the chat's talking about that the Chargers have picked up Asante Samuel Jr., and I do have Charles Snowden pulled up. He's a 6'7", 232 outside linebacker from Virginia. Let's see. The analysis is Snowden was a 3-down defender at college level, consistently produced at Virginia. He projects as a 3-4 linebacker, but must add bulk to his frame and get stronger. Otherwise, he will struggle in the NFL. So, projection of a 5th-round pick. Yeah, he's somebody that could flourish. Now, for those who ain't paying attention to Twitter right at this moment, I just see a quote from our GM talking about Richie Grant, that pick. He says, he'll knock the taste out your mouth or he'll take the ball away from you. So, if you want to know why they got him, that's it right there.
And I'll tell you,
Nick G2K1 just tipped us $5. He said Richie is safety one, and people are still complaining. Mo is only single high safety, and we have Harmon. Watch film, not ESPN. Okay. I mean, I get it. People are going to have their opinions. They're going to hit the highlight tapes, and that's fine. But, we in this aspect, just like with every other regime we've had, we have to trust what they see in the player.
Well, but you know what the thing about it is? The reason why we like Richie Grant is the same reason why we like Javon Morig, is that these are safeties in very pass-happy conferences who are stars, right? So to be a star in a pass-happy conference and where the ball is coming 50, 60 times a game and to make plays, those are guys that, again, they're like hand-eye, depth perception, being able to play the ball deep. They come from that. They're used to the – matter of fact, these are guys, I even go a step further. They're more NFL ready because the NFL is becoming a spread league. A lot of these guys that come from Central Florida.
And you nailed it, Mike.
So here's another quote.
That's where the modern.
Here's
NFL
another quote about Grant from an article. It says his mental processing when diagnosing passing plays is polished, and of course, Grant's ball skills very sound. In defending the run, Grant is assertive and will commit to making the necessary tackle. Grant does not mind coming downhill when assigned and take down ball carriers. At Senior Bowl practice, Grant was consistent playmaker and was arguably the best defender on the field.
That's what we've seen. That's what we've seen. I'm
so Falcons is taking these highly regarded players right now, and that's like I told you. Since that Senior Bowl, his stock rose up super high. Now I didn't see him raising up all the way into the second round, I still had him pegged, late second, early third. Yeah. But that just goes to show you that how far he's risen to the top, and I'm excited about it.
I'm very excited about it.
And I think the one thing I like about this guy too, though, just to double back on that, is obviously he must have crushed it in the interview department.
He had to.
Obviously they saw this guy.
He did, yeah.
Obviously Dean P saw this guy, was like,
gotta have.
I got you. Right. Bring this guy.
Right.
Come on,
I'll be right back, gentlemen. I'm gonna
up.
step away for just a second. Y'all keep chatting it up. I'll be right back.
You need look. They said the 3 words: smart, tough, and competitive. Ooh. And right now, your first 2 picks definitely fit that bill right now.
Straight up. Smart. You know what, Toby? We might have to. We're gonna write that down because we're gonna come back to them words: smart, tough, and competitive. Like we've been fast and physical, but that's what we need: smart, fast, and competitive. We need smart, competitive, smart players ready to compete that will buy in to the bigger picture. Because you know what, this is the point where, like I said, man, I ask people. We almost go back to what we talk about after the draft. It's like, everybody got their grievances. We should go this way. We should go another way in the draft. But ultimately, we all Falcons fans. So it's like, whether we like the pick or we don't like the pick, what you want to do right now is understand this guy. You really want to know. So when you see him make it, because you know why I like a Richie Grant? It's Christmas for players, for people like us, Toby. When you see Richie Grant fill a hole on a play, when you see Richie Grant take the interception that before would have been a completion, then you realize it's the details of players like that. He won't come out and just do 18 tackles a game, but again, the details of Richie Grant is going, like I said, Toby, that's going to be one that's going to set us up.
What people don't understand, tough is a 2-edged sword in this situation. It's not just physically. See, one of the things that we lacked in too is the mental capability to get through games. And see, you heard Arthur Smith mention that when he was talking to, I believe, Jeff Schultz on Athletic, that one of the things he got to get his team back to is their confidence to feel like they can win even in the fourth quarter and close the game out. And so we get back to that level, man. And a lot of that's going to take strength and conditioning, period. It's very important. But you want those tough guys that you can push to the limit. And that's what Arthur Smith did. They're going to push these guys until they can't go no more.
That's it.
Right.
You want to see how much you can push them, because that's going to go a long ways in these games, man. If you want to win those close games that you were losing by last season, 7 to 8 games you lost by 7 points or fewer. Now you have that mental toughness going in. You turn that ship around and you can win those games that you lost.
Absolutely. And I think, like I said, it's the details, man. Like, for as much as, and I'll be honest with you, because a couple of my buddies, they were giving me a hard time because I was like, man, I'm excited about Kyle Pitts. And they were like, well, we missed out on a generation of talent and all that kind of stuff. But it's like, ultimately, because it's a spread NFL, man, for us, the one thing that we all share is that we understand that this league is becoming a data-driven league, meaning these coaches are literally gonna, they're gonna make plays and execute off of what the numbers tell them almost to an extent. Right. So, I think when we look at, just analytics and all this advanced science that has been added to the NFL, all we need to do is just be almost like just a split hair ahead of our competition, because that's the difference between us being a playoff team and not. It's a split hair. Yep. It's some kind of decision, man, and that's what football is.
That's it. All right. Somebody asked when we pick again. We pick at the 68th pick in the
68th pick,
which is the third round. Let's see here. I'm gonna try to pull up that graphic that the Atlanta Falcons put out a minute ago. Let's see. Scrolling down. Oh, here we go. Yes, pick 68 in the third round. So
we got a ways to go.
Right.
But we're gonna get there. Hey, good thing about the night, guys. The draft will end a little bit earlier than last night.
A little bit.
Number 2, I can actually lie down and stay awake and really get excited about these picks that we got tonight. And I don't have to worry about getting up to work the next morning.
That's it. That's the thing. And let's see here. Glory Hands is not liking the Richie Grant pick, and that's fine. I mean, I remember a lot of people.
Man, yeah.
I remember last year, a lot of people didn't like the A.J. Terrell pick when it happened. So I get it, man. I absolutely get
it. Hey, real quick, I'm sorry, man. I talked about, we could get an Aaron Banks in like the 4th or 5th round. He just came off the board. So
what do we know, right?
I just Yep, don't worry about him.
Fall Start Falcon says, great matchup with Terry F. and Coach Smith because it's an AFC and an NFC lookout merging.
Yep,
remember, we had trouble with the fact. That's a decent point to bring up.
That's a great point.
Tony Wright just joined us and says, what's happening, fellas? I'm not upset with the pick, but we should have taken Asante Samuel Jr. and paired him with A.J. Terrell. You know what? Like I said, there were so many different ways we could have went, and which is what I'm loving about this draft all the way around. The fact that, we went where we went. I'm glad that we've, have got a real good safety. Now, Dr. Ganja says, would prefer to Darius Washington or Molden at safety. I think Darius would have been, second round would have been a little too high for a Darius Washington from everything that I've seen. That doesn't mean nothing, but yeah, I think, like I said, I think Richie Grant is going to do what Dean Pease likes in a safety. Because Jarrett Warren says, stop falling in love with names and start watching tape. I'm not I agree with the sentiment. That's something we do as fans is we lock on to guys. We lock on to guys that we want, the guys that we have convinced ourselves that it's going to be, the player that we need. And, sometimes we may overlook at exactly how the coach is going to use them. Now Glory Hands come back. He goes, man, I support the Grant pick. Rise up. That's right. At the end of the day, look, flat out, as we have been saying leading up to this, I bring it back to this point just because of how controversial it was. Had we picked a quarterback yesterday, I'd be championing that cornerback today. You see what I'm saying? Even if I didn't necessarily agree with it, at the end of the day, this is my team, flat out.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And go ahead.
I mean, at the end of the day, man, we're just trying to see where Terry Fontenot and Arthur Smith were going. So, I'm going to believe in what they're going to do and see how they're going to project it on the field. And that's all I'm looking forward to. So if it had been the other way around, okay, well, how are they going to project that on the field and use it? And I do think if they'd have taken a certain quarterback that they would have used that, he would have been an impact player. Even if he's not the starter.
Now, I don't know how many of y'all know much about Emory Hunt. It's a name that I see pop up quite a bit on Twitter. Seems to be a pretty reputable person. Looks like he works for CBS, and he's a sports writer, so on and so forth. He just has a quote that said, Richie Grant's game and playing style remind me so much of Brian Dawkins. And he says, I know it's a lofty comparison.
That's high praise.
He said, but I couldn't get away from it. Falcons got a legit. Man, if he could be half of Brian Dawkins, holy crap.
Bro. Wow. Man, that's high praise for real, man.
Hey, real quick, man. Real quick. I ain't gonna lie, man. I think the Arizona Cardinals, they just got the steal of the freaking
draft. Oh, you're talking about Rolando Moore?
Oh my gosh.
That was your guy.
Hopkins and AJ Green and oh my gosh.
That's a lot of
Look,
speed.
hey,
that's a
lot of boy.
Again,
with Kyler.
they're taking away every we always talk about, Matt Ryan ain't got no more excuses. Well, Cliff Kingsbury ain't gonna have no more excuses.
Boy.
Him or Kyler.
None. That NFC West is gonna be fantastic to watch. But I will tell you this though. I do think that this guy with Kyler Murray,
that's going to be that, man.
Again, they got the steal of the draft to me, to be honest with you.
It's going to be interesting.
He's probably one of the best players I've seen just pound for pound
can't be saying
in this draft.
Can't be branding him like that. People be thinking he's like our dude or something. You can't just be pound for pounding somebody.
He ain't ATL. He ain't ATL.
I got you.
Yeah, man. But to your point though about Richie Grant though, gosh, okay, so all right, look, you know what? I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. Matter of fact, let me pour myself some Kool-Aid right now because I'm about to drink it. Okay. I couldn't think about it exactly. I said Trey Boston and stuff like that, but I do think that a guy like Richie Grant, he brings some swagger to the defense. My goodness.
You want to talk about
this is not a defense that
you talk
swagger.
About two picks that are bringing swagger.
Swagger.
Kyle Pitts and Richie Grant. My God. The swagger should be.
But that's what I'm telling y'all.
Yeah.
You go with best player available. You just brought your competitive edge to a whole nother level. Kyle Pitts by himself done it. Now you're gonna bring another guy with swag into the fold, Richie Grant. Both of these guys are walking up with their heads held high right now, like, yeah, Doc, we coming in here to
let's go to
things. And I'm so excited about this whole class, man, because they got everyone now on their toes. And what they're going to need to do in order to step up. Because you're not going to want to be shown out by the rookie.
Nope. That's it. That's the thing. And
they're going to come with it.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. And it's time for the Saints to understand to see what it's like, how we felt when Jimmy Graham came to the Saints, and we kind of had to deal with. I always like to talk about, that little line in between the safety and the linebacker, because it seemed like that's what Drew Brees used to make a living with Jimmy Graham. Right over the linebacker, but right in front of the safety. It was like that little area. Man, they completed so many passes over the years. So I think, you know what? Yeah, are we going to be at 4 anytime soon? Maybe not. But right now, to get the best player, potentially a generational talent, because I'll be honest with you, I know what it feels like as a Falcons fan to play against a team with a dominant tight end, and there's absolutely nothing we can do about it. Think about Greg Olsen. For all those years for Carolina, do you know how excited we were to see this guy retire and he's not going to play football? Please do not play against us another year, because we've just been getting killed consistently. I look forward to seeing what we look like as the team with the killer at tight end, and not a Tony Gonzalez with 14, 15 years in the league. I'm talking about fresh.
Exactly. Let's see. Bubba Gump is wanting us to trade up and get Joke. At this point, Joke might be there in the third. Because Albert Breer on Twitter just brought up a point. He said, we've mentioned this a few times, but some teams are gun shy on Joke coming into the draft because of the struggle the Cardinals had to find a role for Isaiah Simmons.
Ooh.
And so that they're citing that might be a reason why Joke is still on the board. So, but if there's a creative enough defensive coordinator out there, Dean Pease, that could make use of somebody like that. If we get him, I'm going to rename that guy Joker and just call him.
Hey, I like it. Hey, honestly, he might have his own position, the Joker. Matter of fact, get his man his own position while we're at it.
And let's see here. Trying to catch up and see. Oh, apparently the Giants are taking Azeez Ojulari.
Joke.
Which
what? That's a good look.
That's fine.
That is.
So
and he'll get a chance to play with his buddy Andrew Thomas, the left tackle. Like I said, that's a good fit for him. And Lorenzo Carter, like I said, but I don't see the Giants making any noise. I think he's going to be one of those guys that he'll make some individual noise, but him with the Giants, good for him, man. He got the call, and that's
So no, I'm glad. Glad he got. So got picked.
It's torture to have to wait to fall, to come off the board.
Especially when a lot of people had Ojulari as one of their top edge rushers.
Yeah. Well, and I'll tell you why it's kind of surreal or a little bit disappointing. I think that it kind of if you put yourself in the mindset of somebody like Azeez Ojulari, and like I said, being a Georgia guy, they had spring ball a couple weeks ago, right? And when they had the players, doing the autographs, they had Richie LeCounte, they had Malik Herring, and all the guys that are Mark Webb, DJ Daniel, those guys. But the headliner of the autographs was Azeez Ojulari. They was like first round pick Azeez Ojulari. Listen, Eric Stokes wasn't even the headliner, and Eric Stokes went out the board first. So it's just one of those things where it's like it takes you into the psyche of the player, because if you think about it, I'm Azeez Ojulari. I've done everything I needed to do. I've interviewed. I've had a pro day. I've showed I was a freak of nature. I've run a 4.45. I've bench pressed 225. But it's like it's draft day, and everybody's like, "You're the guy, Azeez." Because you saw, what I saw last night. Azeez had a room full of people, and it was kind of like, "All right, guys, come back tomorrow and keep the same enthusiasm." And you kind of feel for the kid in those situations. But like I said,
so all right, let's see here. We're starting to get some quotes from Richie Grant. He says he'll primarily be a free safety for the Falcons, which that's kind of what we figured.
That boy already knows his role. I love it.
He says the key to Richie Grant's game is being able to play all over the field. He said he wanted to showcase that over the last few months of evaluation. It had caught the eye, and It had to have caught the eye of Dean Pease. He loves creative roles for his safeties. So, yeah, exactly. And then now jumping in chat here, Willie Doc says, at Toby, can we get a future think tank analyzing philosophy of Smith and Pease once the draft is done? Yeah, for sure. Like that's like I even made that tweet the other day.
Done.
There's a part of me that, as much as I love doing this draft stuff and as much as I love getting into this like aspect, once the roster is set, you know, with the knowing what we got, I'm really excited to start digging into what Pease is going to bring to this.
Absolutely.
You know, and what Smith is going to bring, how he's going to use the guys that we have. Now there's no more guessing in a sense. Like, yes, we're probably going to add a few more and subtract a few more before we finally get to the final 53. But for the most part, you're going to know after this weekend who your guys really are. And we can start digging into like how they're going to be used.
Yeah. And I mean, you know, the thing about it is we're edging up on this third, you know, on like we had picked 51, 52. So like, I mean, it's not that far away. I mean, in terms of, you know, where we might go. I do think that, you know, our next pick is one of those picks that, to be honest with you, unless it's a reach, I think it's another pick that we'll be comfortable with, because
I think,
you know, like I said, you know, I think what makes sense right now, you know, we talk about what makes sense right now. Like you said, you know, we talk about, you know, corner definitely makes sense right now. If we can get a starting corner, I'm not really, you know, like I said, I probably, you know, look and see who's still out there. But you know, the Kelvin Joseph was a guy I would have liked to see in the third round. Man, he was a guy when I did all of my mock drafts, he was there in the third round. And I was like, man, I'd really love to have, you know, a guy like that. But, you know, like I said, corner or edge for me is where I think we got to go, man.
So right now, we got Aaron Robinson still on the board.
Mm-hmm. Tay
Gowan is still on the board.
That's my guy right there. That's the one I want.
The one that I can't pronounce that starts with an I.
Israel Mukwamu.
And it's not Israel.
Oh, no. Meliwanfu or
yes, Meliwanfu.
Oh, he's
still on the board.
Yeah, he's still on the board. He's still on the board.
So,
hey, you know what? Syracuse has some ballers too. You know what I think about it? Trill Williams is another guy too from Syracuse. Another corner out there. That's
anybody with the name Trill, I'm down.
Trill,
with
straight up. Give me somebody.
give me a Trill. I'll take it.
Give me somebody Trill. Exactly.
That's a good football name. That's a good football name. Is a Trill.
Wish I had a nickname like that.
Right? I just got a standard nickname of JR.
Mike Dub.
Hey, look, Mike Dub's a good nickname. Come on now.
Yeah, but Trill. You know what? Hey, it's your boy Trill coming to y'all this week.
Nah,
it just hit different.
That does have a ring to it, boy.
It got a ring to it. I might call. You know what? Next week
we might just start calling you Trill, huh?
If we draft Trill, I might change my name to Trill.
Might be like, what's up, Trill Dub?
Trill Dub. Oh man, yeah.
All right,
hey,
so who's this? Washington picked up an offensive tackle, Samuel Cosme. Don't know much about him. Not even gonna lie. Don't know much about
run on offensive linemen though. It seems like the second round is a run on offensive linemen, which is shocking. So I think
it started in the first round.
Like, you always have a run on offensive linemen.
Yeah.
It's deeper than, you know, the defense side of things, but
that's interesting. That's a little interesting nugget from D. Orlando Ledbetter and Kelsey Conway. Richie Grant said he worked out with Eric Harris before, and now they're teammates.
But you know what? You know what's interesting about that? See, a lot of people don't realize that when the words right 53 are used, that's actually a philosophy. And, you know, I was reading up on Scott Pioli. He also uses that right 53. And usually what that actually means is, and one of the things we talked about, so I wouldn't expect the Falcons to go out there and sign a lot of high dollar free agents, because that's not really what Scott Pioli them did. When they talk about the right 53, they're looking for character guys and veteran guys that can come in there and be able to settle the locker room and take some of those young guys and teach them more about the game in the NFL. And so by you saying that, that's already starting the trend of what the right 53 is, with Eric Harris taking this guy on his wing already before he's even become a Falcon. So
that's a good point. That's a great point because I think that Toby, we go back to what we talked about before. It's like we're using the word character profile, and it's funny because we really starting to see the character profile, and we've been talking about swagger, but it's like what I noticed in this locker room is that you bring a Richie Grant in, you bring a Kyle Pitts. To me, don't get me wrong, I see a lot of ping pong being played in Flowery Branch right now. A lot of dunking the goal and all that, and I feel like guys like that, it's like sometimes, man, when you good, it's like I ain't really here to play games. Like I'm not here to play ping pong. I'm here to go out here and catch passes. I'm here to run through a man. I'm here to. So when you talk about, what, Toby D, you nail something there. I think as we fill this draft out, let's look at the character profile of these new Falcons because that's where it's going to be one and done right
and that's what the right 53 is. It's
a great point.
For anybody who thought that just because we hired Terry Fontenot that they was going to get away from character guys, then you fooling yourself because they're going to keep the mantra of what Arthur Blanks wants in these guys. Arthur Blank loves the player, don't get me wrong, but he's looking more too for the guy that's going to be loved in the community and lifting the community up as well as being the player on the field. And Kyle Pitts simplifies that.
Yeah.
Look at the guys that we brought in.
The pick is in for the Browns, and it looks like they're taking a joke. So he won't be there in the third.
You know what? The Browns. That's a good spot.
That's gonna make Adam happy. His runner-up team, the Browns, are getting better in this draft. His backup team.
That's good. Man.
You know what? I can't be mad. I really can't be mad at the location. And I think the Browns will. It's weird to say this. Continue to be a playoff team, caliber team.
They could be. I mean, I think they're finally. I will say this. God. I'm glad to see that I think that they're finally getting the right brain trust in place from the GM down to the coach.
So JR, to use the Atlanta Braves reference, and it's kind of like a quick story for those that haven't really followed the Braves lately. The Braves started off really slow, and Dansby Swanson of all people, he went to Brian Snicker and said, you know what, we got to break out of these, this funk that our bats are in. So what he did was he went and got sage. He went and got sage, and like they, for those, some people just depending on sage is one of those things, it burns off all this whatever,
bad juju,
negative energy, all of that kind of stuff, right? Yeah. So a guy like Brian Snicker, he's not familiar with that kind of stuff. But look, whether it works or it doesn't work. The Braves have been on fire lately, and ever since he's burned the sage, the Braves have done really well. So it's like, why am I bringing up sage? It's like, you know what? When I look at the Browns, it seems like somebody might have actually burned some sage around there to burn off.
I'm just hoping that their owner.
You know what I mean?
I'm hoping that the Haslam stays out of the way. He seems like one of those owners that gets involved way too much, way too frequently. And that seems to be an issue when that happens. That seems to hold a team back, so to speak. But they made the playoffs last year under Kevin Stiffkanaus, whatever that guy's name is. Under him leading the charge, he actually play into the strengths of Baker Mayfield. So, hopefully they can continue to build on that and start to see some new faces come out of that AFC. You got the Chiefs, which haven't been relevant for a long time. Now, if you can get the Browns to start actually giving Baltimore a run for their money and Pittsburgh a run for the money, that's good to see some new blood.
I agree. That's
Chris Jameson is asking the barkeep for a refill. Who's the barkeep? He said, hey, barkeep, Jobo needs a refill. Okay. I'm trying to figure out who the barkeep is because I wouldn't mind. I could use a no?
Right. Hey, man, look, my barkeep don't listen. My barkeep will be like, you get it yourself.
Yeah, hello? Exactly.
No, I'm barkeep. Anyway, another conversation for another day.
Now, look, I'm going to go ahead and call it so maybe they'll feel good about it. LaToya Gooden. Good Lord, that should not have been that hard. LaToya Gooden is really pounding the table for Kellen Mond or Jamie Newman. I think it would not surprise me if we draft a quarterback. I'm pretty sure we're going to come out of this draft with a drafted quarterback to compete with A.J. McCarron. But it's I don't see anything before the 5th round at this point. With the signing of the A.J. McCarron, that takes that pressure off, so to speak.
Well, but you know what? I'm 50-50 on that because, like you said, A.J. McCarron is like, yep, we got a body there. Like I said, he's one of the top clipboard holding quartrbacks in the NFL. We've already covered that. We know how great he is.
BPA right there.
Yeah, but you know, to be honest with you, I do think that when you look at the perfect understudy for Matt Ryan, I mean, like understudy, like because Kellen Mond, I think, is worth just listening to because I'll be honest with you, who his game reminds me of is a lot about Dak Prescott. I do think that he in the right system, right coach, not being rushed on the field, he could be good. I think, you know, he played for Texas A&M. He was probably one of my favorite quarterbacks outside of, you know, the generational talents that will not be named that we didn't pick, you know, again. But once you get outside the generational talents, I think that, yeah, he is a guy that, you know, he makes us look good. Now, Jamie Newman, as a Georgia Bulldog guy, I'm probably not the guy that you want to ask about Jamie Newman because I think that he hurt himself opting out.
Right.
I think that this is, again, remember, this is a draft of fool's gold. It feels like you got to get players who showed it.
Right. That's
to me, Richie Grant went on film. Let me tell you something. You know what I like about Richie Grant? He went out there in a COVID year and proved it. You know, Kyle Pitts went out there in an all SEC schedule and proved it.
Yep.
Give me guys that have proved it with that swagger. And again, I'm happy with the picks.
No doubt. Now the one thing I know about, the one thing that keeps getting brought up with Kellen Mond is that he's shown flashes, but it's like he never really did take that next step that you were expecting him to take. And
Absolutely.
So I like Mond, and I would like Mond, like, honestly, I don't want a quarterback before the 5th round. And the reason why I say that because I believe there's really good talent that we can be had in the 3rd, in the 4th. And I don't want to pass up on that talent for what will essentially be a multi-year backup quarterback.
Right.
You know, so I will start entertaining the backup quarterback position once we enter the 5th round. Okay. We enter that 5th round. If y'all want to take a Newman, if you want to take a Mond, if Davis Mills is still there, if my boy Sam Ehlinger is there, and that's who you want.
Yeah, that's your boy.
I say that with all sarcasm.
Boy, listen, that is your boy.
I know it's all me. I made that mistake. Okay, I'm not proud of it. I was like, oh, this guy's good. Sam Ehlinger. No, he's not. He's really.
Hey, look, I like the word gunslinger, but all guns ain't good guns.
Look, man, you can't kill much with a BB gun. Is all I'm trying to say. Now, if you want to bring him in and try to do some like Taysom Hill kind of stuff, like I know that's the new trend or whatever, he might be worth the very last 5th round pick we have. And look, I'm just saying, like.
Right. Him Tuffy.
Try to keep it real with you.
The last 5th round pick, the last three.
Like 183. I think is what it is. Hold on, let me pull that. Let me pull that graphic back up. I'll tell you which one it is. Hold on, I'm gonna scroll back down. We're gonna get back to it. It's 187. No, we don't have that one no more. I was right. It's 183. We can spend 183 on the Sam Ehlinger.
Yeah, we got 2 now. Well, so we got what? 2 5ths?
No, we got 3.
Yeah.
We got 3
5ths.
5ths.
Okay, 3.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we got 3 5ths. Like right now, we got a 1/3, 2 4ths, 3 5ths, and we don't have the 6 no more.
Hey man, I'll be honest with you. It's right for us to trade with a team.
Oh, man.
We'll worry about the cap situation later.
It is
it's
very
right
much
for us to get it. It is right for us to get a player in a trade potentially. Like I said, it's hypothetical, but
no, it's
again, we
right.
can't sign all of these guys.
No.
We can't sign all of these guys anyway. You know, so
Big Mike, I'm gonna tell you right now.
Talk to me, Toby.
Terry Fontenot and Arthur Smith are well past word about that cap space now.
Oh no, they're gonna figure that out.
They got contingency plans. Believe me, right now what they're excited about is this draft plans. And I'm telling you, I don't know if y'all checked out the presser after they drafted Kyle Pitts. And I mean, Arthur Smith sat over there trying to keep that poker face as long as he could, boy, to keep him smiling. But every time Kyle Pitts' name was mentioned, I mean, a smile just had to come to his face. And it got to one point where he couldn't contain it no more. They just, big old smile just came to his face. He already know what he wants to do with a guy like Kyle Pitts. And Terry's over there. He just as giddy as all get out, man. They is so excited about this draft class. I'm telling you, see, we don't know everything that's about to unfold yet till Saturday.
Right.
The last player comes into the fold. But they are so excited about what their board looks like right now and how things are falling that, man, they ain't worried about the cap. They already got contingency plans for that. They going to get the guys they want, and then whatever else got to be. Look, if you come out and you put Julio Jones' name out there the couple of days before the draft, that tells you right there they're so excited about this draft class that, hey, any sacrifice that's got to be made.
You're right.
You love Julio. We have high regard for Julio Jones.
Big regard.
We have to sacrifice him.
May have
for
to.
this draft. I'm just saying.
Dude, listen to this. Warren Sharp of Sharp Football just put out this tweet. Now, it's about the Browns, and I ain't trying to go on about it. I'm just looking at it going, holy Pete. So their D-line now consists of Clowney, Myles Garrett, Tack McKinley, Malik Jackson, Sheldon Richardson. Their linebacker core, Anthony Walker, Sanoa Takiti, and Joke. That's the linebacker. Defensive back. Now listen to this. Troy Hill, Greedy Williams, Denzel Ward, Greg Newsome, John Johnson, Grant Delpit, and Ronnie Harrison. Holy crap.
Wow, man.
Dude, if they don't win their division, holy Pete.
That's what I said. Hey, like I said, this is a team that got out of his own way. And I think, to be honest with you, this is why I harp so much on our current position. Because I'm glad you brought the tweet up, because you look at the way we're currently constructed right now. This is a team. We are a team. We're that team that can't get out of our own way. And I think that it's been a couple of those transformative players, man. A couple of those glue guys for the Browns to transform this. Like this, now this is a team, like you said, this is a team that's expecting to win. Oh my God, holy cow. We're the Browns. We're expecting to go potentially to the Super Bowl. That's an expectation. So I think for us this year, we're not at the position where we can say, yeah, this team is a Super Bowl team, so on and so forth. But we are putting players, again, to fulfill that expectation where it's like, hey, we're going to be competitive at least.
I tell you,
and that's what I see.
Early on in the process, the Browns are being they're almost, they feel like the every year how we talked about who was it, the
y'all know Dale?
What's that?
Dale, how you say it? Yagbo.
That's on y'all.
No, you talking about the guy from Notre Dame, the pass rusher?
Yeah, Dale.
Yeah, I'm good on that. Dale.
Dale
from Notre Dame. The other guy that's not Dalen Hayes.
Yeah, the other guy who is not Dalen
from Notre Dame.
Oh, these picks are flying fast now, guys. It's hard to keep up with them. They're going.
Odeyingbo. Yeah. Oh, okay. Dale Odeyingbo. Yeah. Okay, from Vanderbilt. Okay,
he got drafted by the Colts.
Yep. Okay, so the Steelers are on the board. And we apologize in a sense, like we haven't really been keeping up with the draft. It's on, but we've been talking. But that's the difference this year, and that's why I'm so glad that you guys are here with me. Because
this is a Dirty Bird channel,
right?
Though.
Exactly.
It's about us first, we'll talk to the other guys, but it's about us.
Now the chat has slowed down. Yeah. I wonder if because we ain't been talking to the chat. Let's get back to talking to the chat. Hanzolo on tap music. Hanzolo on tap music. I like that. Says if we don't think he can take over as a starter at QB, we don't need to draft a backup QB. I mean, I get that. I get the aspect of not, but you gotta have QBs like the bodies in the room, so to speak. So it wouldn't surprise me if we still draft a QB.
I still think we will. I think at least one is going to come off the board at some point between tonight and tomorrow. Probably not tonight, but tomorrow, I believe.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think so. I think tomorrow will
going to come off the board at some point.
Yeah, I think tomorrow will be a where you're going to end up with the with a QB in that sense. Let's see. Anonymous says, I hope we move up soon. Yeah, I would like to see it. I mean, just because trades are fun, right? I was glad to see that Terry traded down and picked up an extra fourth. I thought that was something that we could have seen last night, but I'm glad we saw, today to give us that extra wiggle room. I know it sounds weird. I'm not a huge fan that we already gave up a sixth. I would have liked to have held on to that to continue maneuvering. But I was glad to see him pick up an extra fourth, because I honestly believe that after the fourth round is when you start to get real dicey as far as having actual contributors.
Play, I'm gonna tell you something. If they mess around and they get Victor Dimukichi.
Oh yeah, look, Carlos Basham, Boogie Basham is still on the board.
Yeah, he's still out there, but I would prefer Victor over him though. Okay. I like Carlos; he's all right.
I like Carlos. I like his strength. I like Carlos's strength. I like Pittsburgh just took the number 2 safety, Pat Fairmouth, out of
tight end.
Yeah, tight end. That's what I meant. Exactly.
Wow.
Jarrett says Pitt got your guy. Like, I would not have been mad at all had he been there in the third and we took him, just to make it real crazy.
Offense.
But
they've gone offense the first 2 rounds.
They got to rebuild it. They had to. I mean, you brought back Juju Smith-Schuster, but he was about your only real offensive weapon.
Yeah.
Like, you haven't had a tight end in Pitt since I can see him, but I can't think of his name. They tried to replace it with Max Williams and Jesse James, and it didn't work out. Heath Miller.
Heath Miller.
Like, so, and you're trying to add out, like, you're trying to make the back end of the last few years of Roethlisberger, you're trying to make it productive. What's one way to make it productive, as we've been talking about, even with our own situation here? A solid tight end is a quarterback's best friend.
Straight up.
And so that don't surprise me that Pittsburgh did the 2 things to make a quarterback's life easier. You picked up a running back and you picked up a tight end. Like, it really wouldn't surprise me one bit if our third round pick's a running back to go along with Mike Davis.
And it very well could be.
Like Kenneth Gainwell or even Michael Carter.
Yeah, oh gosh, Michael Carter at this point would be just a win-win. Yeah. I think in terms of, what we want to put into this, this current team, the way we're constructed. Because but I'll put it to you like this: I'm a little bit more. I'll go a step further. I think our running back, to be honest with you, is out of the state of Oklahoma, and the reason why I say
Chubba Hubbard.
It's two, Chubba Hubbard or Ramondre Stevenson are 2 guys that I think they're that extra gap filler. Because don't get me wrong, Mike Davis will be Mike Davis. He'll be a hard, tough, gritty, tough-nosed running back. But I do think what he needs is a true compliment.
Okay.
I think if we're go ahead.
Okay, look, I don't know if any of y'all remember this or not. It's not like he made a huge impact. Okay, but do you know who they tried to pair with Derrick Henry? Deontay Foreman.
Oh, Texas.
Right.
Texas, big boy.
Like Texas. Yeah. Oh. Texas Titans initially picked him up. Not Titans, Texans.
Yeah, Texas.
He didn't stick with the Texans, but the Titans went with him, and he was injury prone. But when he was in the game and running, it wasn't much of a difference as far as the way like Henry ran. So it was I want to beat you into submission.
And that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah. I like that.
Yep. You talk about with
team partner for that.
Look, think about who they let go of in the running back room. Ooh. They let go of Ito Smith. Yeah. Why? Yep. Oh, he's a smaller guy. Who'd they keep as of right now? Quadre Olison. That dude is 230 something pounds.
That's my point. Yeah.
Like, you add Ramondre Stevenson to that as well. Now you're talking about physical.
Absolutely.
And just
and you know what? Like you said, to this point, when we look at the running back position, and when we talk about this, Ramondre, Chuba Hubbard, those type of guys, I think that it goes back into the character profile. You know what I mean? We need guys that Ramondre Stevenson, I would say even more than Chuba, because Chuba Hubbard he's a guy that he kind of is a volume guy.
Right. No,
I think Ramondre Stevenson, the big boy that come and bring that. Yeah, I like Ramondre Stevenson because he's got that swagger. Yeah, Stevenson brings that swagger, and here's the one thing that I think that you'll see more is more running backs that are able to catch passes out of the backfield.
And that's why I think a guy like Michael Carter, who's still on the board, or even Kenneth Gainwell, those guys could, if that's what they're looking for, then dead up, and I'll tell you, that they're more looking for that. Jordan Daniel in chat says, what the heck are we going to do about edge or helping Grady? We got to get to the QB. That's it. I mean, that's another thing. Like right now, there's still some solid edge rushers. Ronnie Perkins is still on the board.
Absolutely.
Your boy Victor.
Joseph Osai.
Yep.
Joseph Osai.
Osai is still on the board.
I mean, it's Chris Raw. It's got. I mean, Duke got two guys, man, that is still on the board. And Chris Raw.
You still got the guys out of Pitt, Weaver, and those guys out of Pitt. Yep. It's a lot of talent out there for sure.
Yep. No, there's like the things that I said, the things that I said earlier that I think will make me happy, and we got a lot of picks to do it with, is you came away with a safety already. Now I need you just to come away with a running back, some form of edge presence, and a guard. So those are three positions that you have to, in my mind, that you have to fill by the end of the draft tomorrow, and you got plenty of picks to do it with.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's see. Glory Hands brings up Marlon Davidson. I'm super excited to see what Dean Pease does with him.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I am super excited. Right. Noah E says Falcons need an O-line. I'm tired of excuses for Matt Ryan when he does not close out games for the Falcons. That's the thing. Like we talk about some of the weaknesses that Matt Ryan has. One of those is like he needs a good O-line. Flat out. He's not a guy. He's not a Russell Wilson who can create and dodge and all this other stuff without an O-line. He's not a Aaron Rodgers that. Now he doesn't get the credit that I think he deserves. He does a good job of navigating the pocket, but he's not super mobile. So a not super mobile guy, you need to protect him.
Yeah.
So
go
ahead.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. Like the closer we're getting to, the picks, Boogie Basham's still out here. Man.
Oh yeah.
Or did he get?
No.
Boogie
Basham's still out there.
He's kind of my So if we're gonna kind of look ahead a little bit. He's kind of my guy that I'd love to see a Boogie Basham kind of in the fold with what we got going on. Another Dean Pease guy, like I said, he's one of those guys. He's 6'5", 285. Come on, he's one of those guys that would help us against the run and pass. I think that we can find a corner. I would say in the later rounds we got a lot of picks. I think whoever we're looking for can be found because corner is another one of those positions where all of these guys, like you said, we got a Melo Wanfu. If we go Melo Wanfu, we're still good. You still got good guys like Elijah Molden still out there. You got Trey Brown. You got you got a lot of guys out. That's good for. Another guy that. I like Kerry Vincent Jr. out of LSU. You know what I'm saying? These are guys that I think they can come in and compete. Like I said, we want scrappy guys that can compete. Kerry Vincent is one of those guys. Like I said, Derek Stingley got a lot of the praise, but they threw a lot at Kerry Vincent, and he wasn't the squeakiest wheel. When they threw at him as well. So again, man, it's a profile pick. I go to what, like I said.
Your guy on the chat's bringing up that. Your guy Andre Sisco's still out there. I mean, you wanted to add him to the secondary.
I'm keeping an eye on.
So I mean, there's still a lot of real good. There's still a lot of real good players to be had. Let's see.
It is a lot of. It's a lot of great players out there to still. I mean, man, and we're only going to be the third round tonight. That's the crazy part about it.
Well, I think they're going to be Seattle's looking for Russell Wilson to be hucking the ball everywhere because they added the speedster Dwayne Eskridge.
Yeah, that's a good look for them.
He's a speedster.
He'll be a good pair. And the offensive lineman, though. But hey,
oh yeah,
whatever.
no, we still gonna let him run for his life. But hey, man, there's gonna be a guy downfield for you to throw it to.
Hey, there's a guy.
Look, man, at this point, I think the Seahawks and the Rams are just happy to be picking the fans because they had no first round pick.
Yeah.
Seattle only has 3 picks, and they used one of them tonight.
Yeah, no doubt. Jordan Daniel says we would be busting some heads, bro, with Stevenson, Davis, and Olsen. He says Stevenson all day long, but what about Trey Sermon? I'd love Trey Sermon.
Yeah. Oh,
you know, Trey Sermon's still out there.
Yeah, it's another good one. Yeah, Trey Sermon. Oh man, you know what? And that's why I think that like the running back position, we can hold our horses a little bit on the running back position because you know the edge and the corners right now, those are the squeakiest wheels because, like I said, we still got a Matt Gano potentially. You know, if we need a guard for all intents and purposes, second round tender on that guy.
Yeah,
for me, it's got to be edge. It's got to be an edge, or we got to get a corner, and they got to be somebody that you know
the Rams
come in and contribute.
The Rams picked Tutu Atwell, so they're giving Matt Stafford another weapon.
Yeah,
that's a good pick.
So I think that's a good pick for them. Dr. Ganji is talking about Khalil Herbert, Killen Hill, or Javon Hawkins. Like I said, if we wait till the 4th round and pick, we're still going to have, you know, good choices at running back to add to the running back room that we already have. And
listen, Herbert out of Virginia Tech would be a screen monster. Like I could picture Arthur Smith using him in the screen game like no other. I think that. Again, he's another one of those running backs that has elite receiving ability. I think when you got running backs that can catch the ball out of the backfield, especially, you know, because I think, again, that's what you'll see Mike Davis do a lot more. Mike Davis got a lot of the yards on those dump offs. Hey, juke a guy, run over a guy, run through a guy. You know, again, he fits that mold. So I'm high on that guy for sure.
Yeah, our buddy Josh Gillum says Trey Sermon in the 4th, and we have a great class. He ain't even worried about the 3rd. Get Trey Sermon in the 4th, and he's good.
In the 4th, baby. Hey, he right though. I like it. You fired up. I love it.
No, it's good stuff. It is definitely good stuff. And let's see what else we got going on.
When does the 3rd round start? What number does it start?
3rd round, we're up to 58 KC 59. It's got if we're at pick 68, it's got to start like 64 or something.
Hey, bro, it's getting close. Yeah, so it's like you know. I would say probably the next 20 to 25 minutes we'll know. Well, probably a little bit later. Probably the next 30 minutes we'll know who our
because you also have you also keep in mind. No, the 3rd round is when we start compensatory picks, right?
Yeah, 3rd round.
Mike Dub Cornelius Bryan said he just sent you something on Twitter. I don't know if you're able to check it or not. You might be using your phone as a.
All right. Camera. Yeah, no. I'll plug it in and make sure I respond to him.
No, it's
sure.
all good. Jaron Warren says at this point, I believe I'll believe in whatever the pick. That's kind of where I'm at. What Terry Fontenot has done an amazing job of is not leaving gaping holes.
Right.
That's the part that I'm really enjoying about what Fontenot did in the off season with the free agent signings that we have. None of them are superstars. None of them are stellar, but they're all solid, and they can all come in and give you solid reps and make you feel decent about where the team's going to go in the draft. So, like to me, the still biggest glaring needs is, as I've said, is an edge presence, like Charleston Nash just brought up Ronnie Perkins, right? Like there's an edge presence that we need. There is a guard that we need to come in and compete with Gano, and a running back to add to the stable.
All right.
So that's right. Go ahead.
Well, and you know, real quick, let me respond to a question from my boy Jaylen. Jaylen, great question about Shaun Wade at Ohio State. I think that he was a guy that, you know what, if the draft would have occurred, I would say before the season started, he would have been probably one of our top corner safeties. I think he benefits from playing on a really good team. He kind of reminds me of like some of the Alabama players. It's like he's a good player on a good team. They're well coached. And again, he's a guy that is I think brings a lot of swagger. He fits that character profile that, me and Toby have been harping on probably the last hour or so. Only thing I'll say about a Shaun Wade is he, unfortunately for me, every time I saw him play to high levels of competition where it's like Shaun Wade is the guy, the other guy always got the better of Shaun Wade. So I think it would require coaching. Again, that's a guy that Dean Pease could use, but I think Dean Pease is looking more for guys I think that are that they're able to dominate against top competition. I think that's, to me, the ultimate barometer. I think Shaun Wade has dominated against mediocre competition, but we need guys on this team that have shown the ability to rise to the occasion, and it's on film and we can prove it. But Jaden, if we got him, I think there's a role for him. Not necessarily probably the highest guy, because like you said, you got a Melo Wanfu still on the board. That's a first-round corner right there. So, like I said, I would, if we got Shaun Wade, cool. I do think he can be had maybe in that 4th round. Maybe that pick that we got from the Broncos, more of a 4th round guy for, just kind of the way I see him right now.
There you go. There. Sorry, just taking care of some. Jaden, if you're in the chat with us still, like I said, you are the winner of our hat. I need you to check your email, good sir, because I would like to send you.
Go ahead.
No, what you got?
I said Josh in there with us.
Josh is in here with us. Josh Gillum. He's let's see. He said left guard, center in the 3rd, running back, and a fat nose tackle with the 2nd, 4th. Yeah, I mean a good sized nose tackle would be not a bad idea. Looks like the Chiefs just picked up Nick Bolton.
Okay, that's a good pick.
That's a good pick for them. That is a good pick for them. Let's see. Who's on the Carolinas on the clock now? So hold on. Somebody's talking about the rich get richer.
Hey, man.
Hey, it happens.
We'll get there one day.
Let's see.
We'll get there.
Nick Bolton.
I feel real confident that one day we'll get to that place, man. We're gonna. I think we're gonna get more closer than what people think.
Yeah.
But I definitely see us being competitive for sure.
Right. Yeah, I'm ultimately at the end of the day, one of the things that we're really going to see is just how much it was coaching the past few years. Yeah. And that's the part where, we as fans have either convinced ourselves that it was the coaching, or we convinced ourselves that it's the players, right? Now, granted, the truth lies somewhere in the middle, right? It's going to be a little bit of both in that aspect.
Yeah.
So I'm really honestly excited about seeing what this coaching staff is going to do. That's what has me excited this coming season. Not necessarily how competitive we're going to be, which I still feel like we could be competitive. But I think what has me excited is, how is Arthur Smith going to deploy his offense? How is Dean Pease going to deploy his defense? When I started that coaches show the week after we fired Dan Quinn, I started with Arthur Smith because I felt like he was a coach that was going to get, or could get, the best out of the tail end of Matt Ryan's career, and then also transition into getting the best out of a rookie quarterback.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the part that has me excited at the end of the day. Let's see. Charleston Nash is asking us, first of all, what's going on, Charlton? I'm glad you're here, sir. Glad you decided to join us. He's asking us about our guy. I'm gonna dub him our guy until he gets picked. But our guy Ramondre Stevenson in the 4th, I would love it. I would absolutely love it.
Yeah. It makes sense.
Let's see. Anonymous is talking about Kansas City adding another pick. Let's see. Trying to get caught back up here in chat. Chat slowed down a little bit. Jarrett Warren says, "Man, Tyler Shelvin is the only fourth fat nose tackle you need.
Yeah, from LSU. I mean, he fit the profile. But again, like I said, we need a guy that, like I said, we need a guy at defensive tackle that is mean. We need a mean guy in the middle, man. We need a guy that honestly Grady Jarrett looks at and says, you know what, this is a guy that I can go to war with. Yep. And we don't have that right now. So Tyler Shelvin is a guy that starts to fix that. Yep. You know what I'm saying? But we need to look at a guy. It needs to be a guy that Grady Jarrett looks at and says, all right, we can go to war. If Grady Jarrett doesn't look at that guy and say, I can work with that guy, then that's not a guy we need on the defensive line, period.
Right. Jordan Daniels talking about breaking news. I think you're a little late on the breaking news, Jordan. But, yes, we did add a QB in free agency. We added A.J. McCarron. As we have already talked about, he is the BPA at holding a clipboard. So we are glad to have him on board. The best player available for clipboard holding. So good to go there. Let's see. Josh Gillum says, tired of small defensive tackles. We always get pushed around up front. Need to change that narrative. Well, you got the coaches who are wanting to change that narrative. I'll tell you that right now. Like Dean Pease is not about fast and physical. He's about physical and mean.
Yep.
and
tough.
Same thing with Arthur Smith and the offensive line. I don't think you have to worry so much about small offensive linemen as much anymore. So,
this is going to be. I'm just excited to see how this class is going.
Man, that's what I said. So far, yeah. Like I said, so far it's starting to take an identity. And you know what, Toby? That might be one thing that I would say, with this particular draft that we didn't really, talk about. It's like, what identity were we looking for out of this particular class in terms of, we talk about need, but it's like, if this class is able to have an identity, to me, that fixes another problem because, man, we have been a team without an identity for years. Like, double team Julio Jones, hopefully Calvin Ridley does something. The defense, we know they're going to be bad. What kind of identity is that? It tells us that, like, we'll do the best we can. Like you said, we got to be able to take that next step.
What you got?
The Panthers just took Terrence Marshall.
Okay.
Jr.
So they needed to add some weapons to Sam Darnold.
Not a bad pick.
Right.
Man, that's an excellent pick with Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And Ian Thomas. I mean, that's a nice, formidable offensive group.
It is.
Yeah, wow.
It is.
Man.
Like Joe Brady's building a.
We're gonna have our hands full, boy.
Yeah, DP's gonna have fun with that.
Man.
All right.
Wow.
We got Jaden squared away. And while we got a little bit of free time here, I'm gonna go ahead and pick our winner for the other hat. Let's see here. For the other Pound4Pound hat. Let's see. Now I have put all these names into a randomizer. So I'm going to hit the button and go, and we're going to see who ends up winning. Hopefully they're in chat, but if they're not, it's not a big deal. All right, let's see here. And the winner is, oh boy, of course, it's the one name I'm going to have a tough time with. Uriel Hernandez. Uriel Hernandez wins the Pound4Pound hat.
All right.
So thank you, Uriel, for entering. I'm going to go ahead. Like I said, I'm not sure if you're in chat or not, so I'm going to go ahead and just email you and let you know that you have won the hat. So thank y'all all for who entered. You are our winner. Cool. Anyway.
And I'll tell you what, man, we appreciate everybody hanging with us.
Oh, man, it's been awesome.
Again, for the second night as we run it back.
Man.
And just get excited, man, about the new Falcons family that's joining the fold right now. And it's really especially exciting because you get single-digit number uniforms, which Kyle Pitts looks exceptionally well in that number 8. And I'm going to be getting one of those as soon as I can get one.
Oh my goodness, boy! Let me tell you, it looks scary.
Oh, it does. It looks very scary. And I tweeted it out today. I said, man, we just so We blessed to have you here. 8 means new beginning in the Hebrew language, and that is a great choice to choose that number. And I said I won't be a fan of him wherever he went, but I'm glad he went to Atlanta Falcons.
That's it.
So
yeah, it makes it easier to be a fan.
I get an Atlanta Falcons jersey.
Hey, man, I'm sorry. I ain't gonna lie, Toby D. I'm gonna go take it a step further. When I saw the number 8, I said, tight end, y'all call him whatever y'all want. Y'all put a position on it. You know, that's why I don't like putting names in position. People want to call him a tight end, but at number 8, just put him out there and let him do what he does.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and call it. When they go to pay this man in 5 years, they gonna call him a tight end. I'll tell you that right now. When they go to pay him, they gonna call him a tight end. I don't care what number he's wearing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Like, I can tell you what though.
Fair enough.
He's going to have a compelling case because a lot of them guys couldn't get away with that. If you playing him more X than you're playing him in line, he's going to have a compelling case.
It's going to be depending on how they deploy him. He's going to have a strong argument as far as. I mean, Jimmy Graham had a strong argument of trying to get paid as a tight end and a wide receiver. Le'Veon Bell had a strong argument trying to get paid as a running back and a wide receiver. So depending on how he gets used and how his how his career unfolds, he could quite potentially have a very strong argument about getting 100%. Paid as a wide receiver and a tight end, so to speak, somewhere in the middle of that. The New Orleans Aints just took Pete Werner out of
not a bad linebacker.
Out of Ohio State. I mean, that doesn't really move the needle much for me.
Good for them.
Yeah.
You know.
Right. He goes real well with Peyton Turner in the first round. So they seem to be happy about it. So
good for
on them, I guess. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock now.
Oh.
We are drawing closer to our pick.
Yeah. Not too far.
Yeah, we about 61. We're about 7 picks away from our next pick and possibly the last pick of the night for us.
Well, I'll put it to you like this though too. I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers get a Kyle Trask though, but like I mean, are you guys angry if Kyle Trask is there in the 3rd round? Like that, what does that do for y'all?
I'm starting to buy into what JR is saying. I just don't believe in it right now. I don't think you should until if you're going to take one, let's start around about 5th round.
Right.
Well,
but let me get hypothetical. Let's hypothesize for a second. Let's get hypothetical. Let's get hypothetical though. Now, would you not want a Kyle Pitts with? You saw the guy he made all this magic with. Why are we talking about Kyle Trask right now? Because he already got a good first name because we're talking about another guy named Kyle, right? We know what Kyle and Kyle have done before though. Would we not want that right now? Just potentially in the future as a guy that he already comfortable with. He already know what to do with Kyle Pitts. You know what I mean? Is he worth pulling the trigger?
Okay, like I said, again, my thought is I'll take him if he's there in the 5th. Yeah. Once we get past the 4th round, the chances of having a solid starter or impact player dwindle significantly. Now you're talking about drafting backups, safeties, and not safeties, backups, special team players, depth guys, right? So if Kyle Trask is sitting there in the 5th, even if I made the joke about it as long as it's the last 5th, but even if it's, the first 5th we have, and that's where you want to go, okay, all right, you know what? I'm not gonna be mad at it. I may not, but anything before the 5th, I ain't gonna be mad, but I'm just gonna be like, man, we could have used that on a impact player. I know a lot of people like to cap the impact players at the 2nd or 3rd round. I really feel like you can get impact players, even if it's a rotational impact. I believe that you can get impact players in the 4th round. Past that, to me, is when it starts to get sketchy. So 5th round, if you want to take it and take Kyle Trask, have at it. Shelton Brown just tipped us $5. They didn't put a comment with it. So Shelton, we appreciate it. If you want to come back and throw a comment out there, I'll definitely read it.
So real quick.
What's up?
So real quick. So I'm looking at Twitter right now. I have tapped into Twitter now. And look, all of you guys with the Ramondre Stevenson Cerritos College Falcons logo on his jersey, listen, I love it, first of all, because we're in agreement. I don't need any more fuel to the fire. It's almost to the point where it's like, I just need the fourth round to come and go, because if this guy's in the fold, we know. But it's like, to see this guy with a Falcons logo on his jersey, on his shirt right now it's pretty good to watch. Oh my gosh, man. Hey, you know what? Shout out to Brian, shout out to Jaylen, all of you guys. A couple of y'all have added me on Ramondre, and I'm with y'all. Listen, if Ramondre Stevenson, you know what? I know we talked about, I do like the 8. I like the number 8 at the Falcons jersey. Give me a Ramondre Stevenson jersey. If like I said, it's a big if. But my goodness, if we brought him into the fold, I think it'd be a good look.
The Bills just picked Boogie Basham. He was a guy that I was kind of hoping.
It's another perfect place for him.
No, it is a perfect place.
He's going anywhere.
That's two edge rushers in a row, ain't it?
Woo! Yeah.
Didn't they pick an edge rusher in the first round too?
Yeah, he would fit well there.
Fred Butts, Azeez has been picked. Azeez Ojulari got picked already. So let's see.
I saw Tony Wright mention about Trey Smith still on the board and Wyatt Davis.
Yeah, both of those guys. Like, if we take one of those dudes at the top of the third,
then we good, bro.
I'll be happy as all get out.
Right, exactly.
Well, I don't know. Jordan Daniel says there's no edge guys left after Boogie Basham. That's not true, Jordan. Let me pull up my handy dandy, my top 10 draft chart here, sir.
How you see Joe Osua?
Yeah, Jason Osua.
Osai. Is it Osai or Osai? Anyway, that guy from Texas.
Osai is still there. Ronnie Perkins is still there.
Yeah.
Jason Owa, which he come out and said he wanted to be called by something else, and I was trying to remember it. It was Ofada, I believe, which is his first name. So Ofada Owa is still there.
Okay.
Jordan Smith is still there.
Jordan Smith, you know what? I was high on Jordan Smith before. Like, I think he's one of those guys that, like, man, he fits the profile of the guy from Virginia, Snowden, that we talked about. Long guy, 6'7", got the length, but needs to fill out that frame. Yep. I think we need a guy that's mean against the run. Like, we need a guy that can set the edge. If you're an edge rusher, you have to fundamentally do that. Not necessarily get to the quarterback, but set the edge as well. You need to be able to do both.
Ryan Chilla says all the Pitt D-line is still there. I think that was a point you brought up earlier, Mike. Rashard Reaver and Patrick. Is it Patrick Johnson?
Jones or whatever. But anyway. But yeah, those are
now somebody else said, hold on, I got to find that again. Where did it go?
We got us another Canada native in here.
That's what I was. I'm glad you say it.
Stephanus.
Ryan D. Ryan, Atlanta fan from Canada. Man, you just missed our other.
He's from Canada.
That's right. You missed our other Canadian friend who was on earlier. Adam Holloway or Dembski on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to butcher your name like that.
Hey, look, I'm the king of butchering names here. So,
well, I'm looking at Rashawn Gary on this thing. This boy is iced out. God, announcing this pick for the Packers.
Packers just picked Josh Myers, center out of Ohio State.
Okay. All right.
Good. Hey. It's Rousseau. Greg Rousseau is who the Bills picked in the first round. So they double dipped on edge rushers.
Ooh, that's nasty. I'm
Rousseau
sorry.
And Basham. That's tough.
That's fire on fire.
They already got one of those guys are going to become what they need.
Oh, yeah.
So,
well, I mean, they also like Jerry Hughes and who's their other guy up there? Is getting that both of those guys are kind of getting long in the tooth. So I was trying. I can't remember who the other guy is, but all right, we're into the last two picks of the second round. So we are moving right along here, doing pretty good. Now, okay, Nicholas, I wanted to read that. Okay. Nicholas says earlier, he said, I would have loved to have traded for Javonte Williams. He would have loved Williams. However, I love the trade back, getting Richie Grant. He is an awesome safety prospect, and running back is deep in this draft. Carter, Sermon, Stevenson are my favorites. See, exactly. You're echoing what we've been saying all night, Nicholas. And he also said, no way on Kyle Trask. Kyle Trask is not getting any love, Mike.
Hey, you know what? All right, guys. No way on Kyle Trask. I've been sold enough. If it's not there in the fifth round, then no more on Kyle. Because to this point now, it's a need-based thing, right? It's like, for me, what moves the needle for me right now? Again, it's corner, it's edge rusher, and or a Wyatt Davis type offensive guard. Because I think Wyatt Davis comes in again. There's no. We need a guy that either there's no excuses for Matt Ryan, or on defense, we're like, okay, he fits the character profile of Dean Pease. If it doesn't fit within that, it's a massive overreach, and we probably will get a little bit grumpy in the next couple of minutes. But again, we'll see what happens. We can't. Right, exactly.
Cornelius Bryan says, don't forget Cooper. Jonathan Cooper is still on the board, edge rusher.
Oh,
now he's a late fourth, early fifth guy that I wouldn't mind myself.
So
Ice Cream Man says, we love the 4 Horsemen Pound for Pound ATL. We should do a draft live every day until the season starts. I can't do that, Ice Cream Man. I can't. That would be tough to be sitting here doing this every day. But no, I definitely have enjoyed this quite a bit. In chopping it up, y'all. We're actually getting up on 3 hours tonight already.
Hey, and the thing about it is though, that Jonathan Cooper though, that's interesting. So we talk about those late round gems. Whoever brought up Jonathan Cooper, I forgot who just brought it up. I think that that to me is at the Ramondre Stevenson level of rock solidness, because when we look at edge rushers, man, you need some binoculars right now to really find some edge rushers. And I think I am shocked that a Jonathan Cooper, when you grade him, whoever's doing the grading, this guy's better than that guy. It's shocking to me why he fell so far down. Because to me, he fits the profile of what teams need. He can play against the run. He can play against the pass. He's mean, and if he gets his hands on the quarterback, he's coming with bad intentions. Yep. I think that he's a guy that, like I said, we'll just knock on wood and see. Maybe he does fall to us at 4. That extra pick, I think, with the Broncos,
that's gonna be,
if we can get a guy like that,
that's gonna be big.
Yeah, that's gonna be huge. Yeah. That's gonna be huge.
Let's see some other guys that are trying to think here. I'm looking over PFN's Shaka Tony's still out there. The other edge rusher from Pitt. So he's still on the board. I mean, there's a lot of real good folks still on the board to see defensive end. I think that's what he would be considered. Jonathan Cooper. Yep, here we go. And PFN's got him projected as a 6th round pick. Jonathan Cooper.
6. Wow, that is.
I'm gonna scroll down and see why. I want to see why they have him listed. Oh man, Jimmy's boy's still out there. Ellerson Smith.
Oh,
Jimmy's boy's still out there, and my guy Dalen Hayes.
Right, exactly.
Dalen Hayes is still out there.
Yeah.
Somebody just said Bucks got Trask. Is that?
That makes sense. I mean, but that would make sense.
Okay, we ain't got to worry about it. Bucks took Trask in the 2nd round.
First quarterback off the board, right?
So, since since the big ones of
2nd round.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Bucks got Kyle Trask, so nobody has to worry about that no more. Much less me. Ooh, that one guy, William Bradley King. That's a name I've heard kind of creeping up. All right, now so we're finally on to Jonathan Cooper. 6'2", 253. Analysis: Cooper was a hard-working defensive end for Ohio State, but may be physically tapped out. He'll be a pass rush specialist at the next level who can line up in a 3-point stance and stand over tackles. So that may be whether they feel like maybe it's a that he's hit his, that there's no more growth basically that he's done.
Right.
Yeah.
So that may be why. Let's see. I'm trying to see who else they have listed. some names that we might not be thinking about. Taryn Jackson out of Coastal Carolina. Now,
y'all got me with gas.
Oh, yeah. Now, this is a name I've heard is Cameron Sample out of Tulane.
Yeah.
Nice 6'2", 267. Yeah. And also, Ryan Chillis brought up Quincy Roche is another guy that could potentially be in a steal type situation. Chauncey Goldston out of Iowa, if you're looking for edge rusher. Now, here's Quincy Roche. Roche is tough, instinctive defender who comes with an average athleticism and upside. He's a situational player who can be used in a variety of roles on defense as well as special teams. So that's a 5th round potential pass rush. Oh, man. My throat, I think from 2 days in a row of doing this, my throat is raw, boy.
Hey, man, it is definitely, fellas, I have to tell you.
Boy, it's been a blast.
We have talked about this for months, and to finally live to see it and be here with you fellas, man, it's the greatest, for me, experience of the year.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying that truly from the heart. I was so excited to be able to get to these days, man, with you guys, man, and it's everything I hoped it would be, plus some, and we are knocking the draft out of the water right now.
This is...
man.
This has been the most fun I've had, like, doing this stuff in a while. You know, as far as like all the preparation going into it, seeing all these folks like still chilling with us in chat. This has been amazing. Chat, y'all have been amazing.
Man. It's been on fire.
That's right.
And you know, another thing I say is that, like, you know, I think, you know, I go back to the kudos, man. I have to give you guys, you know, a lot of credit because of our ability to just kind of stay on top of all of these different narratives. You know, I think this has probably been the most confusing offseason in the history of this organization because, you know, again, new regime, we got coachings. Again, we got, and I think back to those months of like, is this team really rebuilding? And it's almost like for us, it's like, you know what? Our job is to be objective and communicate to these guys that we are rebuilding what it would look like. I think for me, when the switch really started to flip and change for me was when we talk about, you know, these free agents that started to come in. I'm just like, wait a minute, man. We are a team that are like 7 points away or a couple of drives away. And I'm like, man, look, nope, this is a team that looks like they're going to be competitive. So guess what our job is to do? When we look competitive, we explain, you know, how they look competitive. I would go a step further. We are crushing it in the draft right now to the point that, again, this 3rd round pick, let us crush this one.
Oh, man.
I'll be as bold to say that, you know, doesn't matter who we play. You know what I mean? I like our ability to be competitive and have a chance to win. And that's ultimately all I want to be.
That's something I said years ago. At the end of the day, all we can really ask for as fans is to be in the conversation, is to be competitive. And that's
just
what
let me be there.
That's what I want out of this team is I want to be competitive. Josh Gillum says we can trade 2 of the 5th rounders for a 4th, so basically get 3 4s. I would not be one bit surprised if that happens tomorrow.
Ooh. And they could.
I would not be one bit surprised. Mark Stallworth, glad you're joining us. Mark says, how many sacks did Chase have 2021? You really think we're going to find a 2021 edge rusher in the draft? No, there's not a Chase Young in this draft, like at all.
No.
There's not, if there was, that's what we would have taken at the 4th pick. You know, so there's not that guy in this draft, and that's why I'm not like I'm not hugely concerned about it. You know, Bubba Gump says sorry, but Pease didn't come out of retirement for a rebuild. That's a.
I mean, and
that's
listen,
what we said.
I said this at the beginning that it was already stated that Rich McCallum is not in the business for rebuilding at all. They've already put it out there. They wanted someone coming in with a plan to win right now and can take that plan into, you know, midterm and can take that plan into long term. So they want to start out having the formula to win and carry that winning tradition into the future. Yep. And whoever they transition those keys over to after Matt Ryan is gone, they want to have that formula already in place so that they can continue winning even after Matt Ryan and Julio Jones is not here. And this is what I was telling people. They're not looking to lose this year. You saw that with the pick with Kyle Pitts. Right. They it's not even over yet. So depending on how things still go between tonight and tomorrow, it's going to tell us a whole lot. And we still got some free agents that are out there. Yeah. And guys are going to get cut.
Oh, yeah. There's still things that can happen. Let's see. It looks like Minnesota has picked up Kellen Mond, I think. Jacksonville took Andre Sisco. So he's off the board there. I didn't think we were going to double dip at safety.
No, but God, man.
But yeah, no, it's good.
Good for I'm sorry, JR. JR, look, good for them. They got a really good player.
That sounds like
coming off an ACL.
I hear a big butt coming.
No, hey, but you know what? But again, Toby, we spent all of this time, pontificating about this guy. He wasn't going to be a Falcon nowhere, Toby. So, you know what?
Falcon. But you know what? Kudos to Jacksonville because for the first time, with Urban Meyer being there, they're actually having a pretty good doggone draft.
Oh, yeah.
Very good draft.
They are that.
And they've been up in the top 5 forever and a day, but this is the best right now that I've seen them draft being in the top 5 with not wasting their picks up there and picking solid players right now. So I got to
looks like we're having a small run on quarterbacks. The Texans have just selected Davis Mills. So now you have Trask, Mons, and Mills, which was your second tier quarterbacks, are all off the board now. So I didn't like
Davis Mills.
Look, okay, fine. The last pick in the 5th round, give me Sam Ellinger. Okay, I'll circle back around to
it. But see, once again, we hadn't even got to the Falcons pick yet. Once again, this shows you how good the Falcons draft board is stacked up tonight. Because they knew this was going to happen, and they went and signed someone in free agency right before tonight.
They signed.
So that
they signed the BPA clipboard carrier, and it's good stuff.
Man, I'm telling y'all, man, I'm feeling good about I'm feeling good about Terry Fontenot and Arthur Smith.
We're getting some pats on the backs that I would like to read out. Chris Jamison says, "Y'all are better to talk with over yelling at the TV." We appreciate that, Chris. We enjoy talking with y'all.
Thank you.
Jordan Daniel says, dang, brother, I enjoy it too. Toby, you guys are awesome. Much love to all you guys. Man, much love to y'all. We appreciate y'all being here, as always.
Hey, straight up.
Cool. Atlanta GA Faithful just hopped in. He says, what up? I says, not mad at the Grant pick, but why him over Morg? I think it's because of his range.
That's going to be.
But I mean, honestly, I think it's going to be his instinct and his range. That's why. Glory Hand says Molden, if available, should be the pick. We'll see. I don't know much about Molden. This is the first time I've really heard his name.
But here's my only knock on Molden. Molden is one of those bigger corners from Washington that is a little bit bigger to the standpoint that he's more of a safety. I think he's more of a safety graded guy, and I think that he doesn't necessarily. Dean Pease would use him because he's physical and he's a big guy, but I do think that he's more of a strong safety type, and that'll be where I think he makes his money in the NFL. He won't make his money as a outside corner, and what we need right now is an outside corner that can run with the best of them. Because I'm telling you, matter of fact, here's the thing. Like, okay, we're getting real close. I'll be honest.
We're getting close.
Hey, you know what? Who am I beating the table for right now? It's Melo Wanfu. Only because of the size. We need a guy like that with the size of a Melo Wanfu that can guard, like I said, the Michael Thomases, the Mike Evans, we got so many. And I mean, gosh, Terrence Marshalls. Look at DJ Moore. Look at what we're having to defend against. The only thing I need, we'll get an edge rusher, but I really would like to see a corner, one of those top tier corners that's still on the board, potentially help us. And AJ Terrell needs a bigger corner to pair with, I think, for this to really work.
All right, so I'm gonna read a few more of these. Charleston Nash says,
I forgot about him.
Charleston Nash says, I just want to thank y'all from the heart for not using profanity on your channel. That's why I don't have to second guess on clicking on y'all's channel in front of the family and friends. That is one of the things that we try hard to do. Looks like our pick is in. And we have picked Jaylen Mayfield, an offensive lineman out of Michigan. I don't know much about this. Will be the first head scratcher. I don't know much about.
This is going to be a guy I'm definitely going to have to go and study some film on because.
Yeah, I don't know much about him.
Okay.
Josh Gillum says.
So obviously, that's going to be our starting left guard. It's got to be. Yeah. I mean, for us to get a guy like this, he's got to be our.
Unless you think you're going to move around. Josh Gillum says we took Jaylen Mayfield, a right tackle from Michigan. Unless you think you're going to move McGarry, like if you don't think McGarry's going to pan out, and that's why you took Jaylen Mayfield, I'm not 100%. Like I said, that's a guy that I'm not a.
Yeah, I can't tell you anything, but I'll tell you what I'm going to do after I get off here tonight. It's going to check it into Jaylen Mayfield.
Let's go ahead and do this right now. Then, like I said, one thing that I like about this guy that sticks out to me right now is he's 6'5", 328 pounds. That's for starters, right?
That's a road.
So we can deal with the prototype. Now he started at right tackle over 2 seasons for the Wolverines and allowed just 1 sack. All right, that's cool. Certainly a talented pass protector. He's known for his pass protector. He said in 2019. He held his own against Chase Young. See, that to me is a litmus test right there. It's like when you got the Chase Youngs of the world, how do you hold? How do you hold up against a Chase Young? Now, this is a guy that honestly he's only got 15 starts under his belt. Now, that's a little bit of a red flag to me.
Well,
I like to see a guy like this.
Injury shortened 2020 college football season. It doesn't say what his injury was.
Yeah, but what he said is Mayfield after his game against Chase Young was actually projected as a top 10 pick. So I think that's really when people started to get a
here. Okay, look,
this
right here, all I need to hear. Possesses outstanding blocking vision, moves well on his feet, plays technically sound football, makes good use of angles, blocks with leverage, squares into opponents, riding from their angle attack, strong anchor and pass protection, and seals defenders from the action, keeps his feet moving, and displays solid footwork in space. Explosive and shows ability to adjust and redirect. Correctly places his hands into opponents and rides them from the angle attack. Blocks down well and engulfs opponents.
So
that's
McGarry got something to worry about.
Yeah. That's exactly what that sounds like.
Hey, you beat me to it, Toby.
Because of his struggles with speed rushers.
Yep. That's a straight up and down. And look, for Pro Football Network, he was their 4th ranked offensive lineman. They had him graded
and he's
the first or second round, and we got him in the 3rd.
This is why the more I look at this pick, I'm starting to get a little bit fired up.
Yeah.
From the standpoint of this, I got, you know what? Like, I was like, Jaylen Mayfield, who? Because, you're right. We're talking, we talking at what we talking about. But I ain't gonna lie. The more I look at this guy, I say like this. Now, Falcons fans, Falcons family, holler at us in the comments. How would you feel as Caleb McGarry as your starting left guard?
That's a possibility.
Because,
that's something that could happen.
Listen, I'm sorry. I'm on YouTube right now, and I'm looking at Jaylen Mayfield like in games, and what I see, that guy right there is ready to be our starting right tackle.
Okay, look, that right there, flat out.
Don't get me fired up. Jump out
look, just because.
Hey man, no, like look, y'all check this man out. Go to YouTube and YouTube this man's highlight tape. My gosh.
You're over there salivating right now, like it's
bro.
The Falcons definitely made the right pick.
Well, look, I mean, just because it may not have been a name that I was necessarily aware of, doesn't mean it wasn't a good. It's not a good pick. When you tell me that these people had Jaylen, Mayfield picked above Alex Leatherwood, who the Raiders took in the 1st round, Yeah, see, I'm down with that.
Wow.
Yeah, they have him graded. I would like to hear what. I wonder if I can find somebody else's opinion on
it. They consider Jaylen Mayfield to be the most technical offensive lineman in the 2021 draft.
That's what you want, and that's what you want.
Yeah. That is what I want to hear right there.
Loving what I'm saying.
Let's see what does Draft Network have to say about him. Let's see. Ideal role, starting offensive tackle, could play either side. High ceiling offensive guard as well. That's from the Draft Network. So Jalen Mills projects as a quality starting offensive lineman at the NFL level. He's got ample size and functional athleticism to play in space, in pass protection, and with just 2 years starting experience under his belt, Mayfield is only going to continue to get better with more repetition. Mayfield showed impressive improvement from year 1 to year 2, which is something I always like to hear. Year 2 after facing a murderer's row of pass rushers in his first season as a starter in 2019. Having to block top 50 picks, Yurto Gross-Mato and Chase Young, while also having to handle other prominent pass rushers in Jason O, Shaka Toney, Terrell Lewis, Khalid Kareem. Oh yeah, that is a pretty good list. Mayfield. Hey, go ahead. Sorry.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you straight up. I'm looking at the game right now of when Michigan played against Alabama, and he is manhandling some of these Alabama defensive linemen, and that to me tells me all I need to know. Like I said, I judge a lineman off of when you're playing against the guys that are all of the big 4-star prospects and the 5-star prospects and all the guys that come from this school and that school. When you dominate them and you push those guys back, to me, you know why I like this guy? This is why I fell in love with Rashawn Slater, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Like the tackle from Northwestern, because he's a guy that, like I said, you could tell this guy is coached well, and he's not going to do a lot. Now, he might make some mistakes because I see that he was he's only 20 years old, so it's a younger guy.
Yeah.
He might be, crowd noise might get to him every now and then, but I think when you look for what we're trying to build, this is an Arthur Smith pick to me. This is one of those where Arthur Smith is like, nah, that's my guy. I'm a former offensive line coach. That's a guy that I'll put it to you like this. He doesn't reek of Isaiah Wilson. I'll put it to you like that. Go. I'll just leave it at that. I won't go into details. I'll just leave it at that.
I'm glad to see Speed Falcon for Life is in here with us. I'm glad you're in here, Speed. He said the Texans took a QB. They kind of had to. Like, you don't know exactly how this Deshaun Watson thing is going to play out, whether it's legal issues. He don't want to be there. Right. So you kind of had to take a QB. You had to protect yourself a little bit. Cornelius Bryan says we could have just found Tyson Campbell 2.0. Look, I'll take it.
Hey, bro.
We needed that nasty.
We'll take it. I love it. I love the pick, honestly.
I just got the feeling that we're going to see Matt Ryan get back to his roots of where he kind of started off at when he was with Mike Mularkey, but with a modern twist to it, because Arthur Smith has a lot of ties to Mike Mularkey, so he's got all kind of inside intel on Matt Ryan. Also, Justin Peele, who's the tight end coach. Happy right now, who was with Matt Ryan during the beginning stages of his career. A lot of these 2 tight end sets that Matt Ryan has run over his career. Every time I think about those 2 tight end sets and Matt Ryan, I think about that 2011 game against Tennessee Titans, where he showcased all the no-huddle, 12 personnel. Tony Gonzalez went crazy. Everybody was having a ball in that game. And guess who was there at that game? 2 guys, as a matter of fact. Arthur Smith and Dave Ragone.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, those guys have seen a lot of what Matt Ryan can do. And I think they're going to really shape this game plan and what they want to do with Matt Ryan, man. They're going to have a pretty good idea of what they want to do to help this guy kind of get back to a solid place and really hopefully shut some mouths up.
We're going to see.
So one more stat I saw on Jaylen Mayfield. He's only allowed 2 snaps in his two sacks. Excuse me. I think, like I said, man. What did I say earlier? About an hour ago. I said I would like to see us get a lineman from a school that is known to produce linemen that come out and
where did Taylor Lewan play at?
Hey, you already know where he played. Oh,
where did Taylor Lewan play at?
I like the way you did that, JR, and I think that if this guy could be, that's why, to be honest with you, I think that this guy's more of our right tackle.
That's fine, man.
If I'm honest, I just think Arthur Smith is up to something in terms of how he wants this team. Now, again, let's just go ahead and call it now. Matt Gano is still our swing tackle, right, at this point. But now, okay, it's starting to crystallize a little bit, okay? Offensive line, we don't have to talk about it anymore. Now, like I said, we can go back to defense. Edge, corner, where do we go? But it's like, look at us now.
Mike Rosenstein, our new ESPN beat reporter, who replaced the late Vaughn McClure, he says the Falcons take O-line Jaylen Mayfield from Michigan. While he's listed as a guard in the NFL, he was a tackle in college. Like Kyle Pitts, he's young, still 20, won't turn 21 until next month. He's a good run blocker. We'll see how he transitions to the interior. So he's thinking that he might be guard worthy or guard wise. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see flat out what they value him as.
6'5", 328. Listen, even as a guard, I'll take that size, the length. Now, I go back to when I look at the draft. They said he forklifts. He's an extender. So to me, he's a guy that can get his hands in the pads. And I think again, man, these are some of those picks that I think it won't. I guarantee you right now, there's a guy right now. He's angry. Never heard of Mayfield, another lineman, blah, 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 blah. But again, we ask ourselves, have we made this team a better football team than it was before? And I think we have. Like I said,
Jonathan Holder just sent me a clip of this dude blocking a guy all the way out out of bounds, and then pancaking him out of bounds.
As he should.
I'm down.
As he should.
I'm down with it. I'll take it.
The Bengals took Joseph.
I saw it. Yeah. The Bengals took Osaya.
Good look. That's a good pick. That's a good pick.
Look, like I said, we have checked off, outside of the first round, which could have went anyway, right? It could have went with QB, Pitts. We know it went Pitts. So outside of the first round, with these next two picks, the second and the third round, we have checked off two positions that we needed to come out of this draft with. And that's a rock solid safety and what appears to be a mauler on the offensive line. So
that's what we asked
exactly
for.
Like Willie Dot just said, with these O linemen, who would be the starting line? Is Hennessy going to be the center? Right now,
that's the thing. Just don't know.
Right now, I don't see anybody other than Hennessy being the center.
Yeah.
So right now, I would think that it would go Matthews, whoever wins out between, if this guy is truly a guard, Gano and this guy, Jaylen Mayfield.
I'm gonna just go Mayfield because I think there were other starting level players there. I think that this is an Arthur Smith. Honestly, I put it to you like this. I think this is Arthur Smith flexing his muscles a little bit because, again, we got a Melo Wanfu still on the board, right? At corner. Like I said, you got, I would say, if we're going best player available, right? I think this fits the motto of a need and best player available. I think he knows that Matt Ryan needs to be kept upright. And they put that tender on Matt Gano. But again, Matt Gano is going to play the role that McCray played last year. He's going to be our elite ultra swing tackle who makes this line, I would say, a really good offensive line. Like, to be honest with you, because if you think about it like now, you got Matthews, Mayfield, Hennessy, Lindstrom, McGarry. Mm-hmm. To me, now, I would ideally like to see a Mayfield potentially be our right tackle just because that still doesn't solve our problem of Cameron Jordan, for that team.
Look,
what I mean? Because McGarry still struggles with that guy.
But also keep in mind, yes, McGarry struggles with that guy, but also keep in mind what Arthur Smith likes to do with 12 and 13 personnel. Like McGarry might struggle with him, but he's also going to have to contend with a Lee Smith and a Ryan Bechter.
Right.
Also being on that side. You see what I'm saying? Like,
absolutely.
To me, that's one of the things I plan on digging into is in his time in Miami, how many sacks did Ryan Tannehill take versus how many sacks did he take under the guidance of Arthur Smith? You see what I'm saying? Like how Arthur Smith really seems like the scheme that he likes to run, the scheme that he's pushing forward is a scheme that wants to protect his guy.
Yeah.
So Mark Staller says Hennessy better up his game year 2 big time. It's possible. Yeah, of course it's possible. Like even in the last few games that he played for Alex Mack, he didn't look that bad. He looked like a rookie, but he didn't look that bad. He looked better at center than he did left guard.
Right.
You know, I'll say that flat out. So, Maurice Mickey says, I missed the draft. If you're talking about the picks that we've had, then it is Richie Grant and Jaylen Mayfield are our 2 picks. And unless they trade back up, we're done for the night. But we're gonna go until this round is done, obviously. Because Charlton Nash just asked, could we see a trade up maybe? There's a possibility. You got an extra 4th and 3 5ths. So if you feel like there's somebody you want who ain't going to be there, then that's a real possibility. Jordan Daniel says we need an edge man, a DT or a nose that will help Grady. I like the right tackle pick, but running back and edge need help, extra corner. To me, my top 2 concerns left are an edge presence and a running back. You address those 2, then anything else, whether it's more corners, whether it's extra wide receivers, whether it's just more safeties, or even Sam Ehlinger. I'm gonna bring it back around. I now want Sam Ehlinger.
Well, I mean, you know, it's interesting, man, because, you know, to that point, it's like, does this coaching staff feel comfortable enough with Kendall Sheffield? That might be, you know, for as much as we just think we need a corner. Sheffield was hurt a lot last year. You know, like I said, we went into that season last year thinking like, go ahead. We went into that season last year thinking like, okay, Sheffield, and we'll hopefully Terrell maybe takes that step. But Sheffield was hurt. I think he rushed himself back. And I think, you know, he struggled a lot last year. But I think what we saw out of Sheffield as a rookie was promising enough that, like, you know, if Dean Pease can get this guy, you know, like I said, in the right positions to win, we may not need to kick the tires on a Kendall Sheffield, you know. But I will say this, we do need another corner. Now that Tay Gawan or Gowan, Toby D, I would like to see us get rid of one of those 5th round picks with somebody, trade back in this 3rd round and get that guy, because I do think that that guy's another ball hawk. And again, he got one of his brothers there. He got one of his brothers from, you know, Richie Grant already drafted. I would love to see another Central Florida guy, you know, just come in and give us some more swagger, because like I said, you know, character profile, even though it looks different out of an offensive lineman, Mayfield is a little bit of swagger, man. I think, you know, I look at him, he's one of those, he's mean. Like I said, I love the example of him pancaking a guy out of bounds and all that kind of stuff. Like,
man, I can't wait to watch him, man. I can't wait to watch him. I don't know anything about him, but I'm going to know something about him tonight.
I just feel like I'm going to be excited in advance to see your think tank on this guy, because you know what Arthur Smith is trying to do. And when I look at this guy, what I like about him is it don't matter who in front of him. He might be wrong, but he looks like a guy that feels like he can play against anybody, because I look back at the game when he played against Chase Young, and it was some plays where he literally took Chase Young and drove him to the ground. So
and that's good. And see, that getting back to that nastiness that we once were when you had guys like Harvey Dahl, Tyson Campbell, and
come on, man, and
Justin Blaylock and them, Todd McClure and those guys, man, they were a nasty bunch, to the point where you had O.C. Human-Ure and Justin Tuck accusing them of being dirty players. You remember that in 2011 when they that came out. And I think that really affected them from a mental standpoint when they went up there in that playoff game and played against the Giants.
Yeah, and laid down.
Because, they just couldn't, they didn't like to hear being labeled a dirty player. But they were just so nasty, man. They didn't have no fear. And I think Dwayne Ledford, the new offensive line coach, I think is going to have an impact on these guys early because he has so much veteran experience already. He's played the position, you know, and the last guy we had that's played the position and we were good was Bryant Young, who was our defensive line coach in 2017, the only time our defense was good.
Right, yeah. So
you have another position coach who has played the position, understands all the schemes. He's played in West Coast. He's played in air raid. It doesn't matter. Spread, air coryell. It doesn't matter. He's played in all the schemes. So they're going to really, to me, have a plan together to help protect Matt Ryan because, man, we're going to really hurt people with the different schemes that we're going to come out there with and jump on you.
Straight up. Oh, straight up. And I think, you know what? And to be real with you, we need a mauler from the standpoint of this.
Yeah, you got to have.
But listen, with the play action that we talking about, listen, that to me solidifies our play action.
Okay.
Right there,
the 20,
he helps us with the play
28th, 2 days ago, Jaylen Mayfield tweeted out, "If you don't want your QB hit, take me." Simple as that. Mm-hmm. I like that confidence.
But see,
now I'm fired up. I'm fired up.
This pick exemplifies what Arthur Smith don't want on that front line. They want some guys like what we used to have. And I knew this. They want them nasty guys that's going to come in there and penetrate every player to become that nasty player. Because you need that model. You need that model. And Jaylen Mayfield sounds like it.
It goes back to our narrative we just talked about an hour ago. It's just like, you know, when we look at offensive linemen, you know, I don't want no more Sean Harlow's, man.
Nope.
I'm sorry. I don't want an offensive lineman with potential to be decent. I want an offensive lineman that has gone out there on film, has put film out there, and has dominated the man, and says, "I want to come to the NFL and do the same thing." Like I said, I love that tweet.
I want an O lineman from a big time program. I don't want an O lineman from an OK State. I'm not necessarily like Lindstrom from Boston College, great pick. But I want that, you know, Alabama mauler. I want that Michigan guy. I want that, you know what I'm saying? I want that guy from the big program, so to speak. Let's see. We're going to get in here. Just Jordan Daniel says, hey, you got to give McGarry credit. He owned Cam Jordan the first time he played him when we shut out the Saints in their stadium. I think McGarry is going to play better under Arthur Smith's tutelage. Under Arthur Smith's scheme. Like, you saw Arthur Smith was able to make good use out of Ty Sombrello last year.
Yeah.
So, you know, anybody that can make him look good, I'm down with.
You
know? Yeah. And that's what I think. And that's what I think with the loading up on blocking defensive or blocking tight ends is what's really going to make the difference. Like extra linemen, blocking tight ends, all that kind of stuff. The way he deploys the protection is going to be pretty huge. Let's see. Looks like Dallas took. Who did Dallas take?
Nobody yet. Well, I ain't seen it yet.
I thought I saw it on Twitter. People are saying something about defense is starting to come off the board.
Yeah, my picks is going, boy.
So,
Aaron Robinson gone.
Right.
Yeah. Michigan St. Just gone. Joseph Osiah's gone.
That's why honestly, man, I really hope that a Tay Gawan from Central Florida is there in the fourth round, because I still think he fits that narrative of swagger, man. I think, you know, I would like to see an edge rusher or corner, whoever our next pick is, they have had to have dominated on tape. Like I said, because, you know, this is the part of the draft where I get a little bit nervous, because this is where it's fool's gold galore with the COVID, with the impact, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it is, man.
At the top, we know, listen, at the top, we know who's the dogs, who's gonna come in and do what they got at the top. But right here with the opt-outs and stuff like that, I am more interested. I don't want to see anybody that opted out picked in this time. I want to see somebody that proved it and has dominated. That's got to be our next
Charleston.
Pick. They have had to have dominated.
Charleston Nash just brought up a point, and it's something that I just thought about. He says Caleb McGarry was learning from a high school coach. Not much to blame, LOL. So that leads me to wonder, like, was one of the downfalls of Quinn him giving opportunities to guys who probably shouldn't have been getting them yet?
Listen, go ahead, Toby. Go ahead. Yes.
Because Toby, you talk a lot about the lower tier coaches, and you focus a lot on like linebacker coach, O-line. You know what I'm saying? The positional coaches. And so, like, talk to me about that. Is that something that we should have been looking more into with Quinn?
I've been saying this, but also your offensive coordinator makes you look better too with the calls that they bring in. But the last time, guys, we really had success when Matt Ryan was getting sacked under 30 times. Our offensive line coach was Paul Boudreaux. Okay, guy had a lot of experience in the NFL. Coming over with Mike Smith, okay? And that makes a lot of difference. And the other guy, I want to say, I can't remember. I remember his last name, Ray Hamilton, okay? The defensive line coach that Mike Smith brought over. He brought over two experienced guys on both the defensive fronts. And I just thought Chris Morgan, it was just a little too overwhelming for him to get this squad right. Now, this is why I believe in Dwayne Ledford, because of his experience in the NFL. He's still a young guy. He can relate to the players, and he's played in all the schemes. And that's what's going to me make the biggest difference in understanding how to get what you need out of these guys to protect and run block based on what these schemes are that you're going to be running. And I'm excited about Dwayne Ledford. And I do believe Chris Morgan was not a great fit for the Atlanta Falcons. And why we did not make a change there, when you made a change on every other coach and refused to change Chris Morgan out and try someone else as a position coach, as the offensive line coach, really.
He's not still our offensive line coach, is he?
No.
Okay.
No, it's Dwayne
right.
Ledford.
Okay, that's right.
It's
I'm sorry.
Ledford.
I was reading Twitter, so I was like 3/4 listening, and I was like, wait a minute, I didn't think that he was
Yeah, so I just really felt like Chris Morgan, the switch should have been made with him.
Got you. Fred Butt says Marlon Davidson is an edge rusher, not a DT. Dan Quinn used him wrong. I will say this: Marlon Davidson, like, he got drafted because of a 2-point stance edge rush. Like, I mean, dead up. Like, he didn't play DT at Auburn. Like, he has the size of a DT, but if you're talking about, like, what did he play? Like, it was not defensive tackle at Auburn. It was defensive end. So I'll be interested to see if they feel like maybe putting some guys back in a position they're more comfortable with might benefit the team itself.
And if he gets a chance to revert back to Courtney Upshaw.
Right.
Ooh.
Right.
Courtney Upshaw played defensive end and outside linebacker while he was in Dean Pease defense.
That's it. Yep. Terrence Strickland, I really would like for you to put a comment so I can read it. Terrence just tipped us $50.
Just saw that.
That's awesome. Do appreciate that big time.
Man. Thank you.
If you want to throw a comment out there, I'll definitely.
Man, please, bro. Please come back and throw a comment. Like, now, you know, like, listen, like, you know, it's all love, but like, listen, we want to keep this thing rolling, though, man. And
right.
You know, well, I'm sorry, I almost vomited because I'm looking over here at the team from the state that's shaped like a boat. They over here drafting, and I'm like,
they picked somebody weird, didn't they?
Oh my goodness!
Who is Paulson Adobu?
Who they deserve?
Who they deserve? Listen at you, Mike. Who they deserve?
I'm sorry. I'm on fire.
He said who they deserve.
Either they are going to be geniuses when this is all over,
or they are picking some.
Hey, they are bombing this draft. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. They are bombing this draft.
He says, 24 pass defenses, led all FBS, 97 tackles, 8 interceptions. So I mean,
I'm sorry, I'm not big on Pac-12 guys. You know what? Listen. I've been burned too much by Isaiah Oliver, True Font, Jordan Miller. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. I'm okay on a Pac-12 guy at the cornerback position. No disrespect to those guys, but I don't want him on my team. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Like,
there you go. Let's see. Anonymous says, "Man, I hope to see Davison get some quality time this year." Mark Stallworth added Davison year 2. Looking forward. Forgot about him, as I think a lot of people have. I think that there's going to be some guys that are going to announce their presence under Dean Pease, and I think Marlon Davidson, is going to be a guy. Now, look, Dr. Ganji says Adobo is a good pickup, is what he says. So he's
well, that's good for them. I put it like that. Okay, like I said, I didn't say he was great. Listen. What we need is I don't know much about him, so I can't say. I put it to you like this. I agree with you 100%, Dr. Ganja, because he's a good pickup, and that's good for them. But here at Dirty Bird Nation, because this is Black and Red channel, we need great players, and he's a good player for a good team. So good for them. You know what I mean? That's all I got.
Terrence Strickland, he added some comments. He said, I'm looking forward to some Falcons football with you guys. We're looking forward to you as well. And he's like hoping maybe one day he can jump on with us. And maybe that's something we do over the summer. Maybe we start doing some stuff like that. We'll look into it. But either way, we very much thank you for your support.
Yeah, we appreciate
very much.
It's amazing.
Thank you, brother.
Let's see. GATX boy. That's got to be Georgia Texas boy. I'm going to call that. Got to be. Says, Davison going back to his natural position at 3-4 defensive end. That's what we're going to see. He says, but what about that O-line, though? Straight nasty. That guy is, I'm pretty excited about him.
I'm telling you, he's going
especially the stuff that I'm seeing from
that's
guys that I trust on Twitter, like Everett Glaze.
When I get my second round of wings,
second round of wings. Listen to you.
That sounds good.
I've been sneaking out and eating some curry. Y'all like Thai food at all? That curry, boy.
Yeah.
Man, I want some Thai food, man.
Look, if y'all ever find yourselves in my neck of the woods, there's a Thai joint right around the corner that, holy Pete, man, they have got some good food. I love me some good Thai food.
Oh man, same.
Let's see. Jarrett Warren says, "Look, I'm going to be honest. Once we don't pick them up, I don't care how good they are.
Straight up,
it's a bad pick." He said, "If it ain't on my team, I want nothing to do with it."
Come on, baby.
I don't blame you, man.
I love.
Just want to crush.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Play against.
Anonymous says, "I'd rather work with Adobo than most cornerbacks, though. That's for sure." All right, so maybe Mike, you might have been too harsh for him.
Look. See, first of all,
that's an improv,
I'm
right?
not. Nope. You brought it there, JR. So we're gonna talk about it again. He is a New Orleans Saints now.
Done.
A Saints fan. Excuse me. He is a New Orleans. This man plays for the New Orleans Saints now, and he's fighting the Pac-12. So you know what I'm gonna see a lot of. So look, whoever put that comment, I'm sure he's a decent corner. But when he's running behind number 8, trying to grab at him as he goes to
when he's trying to guard number 8.
Comment. Keep him rolling.
That's it. Jared Warren says, "I'm with you, my boy. Dallas, Texas, raised, but a Falcon faithful." I'm loving the amount of people that we have that watch us from all over the country. Did I tell y'all about that email I got the other day from the dude from Australia?
No.
Yes. He's a guy from Australia. Said he thoroughly enjoys watching us. Obviously, can't ever catch us live because of the time difference. But man, it is awesome to see the people from like all over that we get to interact with. It's amazing. Terrence Strickland says, "You guys are bringing this fan base together. Rise up. Hope to hop on, guys, and talk some Falcons football." There you go. Look, that's what we're trying to do,
quick. Hey, real quick, JR.
Sure.
Hey, my boy Chaz
Surratt. Yeah, your boy just got
Chaz Surratt. Hey, he just got picked up by the Vikings. I think, again, you know what? What's funny is I look at him, JR, as one of those guys that you look at the Anthony Barrs and, just all the good linebackers they have. I look at him to go up to Minnesota and just be right on par with a lot of those other guys. So, he was a guy that, to be honest with you, like I said, I think that if we didn't get a Brandon Copeland or some of these other guys, I would have loved to seen a rangy linebacker. But, okay, so maybe this is a good time to talk about this, but it's like, we look at the way this defense is currently constructed. I know, true enough, we're hard on them. They, horrible, all of that kind of stuff. But it's like, but it's like the linebacker position is one area where I really look at it. It's like, man, we can build around it. You know what I mean? Like, we know the Michael Walkers, the Foy Aluakons, the Deion Joneses, even adding, like I said, a Brandon Copeland. Like, we can build around these guys, man. So it's like, I don't know, man. The more we talk about this, the more I'm just starting to get a better picture of what the season might look like, and I'm starting to get fired up, basically.
There you go.
Get fired up.
But now,
fired up, man.
Let's see. Oh, and the Saints traded up for that guy.
That's what they
I
do.
just caught that aspect of it. Oh, sorry.
They trade up for the dapper sports of the world.
Yeah, right.
Come on,
All
man.
right, now look, here's this cool thing. Michigan Jaylen Mayfield gets picked up by his favorite team, the Atlanta Falcons. How freaking cool is that? Is what it says. That's cool. So he got drafted by his favorite team. Hold on, who's talking about trading Hayden Hurst? Hold on, I missed that. Hold on.
Hold on, what?
Wait, what?
Hold on.
Glory hands.
Oh,
Trade Hurst.
we should trade. Okay.
Third.
No, man, let's keep Hurst. I want a deadly two tight end set is what I want.
They are not giving up. They are not giving up Hurst. I can tell you that right now.
I want a deadly two tight end set. And somebody T-Dub was asking, where's Jimmy O? Unfortunately, Jimmy works second shift because he's out there in Denver. So Jimmy works second shift, and he had to work today. So you're stuck with our pretty faces.
Yep, just battling on.
Rattling on, doing what we do, trying to see if our Falcons are going to come back up in the third round. Anonymous, I agree with you, Anonymous. He says Hurts and Pitts is going to cause problems. That's right.
Problems, not even
problems.
Problems.
Trouble. What they say he gonna cause trouble.
Very much so.
Trouble. That's trouble. That's trouble.
That's right.
Double trouble. That's what I'm gonna call it.
Let me tell you something. For the first time in a long time since watching the Falcons, I finally feel like we have an HC/OC that's gonna know how to utilize and make defensive coordinators pay with these weapons that he has in his arsenal right now. And I feel very confident in that. And the coaching staff that he's built around himself, man, I'm telling you right now, it is going to be HE double hockey sticks to pay for a lot of these defensive coordinators right now dealing with this offense. Man, I'm excited. I can't wait.
It's gonna. I think it's gonna be real good. I think it's gonna be real good. Agree. Very much so. Georgia, Texas boys talking about like pick your poison. Like this team has been the best when that has been the mantra. Yeah,
and listen, and I'm gonna be real with you. Listen, don't think that we done on the offensive side of the ball because it's a guy, it's a receiver, Toby D, JR that I like that I don't talk a lot about. That I think that as these rounds matriculate, you know what I mean?
Matriculate.
Round 4.
I like that.
Matriculate. There we go. I stopped. I knew it. I was pontificating right into the matriculation. But we get to the 4th round, and I'm gonna tell you like this. You know who I like? That doggone Trevon Grimes. Just the last. Just give me that last little Trevon Grimes cherry, and it's like I don't even want to talk about the offense because you know what you got over there. Because you're right. My thing about it is right now. Ramondre Stevenson aside, all these other guys aside, how far are we from just being completely, I'm talking about great lethal on the offensive side of the ball if we get another one of those guys. I'm just ready for one more splashy guy on the offensive side to just put that
right now. If we can get that offensive line to block and run block right,
gosh,
the weapons we have alone is going to set us up
big
for
time. Like, look at it, it's like this. This Twitter post broke it down real well. Round 1, Kyle Pitts, uber talented, like unicorn. Round 2, Richie Grant, pure football player, huge need, plus a 4th round pick. Round 3, Jaylen Mayfield, mauler in the trenches, excels in a power game, fit scheme to a T. I mean, they're playing this beautifully right now.
Yeah.
So, like
they got tone setters.
Yep.
Woo,
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this already right here, right now. And this could be prisoner of the moment type talk, whatever. But as of right now, this draft has gone far better than any Dimitroff draft. Because by now, Dimitroff would have picked somebody that you were like, what?
Yeah,
who?
right.
Why? How?
Yeah. Who from Iowa?
Yeah, who?
That we've never heard
who
of?
From the backside of Wisconsin or something?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
hey,
this draft, I may have not have known who Jaylen Mayfield was right off the bat.
I still don't.
But it don't take long. It don't take long.
But 2 seconds of reading.
It don't take.
Yeah, 2 seconds of reading. I was like, okay, cool, yeah. This the dude.
Straight up.
And I'm already.
JR, straight up.
I mean, I'm already loving Fontenot. Like right out the rip, right off the. Yeah. I've loved what he's done in the off, like as far as the free agent signings. Like we had no cap space whatsoever, and
but
I felt so confident going into this draft by what he's done that I'm like, man, this is nuts.
Yeah.
No drafts, no cap space, and somehow I felt confident going into the draft.
You know why? Because if New Orleans couldn't do anything else right, they can get that cap.
Hey, and you boy, listen, and you know what? I'll be real with you, man. Terry F's presence is being felt in this draft both ways.
Yeah.
I'm looking at these New Orleans picks, and I'm like, all right, okay, good for y'all, man. But I'll be real with you though. You know what? And we touched on this a couple of weeks ago on our show when we talked about Terry Smith being a scout, like a guy that like talks to these guys, loves on these guys. His job is to really be kind of the Saints boots on the ground with building the talent. And we took the talent out of a division rival. I think that what we're seeing right now is, again, Terry F. You know what's funny? For as much as we talk about Arthur Smith, Terry F., I think when it's all said and done, this is one of those rare cases where it's like we never really looked at it and thought, well, who was more important than where we were? Was it Dimitroff or was it Dan Quinn? Because to be honest with you, they both did a good job of just railroading this franchise into a negative direction. They both did a great job on that. But I will say this right now. But I think what we're looking at in terms of the players, you're looking at like you said, you're looking at a Terry F right now. You're looking at this guy in terms of what he's building. Toby D, I go back to what we said an hour and a half ago. Player profiles. This is, again, another swagger guy. This is 3 for 3 in the swagger department. Again, I'm looking for some Falcons that, you know what? Again, man, I ain't here to play ping pong. I'm not here to – I don't care if we got a DJ at the practice. I just want to play football. I just want to get my check, play some football, and go home. And ultimately, good teams that, that's how they roll. Like, seriously. Yep. All the flash ain't needed.
I'll say something about Terry F. that's already different from Thomas Dimitroff. Terry F. mentioned something that really stuck out to me during his presser, that they scout coaches and their schemes.
Ooh.
So see, this tells you right here, this is a guy that can help you also in the scouting department when you're scouting games and these coaches that you're going to be facing on game, because he understands that, and he understands the players that you're going to need to run the schemes you run because they study other coaches and their schemes. Yep. So this is a plus for somebody like Arthur Smith to have a GM like this in his phone.
No doubt. Let's see. We're starting to get some quotes coming in from Jaylen Mayfield. He says he would have no problem moving to guard, said he can play any position on the O-line. Woo-hoo. So there's some scheme versatility right there.
Confidence.
Some confidence there. Let's see here. Let's catch up with some chat. Fred Butts says he just saw a draft website that's given us an A+ so far. I would agree with that as it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Charlton Nash says Jaylen Mayfield reminds me of Taylor Lewan. And that could be what Arthur Smith sees in him as being
nasty.
We'll take it.
Cornelius Bryant was replying to a Georgia Texas boy, but I'm gonna read it because I want to talk about it. He said, "Imagine Tommy Tremble out there with Lee Smith blocking. Like, if you decide in the 5th round that you want to pick up Tommy Tremble to add to that tight end room,
oh my
gosh, that dude is a head knocking block waiting to happen. And I would love to have him on our team, and I believe he's the guy that could also develop into a strong tight end too. Like, say if you decide you don't want to keep Hurst after this year, like you say you can't afford it or whatever, bringing in somebody like a Tommy Tremble, who is already a plus blocker, who I think has the athleticism to become a solid pass catcher, could be a good dynamic. Let's see. Dr. Gandhi says, if we get Rashard Weaver in the 4th, I'll be happy. There's still a lot of good at pass rushers that are left on the board. Shelton Brown just tipped us $5 and says, what do you guys think of Marvin Wilson?
Appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Marvin Wilson of FSU, big, athletic, and monster in the middle. Love you guys. Love you guys' show. Listen regularly. Marvin Wilson, again, they're in the 4th. Love to have it. You know.
Yeah, but I actually wouldn't.
No?
I'm a little bullish on Marvin Wilson from the standpoint. All that. Okay, so this will be a Dean Pease type of situation. So this is where I get conflicted with the old regime and the new regime. The only thing I don't like about Marvin Wilson sometimes is he was the most talented player, but his attitude matched how the team was going. You know what I mean? Like, Florida State was a bad team. He was the guy that everybody looked to. And at times it looked like the moment was too big for him, that he was the leader of a bad team.
Right.
So the one thing that you want to judge leaders off of is when it's tough, you know, like I said, you know, I'm bigger on Hamza than I am Marvin Wilson, because you know what I noticed? I saw a lot of games where Florida State was getting just golly. It was rough for them a lot of games. But I saw Hamza as the guy, Naj Rodin, you know, the safety, running around, just hustling. Marvin Wilson takes plays off. I don't want any defensive tackle in this defense that even thinks it's a luxury or that you even have the audacity to be able to take a play off. We are so bad that we need defensive linemen with a motor, like a motor that don't stop. And I would be against any defensive lineman that we got to add. Honestly, if there's a defensive lineman that I want more so than him, it'd probably be a Jonathan Marshall out of Arkansas, because he just one of them guys you plug in and he gonna go and do what you ask him to do. And that's kind of what we need. We need guys that you know, we got the coach. We got Dean Pease on defense. We need guys that will do what Dean Pease. I don't need a guy that's telling Dean Pease, I think I know football more than you, because he got to go. Right. That's kind of what I see. Anyway,
your boy Hunter Long just got picked up by Miami.
Yep, by the Dolphins.
I just saw that. Him with Gesicki.
And he actually went higher than what I anticipated, because
straight up, me too, Coach.
The grade on him was a 4th or 5th round pick, and they feel real strong about him to take him in the
3rd right there.
Charleston Nash mentioned in saying that Kyle Smith is the most.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up.
And hey, Charleston, we know about Kyle Smith and the things that Terry Fontenot has said about him, that he is obsessed with the process, with the game. He was calling him late at night about every night, because how passionate he is about these players. So we are definitely not sleeping on Kyle Smith. He is playing a huge role in where this draft is going right now. Him, Aaron Robinson, and DeJuan Jones are having an impact on this draft, I believe.
Absolutely.
I think Terry Fontenot, just like Arthur Smith, has surrounded himself with some very solid coaches. I think Terry Fontenot has surrounded himself with some quality personnel guys who are helping with this process for sure. And I think Kyle Smith is one of those guys who, one of those guys who is making a big impact. All right, let's see. Somebody was asking when our next pick is. I think that is, hold on, I will pull it up. I should have just left that graphic up, but that's okay. Don't take nothing to scroll. I'm good at scrolling. 108 is our next pick in the 4th round. So, and then 114, and then we have a myriad of fifth-round picks, where one of them will surely be Sam Ehlinger.
You think so?
I'm figuring I would just lean into it hard.
I want him to stop saying it because it's going to actually happen. If he keeps talking about it,
I'm gonna bring it into fruition.
Well, I can tell you this much: he will be a great scout unit guy to help us prepare teams.
Yeah, but that's more undrafted free agent. I think he's an undrafted free agent.
So
I'm probably going.
I'm being silly with Sam Ehlinger, but I think he's a guy who, if you want him, you can get him at a priority undrafted free agent.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, let's see. The athletic reporter, Tori McClaney, says Mayfield said he's also been working at center, too, in his prep for the offseason evaluation. So that's interesting.
Oh, wow.
Like he might be coming in to give Hennessy a run, maybe.
Yeah, but at 6'5", 328.
That's a big center.
Put that man at a place.
No, I want him to hit somebody.
That is a mammoth of a dude, as they say.
My God.
That is a mammoth.
6'5", 328.
Okay, now.
Man, I can't wait to get off to watch him, man. Y'all got me fired up now.
Well, I can't wait to hear
everything I can on this kid tonight.
Yeah. I go as far as to tell you, your first think tank probably should be on this guy. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
Right? Or just on
before we even go to Kyle Pitts and all the other stuff. Like,
listen. I don't think I have to do anything on the Kyle Pitts. That speaks for itself.
That man, I'm gonna talk for himself.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you guys break down everybody, but y'all have me very intrigued about the Jaylen Mayfield right now, because he's sounds like the dude that I've been thinking this is what Dwayne Ledford in the direction he's going to take these guys with that nastiness,
right?
Play through the whistle type of guy.
And to be honest with you, to that point, what I like those ultra athletic offensive tackles who had that guard versatility. I think that's what I like those guys that they'd be really good tackles, but man, they'll make really good guards. That's all we need is a really good guard. That's all we need. Like, that's all we miss.
GA Texas boy brought up a guy who I am like, if you're looking for a good backup quarterback or quarterback that you could potentially groom to be your solid backup, that's that Sam Buechele out of SMU.
Yeah.
He's got a very live arm. The only problem I had, like in today's NFL, he is your prototypical stand there pocket passer. So if you're looking to move, then, or like looking to have somebody roll out a little bit more, then that's not necessarily your guy. Somebody is saying, Anonymous is saying Tommy Tremble went to the Panthers. That sucks. It's not. I'm not like super high on Tommy Tremble, but he would have been interesting. Jonathan Holder's asking, what time does the draft start tomorrow? I believe it's noon, ain't it?
Yeah, 12.
Okay, yeah, it's noon.
12 to 7, something like that.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
I might mess around and live stream tomorrow, depending. Maybe, I don't know. It's a thought I'm thinking about. May do a little bit, the 4th and 5th round, maybe. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know if I can see him do this for a third day.
Like, Whew.
That would be a lot.
Yeah, man.
That would be a lot.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's a lot of work.
Diama Brown goes to the Washington. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, he's out of North Carolina. Receiver. I think he was a leading receiver.
I got you.
He's one of those guys that is gonna have Sam Howell. He's one of those guys that makes Sam Howell look really good. You know what I mean? For them, they need all of the offensive help that they can get. I think he fits the most. But again, they don't necessarily have a quarterback of comfortability. So it didn't really matter who they draft at Washington because
you got Fitzmagic up there, and that's about it right now. And that's
it's still tough. That's tough.
He only has a good nickname, really.
Exactly, because Washington is just a tough team.
These picks tomorrow is going to be interesting because a lot of good players is coming off in this third round. Like, it's going to be very dicey after you get past that 4th round tomorrow, but it's going to be.
King just asked, y'all think Carter will fall? Are you talking about Michael Carter, King? If you're in there, respond to that, because Michael Carter if that's who you're talking about, he was a third, fourth round pick, like bandying back and forth. So let me know if that's who you're talking about, because Tommy Tremble went a lot higher than I thought he should have to Carolina.
And these tight ends are starting too.
They are, but I mean, like Tommy Tremble is a plus blocker who I think is going to be a better pro. Don't get me wrong, but right now he's a blocker, and you're picking a blocking tight end in the third round. That just I don't know,
They know something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe like I said, he's a good athlete, and he's got I think he'll be a better pro than he was a college player. So it's just interesting that based off of his production that he went in the third round. Let's see. Raheem DeVille says Taylor Lewan is from Michigan, same as Jaylen Mayfield. Yep. King was talking about Michael Carter. I don't necessarily consider him falling just yet. Like if he gets picked in the fourth round, then he's a guy. He's the one.
And he could very well get picked in the fourth round by us, but bases there.
Let's see. You could tell that we have talked it to death almost. Starting to slow down, like the in between chatter is. But that's okay. That is okay. It is good stuff. Let's see here. Tori McClaney says Mayfield said Arthur Smith told me he fits his scheme and what he wants in an offensive lineman. And let's see. Peter Schrager says new Atlanta Falcons safety Richie Grant is a special player. His uncle Terry Grant, star running back from Alabama from 06 to 09. Uncle Terry's teammate and great friend Julio Jones. So there's an interesting tie there. Let's see. Packers traded with the Titans. Now they're on the clock. And AJ Secker says, Jay got here. Just got here. How do we feel about the safety? A little confused about the pick. Oh no, the safety's a good pick, AJ. Yeah, don't be too confused about that. That Richie Grant is what Dean Pease wants in a safety. Chauncey Golston just come off the board for the Cowboys. It looks like is that Cowboys?
Cowboys. Well, yeah,
I think it's it.
Yeah, Cowboys. Now Green Bay is up.
Yep. So yeah, that's another one going on there. Let's see.
Yeah, they throwing them picks in, so they getting through it. Be over about close to 11, I'm thinking.
Yeah, we're starting to move on. What time is it now?
Yeah. 10:38.
We done made it to 10. I done lost all track of time. Good Lord. Good Lord. No wonder why I'm slowing down mentally. My God, man. Did we lose Mike? Mike
don't froze in motion.
I can't tell if his feed is just frozen or if.
Oh, he froze or something.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess it's just me and you then. We'll see if he comes back. We'll hang him up there like a picture.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see.
Hey, man. Hey, I wouldn't blame him, man. It's just getting about that time. Everybody getting sleepy. But I'm telling you right now, I ain't going to bed until I check out Jaylen Mayfield.
Oh yeah, no, he's definitely worth taking.
Yeah.
Maurice, Amy says I've been wanting defensive players, but looking at the roster and all potential, we could have already a top 5 defense with the new coaching staff. Yeah, I mean, like right now, with what they're picking, they're giving you a good idea of what of what they think of the roster, really. As far as okay, so Green Bay picked Amari Rodgers.
Yeah, that's a good pickup.
That is a good pickup for them. That is a good pickup.
He's a yak. He's a yak kind of guy too.
He is that. I'm trying to see if Mike's gonna come back. We might have just lost him.
Mike might be done for the night. Mike probably just said, "Hey, I can't get it back to working."
Maybe. I don't know. We're gonna find out. Well, right now I'm gonna remove him off the screen so he ain't just a picture anymore. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see if he comes back.
Yeah,
but that's okay. Hey, look, if we went this long without having some major technical difficulties, I'm gonna call it a win.
Let me tell you something. 2 days without having really serious technical issues, that's a blessing. And going as long as we've gone, these last 2 nights,
that is definitely.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Oh, I'll take it all day long. I will take it, because that's the thing with doing this with the streams. Like, there's a lot of things that you can't control, you know.
Nah.
Especially doing with streams this long, you know.
Yeah.
There's hitches and blips that you may not necessarily see.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see here.
I tell you what, dude loves them longer streams. The longer you can go.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, it feeds that algorithm. Which I like. You know, I enjoy doing this. Like, I enjoy doing the longer streams and chatting with folks. Man, I really kind of.
Everybody that's been hanging in with us. I mean,
it's been amazing.
Getting down to the end, pretty much. But man, it's been a blessing, man. And, you know, humbling.
That it has been.
Hanging in.
That it has been. Let's see here. Where are we at? We are on 87. Looks like the Vikings.
Yeah. How many more picks? How many more picks is it, y'all?
That's what I'm trying to find out. Like,
in the third round.
I don't know. Let's see here. NFL 2021 draft order. Let's see. Pick 3. Pick 3, we go to 105. So we still got 20 plus picks. So let's see. Nobody asked you. Go away. Yep. So yeah, we got, because this is when you're starting to get into compensatory picks. Is this round?
Yeah.
So that's another thing. And now that you can trade compensatory picks, you can't just walk away at 95 knowing that you ain't got no more picks. Now you can trade compensatory picks. So, we could be moving back up into the third if there's somebody that we want. I don't know if we really will move back up in with having such a high high pick at the beginning of the rounds, unless we feel like we need to jump somebody at the end of the third kind of deal.
Right.
So, was that Mike? Okay.
Yep. Maybe.
You back again, and you changed positions.
Yeah, I had to change position. Everything died on me, so I had to come back.
That's all good. Well, I looked up and I was like, I ain't heard Mike in a minute. And I look up and I was like, oh, he's frozen. He is dead frozen.
I was talking and I saw myself. I was like, yeah, okay, let me just stop talking, because I see myself frozen. Like, I'm talking, but I literally am watching myself frozen. So I'm like, we're at that draft right now.
We at that part of the draft.
Yeah.
We at that part of the draft.
It's getting down to the nitty gritty. That's true.
That it is. That it is. It is definitely getting down to the nitty gritty. Jaylen Mayfield said he would have no problem moving to left guard for the Falcons. Said during his meeting, he told him that he was confident about playing all 5 positions up front. Well, I'll at least say this: my man don't lack confidence.
And see that. That's what we talked about in that profile. That's the one thing that stuck out is confidence. These players are not coming in and sit here and say they know what a lot of these players actually know what the stigma of the Falcons are. And they said that, you know what? Yeah, get somebody like me. I'll help. I know what I need to come in. They got he's coming in and take a job. That doesn't sound like a guy that's here. Yes, I'd love to learn behind Matt Gano. It doesn't sound like
he said, "I'll come in. I'll do it. Let's go."
Yeah.
James Montgomery tipped us $5, and he said, "Is the Grits Blitz coming back?" And you can call it that because that Dean Pease, he loves to do some blitzing now.
Yes, he say he'll blitz every down if he could.
Yep, no doubt. Let's see. Okay, so that's cool. So Adam will not be able to rejoin us, so that's all good. Let's see here. I'll hit him up later. Whew. Mike. I'm starting to run out of steam, dog.
Hey, man. Well, look. I put it to you like this. You know what? Like, where we are right now, man. You know, like I said, yeah, we are. Like I said, we've been doing this 2 days just nonstop, right? And I think that, you know, JR, for me, it goes back to like, okay, when we started the draft, it was like, what were we looking to hit on? What were we looking? Where were we looking to get better at? And I think we're 3 for 3 right now. And for a team with a lot of questions, you know, and for our job, listen, to give, you know, find some, you know, kind of be that thermostat sometimes about what this team is. I think that, you know, this is a night where, you know, what's funny is it's like, I thought this is a night where every Falcons fan deserves nostalgia. I'll tell you why. Like, you know what? Because every pick that we got, there's going to be a Falcon fan that's going to want to argue with you. They're going to tell you why it wasn't that good and so on and so forth. But if you are really a person that is invested in this team being a better team than it was the year before, you know, because, you know, like you said, you know, you always talk about, you know, when people talk about what they don't like about a player, I just want to know what your bias is, right? And I think right now, your bias has to be a little bit different because, yeah, true enough. If you ask a Falcons fan, why did they get to the position that they're in, you get a million different answers. You'll get, hey, it was Michael Vick for me. Yeah. Hey, it was when, you know, we drafted Jamal Anderson over, you know, Adrian Peterson. You know, everybody's got a different reason. But I'm like, right now in this draft, again, nobody's suited up for the Falcons yet. Nobody's, you know, officially been signed a contract, been officially a part of this team. But I think right now, when we look at like what this team needs to be on par, I think that this is, again, man, it to me reminds me why the Saints were in such a good position the last couple of years to eat our lunch. It just seems like we just, like you said, the Thomas Dimitroff drafts, the end of those.
The last few years were not, they weren't good. Apparently, the 49ers has taken Trey Sermon. So, which, man, y'all are like way ahead because on my screen, like, they're not even on the clock. So, unless I'm missing something. Oh, maybe they traded with the Rams. It's because I'm getting, yep. The Rams traded with San Francisco. That's what happened there. Okay, I was about to say, because they ain't even showing to be on the clock for me. Good job, Josh. He's talking about they traded with the Rams. So.
Yeah, but, and yeah, you know, like I said, yeah, Trey Sermon would have been great, but.
I mean, still, at this point, they're still.
Like, Kenneth Gainwell hadn't been drafted yet. Like,
Gainwell hadn't been drafted. Ramondre Stevens, Michael Carter. There's a lot of, like fourth round. I really hope we hold on to both of those fourth round picks.
Yeah. Because I think, you know, you got guys like Chris Evans, running back out of Michigan. You know, he's still out there. Like you said, I think somebody mentioned Khalil, you know, Herbert earlier. Guys, I mean, there's another guy out of Eric Peterson. You know, the one thing, like I said, that we have a lot of in the draft that I that we can is receiving running back. It's a lot of running backs that can catch the ball out of the backfield. You know what I'm saying? And again, I look for whatever halfback we have. I just look for him to be a critical part of this offense because we just missed. we don't need a lot right now.
No, we're doing pretty good on that. Mark Star Wars says L.A. and San Francisco aren't allowed to trade. That's taboo. They did. They just did. Michael Young said, do we get Michael Carter or another defensive player? Right now, I'm leaning towards a defensive player at the top of the fourth. I'm looking for an edge rusher myself.
Sorry, guys. I had to get up.
Oh, you good, bro. Yeah, you good.
And stretch out.
I might have to do the same thing. I didn't realize we were going to have so many dadgum picks to go.
Man.
Yeah, how many more picks?
There's a handful. Hold on. We're on pick 90, and we got to go to 105. So we got 15 more picks to go.
I mean, but I put it to you like this, to be honest with you. Like I said, we here with the chat, but some of the other picks, I mean, for me personally, some of these other picks, I mean, that's good for them, but it's like, I'm just more at this point right now. The draft, like I said, the draft is going on, and again, only the diehards is watching it at this point. The people that really are invested. But for me, it is at this point about where do we finish at? Like, I mean, all these other teams, they getting better, and there's a run on that. But for me, I'm gonna just, like you said, JR, I'm gonna just go ahead and call it. What do we do? What is left on the board to make this team put this team over the top? Is it a defensive tackle?
I don't know.
The Marshall? Is it a who is it? Like I said, for me, once we do that, again, it's almost, like I said, it's almost 11. We've done our. I would say this to this point, we've done our job as far as
like us covering us. Yeah, no, we hanging out to see. We hanging out to see if if the Falcons decide to make any moves up. Chatting about what's going on. The Panthers, they just traded up with the Texans. It looks like. Their pick is in, so I'm wondering, what they're going for.
Yeah, the Texans traded up.
The Texans, the Texans traded up.
Yeah, Texans traded up.
Okay, and they've selected wide receiver Nico Collins. Is who they picked.
Not a bad one.
Okay. Facts over personality says today is a great day to be a Falcon. That's right. That's what we're talking about. King says, I want Perkins to complete my night. Someone's going to snag him. Like I said, if they feel like, that there's a guy they want, that's the reason why. That's the reason why we're still here. Because the one thing I don't want to do is, in this chat, in this stream, and then the Falcons make a move.
Right.
Make a move. That's, that's.
And we got to scramble back in.
Right. Then I have to try to get fired back up again, but no. So let's see. Anybody else got anything? Somebody's saying Patrick Jones to the Vikings. Anonymous is saying that.
We knew the pit pass rushers.
They was there eventually. You still got Rashard Weaver if he's still there. So if you want a pit pass rusher. They weren't necessarily like over the top for me. There isn't really any like over the top pass rusher in this draft. There's some that I think can come in and help your squad, but there isn't necessarily a dude I gotta have, kind of situation.
Right. Right. Well, and I'll be honest with you. Like, I'm not here to say that Bart Mingo has got like years of trail his tire, but I do think that he does offer a different type of edge rusher profile that we haven't had in the game before, rushing out of the 2-point stance. So, I mean, my thing is this: is that just try to get to the quarterback. We got those guys. We got guys that can get to the quarterback, but again, like you said, there's nobody that is just. We gotta push the needle, especially at the edge rushing position right now. This is probably, like I said, we talked about this. This is probably one of the weakest line classes, in probably the last 5 to 10 years, to be honest with you. So,
it's not strong at all.
Because as far as quality guys go, they're still out there. We bringing them up. Ronnie Perkins is still there. Ellerson Smith, Dalen Hayes, Quincy Roche. Rashad Weaver, Cameron Sample. So there's still some quality guys out there. Charleston Nash brings it up the point that Jaylen Mayfield has 3 different Instagram photos of him wearing a Julio Jones jersey. This man opted back into the 2020 season. Just shows he loves the game. That's it. I think they got a good one. I really do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't wait to watch it.
No, Yep. Houston picks Nico Collins. Anonymous says, hope Terry has Terry's confident in these picks. Oh, yeah. He's confident. At least, he's confident.
Oh, they are excited about. I say this again. They are excited about the draft class. They are excited about what they are bringing to the table. Right. With the draft class right now.
Oh, right.
They feel like they are getting guys that fit what they want to do. Right. And they are nailing that part. As we don't know, about the Jaylen Mayfield that much. I don't.
Well, anyway. We're gonna know about him.
I can see from what Big Mike is saying, he's going to be a tone setter for the type of lineman that they're going to want up front.
Yeah.
So he can be a model for them with the nastiness that they're going to be looking for to come out of these guys.
Right. Yeah, and I and again, like Michigan is one of those schools where if you got a pass rusher that's really exciting, I tend to be a little bit bullish on them because I'm just not really high on pass rushers out of certain schools like that. But offensive linemen out of places like that, out of just some of those Big Ten schools, Big Ten offensive linemen are always intriguing to me. Just the type of football they play out that way. Just the Minnesotas and, like you said, the Iowas, the Nebraskas. These are boys that it goes down in the trenches in the Big Ten. You know what I mean? Like everyone with the running backs and the offensive line. That's kind of the calling card, of the Midwest almost, right? So I think, to be at a blue blood program like that and be dominant, obviously you got to be a highly recruited guy to come to a place like that, dominate, do well like that. Like I said, for what we're trying to do, hey, sign him up, give him a jersey.
Let's see what he can do, yeah.
Let's roll.
Charleston Nash says, with the information you have now, make your estimated guesses. Do the Falcons keep their 4th-round picks? Right now, I think that there's a more than a good chance that they do keep their 4th-round picks and just pick them both and let it ride.
Yeah, because we still got needs. Honestly, here's the thing. My point is this. Here's the thing. I'm cautiously optimistic with this draft. As of right now, in my mind, we're at an A+ level right now. I think we've crushed it. Now, and again, we're at an A+. But again, people are still going to nitpick that, man, we could have got a quarterback over Kyle Pitts. Man, we could have got Trevon Moehrig over Richie Grant. Man, we could have got over that.
Of course, yeah.
Hey, look, until they suit up, they got every right to say that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
they got every right to question, whether we did the right thing. Like, we won't know for another 3-4 years, really, if these guys are worth it or not. Like, I see a lot of times that after a rookie season, everybody wants to start calling somebody a bust, and that's to me, that's unfair to them. Like, it's at least, to me, it's at least 3 seasons before you can really start calling somebody a bust. Does somebody get a second contract? That's the bigger indicator. The fact that, you don't have Vic Beasley on this roster anymore, or Tack McKinley on this roster anymore, Keanu Neal on this roster anymore, you can consider those bad picks for the Falcons because they're not here after their rookie contract.
Right.
And that's, that's a problem. So
that's a problem.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. That's part of the reason why you are, that's the problem. The reason why you are in the position that you're in right now is because the guys that you picked, the guys who were supposed to be the cornerstones of your franchise, didn't turn out to be that for whatever reason. Injury history, not necessarily having the drive, whatever it is. So, but to consider somebody a bust right off the, right after 1 year, that's no good. Looks like the Browns picked Anthony Schwartz
The wide receivers are really coming off in this third round.
They are starting to move for sure.
Yeah.
Two Evolve says Dean Pease is picking also based on interviews with players. IQ is the main reason to pick one safety over the other. Trust the process, and that's a possibility. Like there was something about the interview process that Dean Pease looked at it and said, "All right, I like this guy over this guy." So, Mark Stallworth brings up injuries and salary cap is why Neal is gone. He's a player. I ain't doubting that Neal's a player. I'm just saying the fact that he wasn't enough of a player for you to, pick up his, you did pick up his 5th year, but to even franchise him, says obviously all those things factor in. But when you have a guy that you're confident in, you figure the money part out. Right. So when you're not confident in him, you let him walk. So that's where that is. Tony Wright says, well, fellas, my guy, DN Patrick Jones, is gone. Picked by Minnesota. If y'all remember, I've been talking about him since February. That you have. Now hopefully he goes on and has a productive career. But as somebody said earlier, he ain't on the Falcons, so I ain't worried about him.
Right, exactly.
Austin Adebayo out of Stanford, good for him. But he's
a New Orleans Saints.
He got to pay his due.
Raheem DeVille says that the Titans just picked up Monty Rice, linebacker out of Georgia.
Love it. It's a solid pickup.
Okay, the champ says, any word or rumors trading up in the night, or are we done for today? I haven't seen any rumors about anybody wanting to move, and that's for anybody. So the power of the talking heads at B have done a good job this year of not tipping hands on if people are rumored to move. But there's always a possibility.
I'm going to just go ahead and go a step further. I think that with this being, there's no NFL. Let's go back to the measurables here. There's no NFL combine here, right? That's one part. No NFL combine, COVID-stricken year. You're not really being able to touch these guys, really get a feel for these guys, take these guys out to dinner, and really. Not really a player, I would say, right now at this point in the draft that's just worth leveraging the house for. You know what I'm saying? I think because of COVID, this was maybe the first round, second round, all of that kind of stuff. But no, I don't think that. I don't really see us coming back to trade into this round because there's not a player right now that we got to have that we can't get.
Right, and Mark Stallworth just asked that question. He said, anybody you like to trade up for, we got some picks left. I mean, unless there starts to be a major run on edge rusher or that you feel like you got to have an edge rusher, that would be about the only position at this junction that I would trade up for. Like a Ronnie Perkins but there's so many names out there that I think are going to give you the same type of production that I don't necessarily see a reason to trade up, really.
It's not. The value from one to the other is not really that much.
And even To Evolve says Michael Walker better make an impressive debut with the new regime. I think Michael Walker could turn out to be, a star player, really. I'm pretty high on Michael Walker.
And I think, that's the thing, though. Michael Walker, see, here's the thing, though. I would only, and again, listen, as Pound for Pound family, you can tell, you can communicate as you need to do. But I think that, I don't know if the word, what Michael Walker better do is appropriate, because I think what Michael Walker has done is what he's been asked to do. And to JR's point, he's become a player that, again, is a guy that we'll be able to depend on. So what Michael Parker should do is continue to grow and listen from Dean Pease, because I think that, wait a minute.
We got the closer in here.
Right. Hey, Jimmy coming in here to help us get down through the whole
That's what I'm saying. We got the closer in here.
Yeah, y'all.
Yeah, closer. See, you got to have a closer, man.
Hey, look here, man.
Yes, sir. What's up?
Y'all starting to have that NyQuil phase. I had to come in and put some Red Bull in there. Yeah, put some Red Bull in
Jimmy coming in to save the day.
Hey, man, y'all have been doing an outstanding job.
Hey, All right,
man.
Hey, man.
All right, my boy Jimbo.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, hey, listen, we're going to listen to you next.
Oh, man, yeah, you got the floor, Jim.
Hey.
Back
up, JR. I done went to the gas station. Now I'm back full. Let me ask you this, bro. We got 2 more picks, baby. Where we
got
at?
that shot in the arm, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, a little shot in the arm, a little Pound4Pound ATL. I appreciate everybody that's been showing up. I've been following that work, man, watching the chat. It been going down. Y'all been on it, man. Good God. Hey, look here.
The chat already wants to get your opinion on that Richie Grant.
Hey,
I can't wait to get that. I can't wait to give that. But I'm gonna tell you something. They need to hire Toby. You hear what I'm telling you? Terry F, y'all better come get him because he had Richie Grant and Kyle Pitts on the fishing line, baby. He dropped it in the bucket. And I'm telling you, man, you was on them boys early. I love it.
That's it. Jamie, I'm going to let you take over the floor for a minute. I'm going to step away for about 2 seconds. I'm going to go grab another bite of food. I'll be right back.
JR, now you're taking a good break.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Hey, if y'all want to take a break, go and take one. Let's get to Richie Grant, and I love it. Because,
we got the
Hey, look here. Rico Allen, you was too little. You was too small, big dog. We needed a big, strong, fast, Florida boy type of safety to go with DP to run all over the field. And do not be surprised if he play like a Logan Ryan type of a deal. If he man, I can see him all over the place because he can be in the nickel, the big nickel. What's up, Toby? You want to bring back that big nickel, big Toby?
Bring it.
That's
bring it. And this time, let's do it right.
And you're going to do it right. But you could do it right this time because now you got that size to go with that speed with a guy that knows the game, and he was the most polished safety in this draft. And I don't know how many times we brought his name up, but now we got us a big dog. It's going down, man. I can't. I can't say
a big secondary, man. And I'm loving that. I'm getting excited about that. Yeah.
And we've been preaching a big secondary. We need 6 foot taller, man. We got to. Especially with these big receivers, these Mike Evans of the world, and that other guy over there with that gold and black team. He's big too now. Yeah. And then, I mean, come on, baby. We got to get big in that secondary, and that's pretty much what we done did. You got to give Terry F them they props. These boys is doing a job, man. And look here, I heard JR say it before I got here. JR said Tommy Dimitroff wouldn't have came close. And I don't think and Dimitroff wouldn't have drafted like this. And now day he dreamed about and Arthur and Terry and Arthur them showing you how to put together a draft class. And Jaylen Phillips, Mayfield.
Yeah, Mayfield.
I'm telling y'all, every time y'all mention his name, I'm getting excited to watch this dude after I get off here, man.
Toby,
every time you mention his name.
I'm talking to everybody out there, but I'm talking to Jimbo Slice right now. Hey, Jaylen Mayfield. I said, you know what, real quick. I said, I looked at it, I was like, we all kind of was like, Jaylen Mayfield. Boy, and the first thing I did was 6 seconds to say, no, I'm good. It's been a while. It's been a while since we picked the guy that I looked at and I was like, no. Listen, Jaylen Mayfield is funny, man. Real quick story about Jaylen Mayfield. Jaylen Mayfield is the type of offensive tackle that would make my job easy. If I'm at Florida State or one of these big schools and I go to one of these random high schools, I ain't never heard of this school. I don't know who the top prospects are or anything. I go to the high school coach and I say, hey, man, who's your top, what's your top guy? Well, who's your top offensive tackle? He'll say, yeah, we got this guy, Jaylen. You put his film on, and it don't take but like 6 seconds, and you say, nope, offer that guy a scholarship. That's what his tape looks like to me. That guy needs get that man a turn.
And Toby, you're going to have fun following up and really getting into this guy. You're going to have fun. But I did hear you. I heard this part come out of y'all before I got on here. Scheme-wise, let's look at this scheme, man. Boy fits perfectly. Yep. And now I know y'all haven't jumped on him too much and seen him, but his name was kind of flirted in the second round up in there. And I really believe that 6'5", Matt Ryan big enough to throw. Let's go and get that clear. Now, I don't know how much they say about McCarron. I don't know how much that's going to put on his plate, but Arthur Smith can deal with all this. He can deal with this with his eyes closed. And to bring in the guy that's ready to go to work. I heard JR say his favorite team was the Atlanta Falcons. Well, guess what, big dog? Welcome to Atlanta. You're going to have a great time over here with us because we're going to run the ball.
All right, so it looks like the Ravens have picked Ben Cleveland, which is fine. We got our offensive lineman that we were gonna get. I figured we was gonna come away with an offensive lineman. We got him in Jaylen Mayfield. Ben Cleveland definitely seems like a Ravens type pick.
That was your boy.
Yeah, I did want Ben Cleveland, but so I'm not gonna be mad though. After watching old Jaylen Mayfield pancake block somebody out of bounds, I'm good. I'm good with it. Raheem, okay, no, hold on. Cornelius Bryan said, he said, damn, I was nodding off, but Jimmy done showed up, and now I'm back. He just shot that arm, boy.
Hey, Doc, that's what I'm talking about. We got the clothes in the house, baby.
You think I'm gonna let y'all have? I ain't gonna let y'all have.
No, I'm gonna go ahead and call you. You got a new nickname. You the closer now.
Yeah, you closer. I think we was all.
We was all like getting punch drunk.
I had to tell you how much I like the draft so far. I was gonna scream. Like, look, I like what we've done so far. We got 3 picks. I
got why you stick around.
Hey,
I was gonna say, Raheem wants to know, Jimmy, if you could pick one more DB. Who's still on your radar that's out there?
And it's a sleeper for me. And some people might not know who he is, but I like Rochelle out of Central Arkansas, the 6-foot guy that with the long wingspan, the cornerback out of Central Arkansas, Robert Rochelle. I like his game. I like, but we can get him later. I know we can get him later. And if we do get him later, that's icing on the cake. He remind me of what my boy named that played for Seattle, the cornerback,
Griffin.
The guy that agree.
Oh, you talking about Sherman?
Yeah, Richard Sherman. He remind me of Richard Sherman. So if I can get another DB, I want Robert Rochelle out of Central Arkansas, the cornerback with the long wingspan. Great kid. He works hard, man, and I think he just played at the wrong school.
Right.
And if I could go with him, that's who I'll go with. But you can get him much later, man. And I'd be surprised who pick him up. And he's, like I said, 6-foot, long guy. Make that secondary. Look at DP. Make that secondary as tall as you can. I want them to look like a basketball team when they walking out there on the field.
Let me tell you something. I need this secondary to look intimidating.
Right, there you go.
I need them to look intimidating. I mean, listen, we're going to take you out. You come out here, you get past our front 7, we're going to take you out here.
That's it.
That's why, to be honest with you, the low-hanging fruit that I see out there is Melo Wanfu. I'm just going to be honest with you. The fact that he's still out here as a corner, out there, McQuamu, all these guys, like I said, man, give me another big corner because a lot of big corners out here that can play. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Give me a big corner on the outside. And again, you know what I like? This is what I like to see. I like to see Terrell. Yep, he's good. Give me a big corner on the outside. Let Fabian Moreau and Kendall Sheffield do the dirty work on the inside. I think that, to me, is optimal because here's the thing. Moreau has played a lot of football in the league, started a lot of games at the nickelback position. Kendall Sheffield, I think, it's almost like, you know how we talk about the tackles and the guard combination where it's like, okay tackle, really good guard. I think Sheffield is a okay outside corner, but I think he can be really good on the inside.
Really good on the inside. I got you.
Oh, yeah. No question
about it. So, you know, Jimmy, boy, you bringing them back in, but they don't came back alive.
Yeah, James Montgomery done tipped us $5 and said, Jimmy, I asked the question already, but I have to ask the closer. How you said this is going to be a thing right here. Just like my $5 words, you finna be the closer. Says, how you feel about the team bringing back the Grits Blitz?
Grits Blitz. Hey, I'm for it all. Look here, man. I want them to come from everywhere.
That's right.
Look here. If I can pull somebody auntie out of the stands and line her up and send her, I will. And look here. And DP said it though. What DP said? He bringing them for everywhere. He said if he can blitz every down, Toby, he will.
He would. Yep.
So there's a
gotta love that.
Let's see. Charlton Nash says Get the safety from FSU and Mike's corner, and you're gonna have a real basketball team. Yeah.
Oh yeah, hey Doc, hey Jimbo, hey boy, they were half asleep, boy. They don't came back alive, boy. That's what I'm talking about. Come on back in here, chat room, boy.
Right.
Hey, come on back. I'm glad to see y'all. I'm glad to see y'all to get in here and jump. So, we love to talk football.
We don't all got a second team.
Like the close came in, man. We got back out.
Hey, but like I just love talking with y'all, man. Because we love to talk about our team, baby. This
all day long, boy.
We're not putting on. This is what we do.
Exactly. This is exactly what we do. Now, I really feel bad for people like Bash Riprock here. He done gave me 2 comments. One of them says, we are garbage. We will never win. And then he follows it up with, we hired the wrong people every time and draft the wrong people. I have to ask though, if that's the way you feel, if that's truly the way you feel, why are you still hanging? Like, I get it. Look, we've had 3 bad seasons, and I get it. Up to 2008, you never had a back-to-back winning season. So I have to ask the question, at the end of the day, this is our entertainment, right? This is what we choose to enjoy. Yeah. We choose to enjoy football. We choose to talk about it. But this is a choice.
Yeah, that's what it is.
If it's not like, if this team is driving you that crazy, like, right. I would implore you, maybe find a different hobby.
Please.
I ain't trying to like be rude or anything of that nature.
Oh yeah,
But maybe look at taking up something else. Like, for a very long time, I was a very avid video gamer. And I've gotten to the point nowadays, I don't really care much about playing video games. Maybe it's because I'm getting older. Who knows? Maybe the types of games have changed. I'm not much into, competitive first-person shooters, right? But
right.
So I don't complain about it, so to speak. I just don't do it anymore. I put my energy somewhere else. Apparently, the Pats have taken Ronnie Perkins. So,
Listen, let me get back on. Let me talk to Bash real quick for a minute. Let me tell you something, Bash. I've been a fan for a long time, Atlanta Falcons, and there are fans that have been fans longer than me. The game that still haunts me to this day. It is the game where we went in the wild card and played against the Redskins in 1991. We went up there to watch them in the rain and got our butts whipped. To this day, that game still affects me. But you know what? It did not stop me from being a Falcons fan continuously as I am today. So, however long you've been a fan, if you've been a fan as long as you might as well stick on in that dot com. One day, I do believe the sun is going to shine on us like it's doing right now tonight. So you need to stick your behind in there and with everybody else, and let's do this thing. That's all I got to say.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Toby.
And my thing is like this, though. You look at, like, to be honest with you, there are certain organizations that deserve success more than others. Because I put it to you like this. Any guy that's excited about the Cleveland Browns and what they're building right now, they deserve that excitement. Because I guarantee you, that's a guy that, like, to be honest with you, he stuck with them for years and years and years of $35 tickets. Hey, would you like some tickets to the game? No, I'm good. And tickets is $35. And you don't even want to go see these guys because it's that bad. So when you see these boys filling up the stands, you know what? My thing is this. I'm as much of a fan to be happy for other teams when it's their day, but I'm as real enough a fan to say that, like, hey, look, this is my team. This is who I root for. Every week, win, lose, or draw. Because listen, you want to know what's tough? Think about the videos me and Big Jimbo Slice did on them Saturdays.
Oh, boy.
Oh, this is who we play this weekend. We was getting killed. But we did it every week. We sat there. We talked about what could happen, what might not happen. And a lot of times, we still got beat. But it didn't stop us doing the video. And guess what? If we lose 140 to 0, we're going to do the video. Check us out. Like, share, and subscribe.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, the question we had to ask, like, ourselves, especially all last season, was, like, all right, I stood up and said.
Since 1970. Bash with Rock. So what?
Might as well hang with it now.
Come on, you been a fan longer than
me.
Oh my. Okay, that man have been through a lot.
Look, I get it. You've been through a lot. Honestly, look, we all have in various ways and various reasons, and
I'm sorry. That's a lot of losses.
That is a lot of losses. Like you didn't have a back-to-back winning season until Matt Ryan got here. So
okay,
that's rough, flat out.
That's tough, man.
So yeah, it's gonna be but you gotta hope that that it's time to change. The Chargers just picked up Trey McKitty.
Oh, nice.
So that's a good pickup for them.
Great pickup.
They starting to throw them out there now because they knowing that, hey, look, you got to get the guys that went up to Indianapolis and actually did that medical exam, and they trying to get all they can before they get to the one that did take it. And I truly believe that's what they doing.
I'm really still hoping to see.
You don't know about the medical.
I don't know who for, but I'm hoping to see the Falcons jump back up in the end of this third round.
Yeah,
but
I hope so too.
Like I said, I don't know who for. Maybe it's a running back, maybe it's a defensive end. I need to recheck my list here.
I just think they feel confident that they can sit there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And take the best player available. They traded down, and I felt like they might trade down, and I asked that question before we started the show. Like, what if they decide to trade down in the second round, and they showed up, lo and behold, that's exactly what they did.
Well, you're right.
So, it's very interesting to see what Terry Fontenot and them are doing, man. I feel like I'm connected with them. I'm like, I don't know, man.
I know, I'm dead up enjoying it.
I think
as far as watching what they do, flat out. Like, okay, as far as defensive ends go, still on the board is Jordan Smith still on the board.
Jordan Smith.
Jimmy's guy, Elder. My brain has locked up.
Ederson Smith.
He's still on the board.
Oh boy.
Rashad Weaver's still on the board. So there, like I said, there's some guys that who I think will still give you the same production. Did I want a Ronnie Perkins? Yeah, I thought Perkins was a good player.
Yeah.
But is he that much better than Dalen Hayes? Probably not. That much better than Ellerson Smith? Probably not. So, I'm down for any of those guys.
I'm telling y'all, I believe Victor Dimukichi is going to make somebody happy. If you get this guy in the fourth round, you are going to get yourself a guy that's going to come in and give you the business on Sundays, Thursdays, and Mondays. I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just waiting to see where his name and his partner, Chris Rom, they both still on the board right now. These are two sleepers from Duke right now that is going to make some team happy. And they're gonna come in hungry with their lunch bills and ready to take somebody's job.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that assessment. Those guys, like I said, there are still plenty of guys left on this board that are going to come in and give you some, high quality production. And I'm glad we are in the position that we are in with extra fourths, extra fifths. Like, I could see us like picking 3/4 tomorrow.
Oh, but
go ahead.
Well, just real quick though, I think that there's another guy here. I think that would y'all be mad if we got a Jabril Cox still out here, or is the Jabril pick?
Then there's a Jacoby Stevens as well. That's still out there.
Y'all, let me tell y'all something. It's still some safeties out there, man. Lamar Johnson, who gave Justin Fields the business, all right, at Ohio State. He's still out there. If we take another safety, I ain't gonna be mad at that either. But like I said, these next rounds coming up, I'm not gonna be mad at who they draft from 47.
Definitely not gonna be mad at all.
Yeah.
About
the value.
Yeah, Jaden Scheffler just brought up the fact that Dylan Moses is still out there.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Moses is still out there.
Hey, you know what? I'm sorry. Thank you, Jaden. I'm glad you threw that little alley-oop right there. Because if I recall right, This is for the detractors out there. This is for the people that's like, you ain't my Mike Dub, you and Jimbo Slice, y'all just be talking. I mocked Dylan Moses to the Falcons in the fourth on one of our draft houses.
Yep. You did.
Never. Like, Dylan.
Right now, Raheem done asked us who's the biggest sleeper pick so far to you guys. Right now, it's got to be, as far as the Falcons go, it's got to be Jaylen Mayfield.
Yeah,
it's a name that I didn't know, but the more I watch about him, the more I'm like, this dude's a beast.
That goes
this dude's a beast.
Straight up.
He is the tone setter for what they want on that offensive line, which means they have no guys on that offensive line given what he's given, and they needed a model person to represent what they want. I think,
and I could be completely wrong on all this, I think given the right direction, the right guidance, I think Caleb McGarry can be that tone setter as well.
Oh yeah, he had first round break.
I think Caleb McGarry can. I think that he can still be salvaged like big time.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he was a nasty player in college, but Chris Morgan coached that out of him because that wasn't the type of guy. See, they want, and I tell you this again, Dwayne Leopard and Arthur Smith want guys who can play through the whistle. Okay. Right. Them guys don't stop until they hear that whistle blow, and even after that whistle blow, they still taking a little nub back. You know what I'm saying?
And I want something. Yeah, I want something.
Exactly. So, them the type of guy they're looking for, and I can't wait. Y'all get me excited about this Jaylen Mayfield. I'm telling you, boy, every time y'all say his name, Doc, I'm like Arthur Smith with Kyle Pitts. He kept trying to contain his smile until one time he just had to go and smile every time he heard Kyle Pitts' name. Y'all got me excited about Jaylen
Mark Stallworth says,
I can't wait to watch.
He says, sounds like we got 3 starters already. The first 2 picks, all pro. Yeah, that's
it too. Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and call it right now. It's one starter right here that I feel like hadn't been drafted that I want to see if he out there in the 4th round, one of our picks, and it's a defensive lineman that we don't talk a lot about. Tommy Togiai out of Ohio State is still out there. Let us forget about this guy. Wow. He's a guy that we need a plugger, right? And I look at a guy that could come in and be a plugger. Tommy Togiai right there in the 4th round would be a disruptive force if we're able to get somebody like that. So again, let's look at it.
He'll be on my top 10 DTs, right?
He should be because he's a force. If you think about it like that,
he should be because he's a force.
Hey. I look at your boy Tommy Togiai right now, and I'm just, I'm looking at who's out here. Okay, it's got to be a guy that we've talked about. And I say, your boy Tay Gowan, that's still out here, problem. You know what I'm saying? Tony Togiai, problem. I'm just looking at who's left. Afido Melawanfu, 6'2", 205, still out there.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, we locked him in the 1st round. He had a 1st round grade, so obviously it's something in the interview process or something they didn't like.
Medicals or something that
that medical stuff is starting to creep up, man.
Exactly.
That the ones that didn't go to Indianapolis and get that medical test like they usually would at the combine, these teams are straying away from those people, and we are in the rounds now where, far as the player itself, these people they ain't much of a talent or measurement wise separate them. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of got to go to the medical side of it now. And now they just snatching the players that went to the medical. They just snatching them off. I really want to look into this second day and see how many guys got drafted that actually went up there and did that medical test. I really want to look into that later on this week and see, because I think that's what teams are starting to do now.
That'd be interesting.
That's very interesting to see how they just pulling them off there. Because our BPA, as Fontenot want to do, maybe that BPA was on there, but they looked and said, okay, he didn't go take the medical test. We don't know none of his medical history, so they just bouncing off that.
Right.
That could cause you to trade back as well and say, okay, this is our BPA, but he didn't go take the medical. So our next BPA is this guy. Oh, we can trade back, get an extra pick, and then take some chances on some guys that didn't go take that medical.
Yeah.
And I got that. I got that from listening to the XM radio. Pat Kerwin put that out there, and he was making a great point, man. If you don't know their medical, this ain't like Tommy Dimitrov who knew Pat McKinley medical history and still took him.
Them days are over, man. We ain't doing that type of stuff.
Hold on. So what are you trying to tell me? You trying to tell me that you don't want to take a guy with shoulder injuries and him still end up having shoulder issues?
Hey, hey, that I would, and that's how I like how sarcastically you put that, JR. I just threw in the $5 word.
Nice,
but
I like it.
I like how you put that. But see, yeah, we ain't doing that no more. Like Toby said, I mean to say, like you said, JR, Tommy Dimitroff wouldn't have dreamed up a draft like this.
Oh, no.
He wouldn't have did this, and he couldn't have slept and drama about this. He would have already messed it up already.
Yeah.
These guys are bringing in people that gonna help us, probably help us on day one in that scheme.
Right,
and we emphasize and scheme.
The folks who wanted Elijah Molden, he just got picked up by Tennessee.
Yeah, honestly, he should have been drafted way before, but hey, whatever. They got a good player.
Yeah, Dr. Ganja, you got to remind me that he drafted Tack McKinley over T.J. Watt.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Why you got to bring that stuff up, man?
I'm sorry.
Right though, because you're right though. When a guy that has shoulder issues, you draft him, and then he has shoulder issues.
Wow, who's shocked?
It was worth it.
Yeah, who's shocked? Wow, imagine that shoulder issues.
Couldn't see that coming.
Didn't see that one coming at all.
Oh yeah, but we could say we're excited that those days are over, and what these guys have did for us the last 2 days, we have been this excited in a long time, and we can't complain. It should be no complaining over here.
We have not been excited like this in a long time. When you're in a position where you feel confident about who we pick, it's been a while since that has happened. As far as I go, I can't speak for you guys, but I think I've been as excited about a draft as I've been in a long time, especially since I got the first pick. Right. But anyway. I would have never got that first pick right with Thomas Dimitroff.
Oh no, you would have got that.
No, it'd have been somebody you ain't never heard of.
No, you would have got that.
What we deserve though, we deserve what it feel like to get it right. Because you know what? We've been held hostage by Thomas Dimitroff.
Oh man.
Because every time, Toby, I'm telling you, every time I got to think about a Charlo, every time I think about a Peter Cons, every time I think about a Desmond Southward,
Desmond Southward.
Come on, man. No.
Making my head hurt. Your Melifuanu just got picked up by the Lions.
Dang.
So,
again, good.
Yeah,
good pick
I'm just,
for them.
I'm just letting you know now, like the guys that we have talked about, being on the board.
Right.
Yeah.
I really want to know this medical history. I really want to see how they're doing this now, because I think that's what they're doing. And if they are, good for them, though. Good for them.
Yeah, no doubt. Like, at this junction, I don't want anybody taking, like...
Oh, no.
Look, we've taken enough guys with medical, issues. Like, who was it? Was it Brad? Not Brad Wing. It was the fullback that we drafted that had medical issues, and we drafted a fullback. Ewing. Ewing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, first of all, you draft a fullback.
Yeah.
Like, who's drafting fullbacks?
Yeah.
And then he couldn't stay healthy. So, like, unless that fullback is Kyle Juszczyk, I don't want him.
You kill him.
Yeah.
Kill him, Smalls. Oh.
Kill him.
Man,
I'm sorry, man.
We got killed by draft pick, boy. God, yeah.
And you know what? Now that we talking about this, I'm still getting proud of that. When I think about all the horrible picks that we've drafted over the last decade, I'm telling you, I'm thinking about all of the fools go. To be honest with you, you know what I get the most upset about? I get upset about the Rashid Hageman pick.
Oh,
but we even good about
Boy,
it get worse and worse, don't it?
Man,
it looks better than nothing. That's the worst. It checks the measurables, checks the box, mean, tough,
all that.
6', 300 pounds, but it's like
nothing.
I ask this man what the difference between the 3 technique and the 5 technique is, because he don't like he knows.
Or what about the Prince Shimbos?
Okay.
Oh, see, and now we're going into like the pain of it. You see, that's the pain. So with my guys that have been a fan since 1970, see, we can express our pain too, but we still around. You see what I'm saying?
Still around. We are still around.
Let's see. Hunter Birdcasting says Falcons have been the Grady Hospital of the draft in the past. Yeah, it seems like it. And then you got Mark Stallworth says
Wow.
You did Toby D red zone and move the chains teams. Have the game plan around. Still have Julio Jones and Ridley. No excuses. I'm not exactly sure what point we're making there, but that's all right. It's late.
About Kyle Pitts. When I said somebody, I got the Kyle Pitts.
Oh,
right.
Okay, I got you.
Kyle
All right.
Pitts,
Let's see.
Yeah. All right. Look, I gotta say, I'm sorry, Jay, to cut you off, but he got Kyle Pitts, right? But if y'all check out Draft House 1.0, right.
Hey, look, I tweeted that out 4 months ago.
That boy way back when. Anyway, that's how we just had to share it.
4 months ago. That's what
Y'all did.
Hey, hey, team effort right now, baby.
That's
I love it.
Hey. Let's see. LA Rams is on the clock. We are winding down this third round. We're on 103 of 108.
The poster don't came in here and popped everybody up. Now I feel like I can go another couple of hours.
Oh, good Lord. You got Cornelius Bryan done brought up Duke Riley, Jalen Collins, and Eric Saubert. Why you got to do that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Why you got to do that to me?
That's real. Now I'm fired up in the wrong way.
I know, right? We're gonna drag up every bad pick we done had in the past decade.
Hey,
you know what? And I hate to say it, but Arthur Blank alluded to this. He said, bad draft picks.
That's the reason. Look, flat out.
Under, name names, but
that's why we in the position we in. Like flat out. I used to, looking at it, I used to try to be like, okay, well, obviously, Thomas Dimitroff was trying to do what he wanted as far as the coaches or whatever. Now looking back at him, like, no, he was just bad at drafting.
Mm-hmm. He don't understand schemes. Right. Terry Martin, this is his background. This is what he does.
But what scheme did we have? Can we identify our scheme?
That's another problem. Exactly. Thank you, Jimmy. I'm glad you brought that up. That was another problem. From Mike Smith to Dan Quinn, it seemed like every offseason we were changing schemes.
So, but let me ask you this question. Let's talk. You know what? Let's just go ahead and kick Thomas Dimitroff all the way out of the house. Like, we're going to kick him. Go ahead and punt him all the way out of there. WTH, all right? Because Charleston Nash, I liked what you said earlier. So I ain't going to say it. WTH, what we thinking when we got Jaylen Hawkins last year in the 4th round, and we just basically leveraged the rest of the draft for Jaylen Hawkins to do what exactly?
Right.
You see, that's my point. Why did we spend a 4th round pick last year on Jaylen Hawkins when there were other linebackers that I felt like we could have – it's in those positions. You see what I'm saying? Because look at where we at right now. We got DeWayne Harmon. We got Eric Harris. And then we got another safety to backfill Jaylen Hawkins. It's like, what are we going to do with this guy?
Yeah,
like
that's going to be interesting. That's a part of what I'm really interested in doing after this draft is digging into how we are going to deploy these guys.
And our real work, over here, Pound for Pound ATL, our real work going to start after the draft.
Oh, yeah.
We more excited and can't wait to do shows on. That's when our work gets started. So everybody that's in here, make sure y'all get ready, baby, and buckle up because Toby D, JR, and Big Mike Dub and old Jimbo Slice, if in the brain that heat as soon as this thing get done. And if you don't know somebody, you're going to know them by the time we get done with it. And I can bet you on that.
That's the part that, like I said, I tweeted that out the other day. That's the part I'm really excited about is I'm wanting to see what this roster is going to look like. I want to know no more guessing about who we picking and all this other stuff and really start digging into like comparing how they deployed their schemes in the past with what we got now and trying to, connect those dots. That's the part I'm really starting to look forward to.
I got an interesting article that I would like to send you guys from the Bleacher Report they did about a couple of years ago about the modern NFL. Mm-hmm. I think you guys are going to like that when you
let's see. Charles Nash says, what time's the draft tomorrow? It starts at noon tomorrow. Cornelius Bryant says, man, I've been sitting in the stands since I was a baby in 88. Watching this pain, I'm just happy it's over now. Plus, I watched us lose the NFC Championship game on my 23rd, so I feel the pain. And we all got that pain. I mean, look, that's if you're going to be a fan of sports, you're going to know that pain. Okay? Flat out. Straight up. So, let's see. Charles Nash also says, with stormy days, we wouldn't be thankful for sunny days. Without stormy days, we wouldn't be thankful. You're right about that. That's a good way of putting it. You know, you have to.
Got to talk about what it took for us to see that doggone rainbow. Because I'll be honest with you, I actually enjoyed that. You know, what Falcon has caused you the most pain in the last 10 to 15 years? That's no, because you're right. As much as we are about these teams, we try not to get attached to the players, but there's really some players that have done their part to make sure that we're in this position.
I'll tell you this flat out. Mine is one Victor Beasley.
Victor Beasley, that's your
when we drafted him, I jumped up and down. I was like, oh my God. It's like I didn't think there was no I just knew that we had gotten the next Von Miller.
Yeah.
I just knew that we had gotten the next like double-digit sack guy, stalwart, you know, defensive player. This dude was everything I was wanting. Fast, just freak of nature.
Had it all.
And you saw that in 2016 when he had those 15 and a half sacks. You're like, all right, here we go. We're going, and then just gone. Like, poof. In the wind.
Just like that.
Just gone.
I would say, you know, to be honest with you, to me, my most disappointing Falcon of the last 11 years for me is it's not a guy that we talk about a lot because, I mean, he had some good moments with Falcons. And that, to me, was Jaylen Collins. I think from the standpoint that he was never the best corner. But we had finally gotten a guy that we didn't expect a lot of, that when he got more opportunities, he showed the ability to be functional in a run. But for whatever reason, he couldn't get out his own mind. And again, he was another guy that, again, like I said, if we had a guy like that,
out his own mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm just saying.
This chat, the people that's in the chat that's still around, but they are funny.
Oh, they bringing up Jake Rogers, Akeem King.
Yeah, you kind of got to stay focused.
Bash Ribcock brought up Ray Buchanan. I thought Ray was a pretty good player, though.
Yeah. Too bad. Man.
Let's see. Dr. Gandhi says Akeem Dent in the 3rd round was the pick
I
hated the most. He was mocked in the 6th and was a 2-down backer. Akeem Dent. Man, I done forgot about Akeem Dent. Oh, Lord.
You talking about somebody that was stiff and didn't have no hips. Boy, I tell you, boy, he couldn't dance on the dance floor in the mirror.
Boy, boxing linebacker, boy. Yeah.
Yeah, he was stiff. That was his big guy. They still took him. He was stiff, man.
Yo,
I'm telling you, if you looking at that chat, Toby, they so funny.
Y'all done broke Toby.
Yo, and his draft was bad, man. And now when you go over it, you think about how bad these drafts were.
Man, Pariah Jerry.
Oh my goodness.
And then you had then what about a second contract for old Sam Baker? What were you doing?
We're dropping the bag. I mean, dropping the bag.
Oh man, handed him an entire Brinks truck.
Yeah.
For
dropping
what?
The bag.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and call it. I'll take back every positive thing I've ever said about Thomas Dimitroff. I'm done. I'm so done. I guess maybe I was I had Stockholm syndrome going on or something.
Oh, that's your man. One successful season, you just threw the Brinks truck at him. 2012 was his best season.
What about old Trufant? You gonna pay him while he was hurt?
You paid him while he was hurt.
While he was hurt.
And look, he was getting roasted when they paid him. Right when they started paying him, he was getting roasted.
Oh my goodness, my stomach hurt.
But see, you held on. You held on to Dimitroff. You held on to him too long.
Yeah, he should have been gone with Smith. I'll say it. Hey, look, hold on now, Cornelius. You can't be talking bad about a high top job.
Oh my goodness.
Now him and his running partner, Paul Warlow. What are you expecting out of starting 2 undrafted free agent linebackers?
Look. Okay, for us to talk about Super Bowl, I don't never want to be fighting Paul Warlows again. That's where it stops me. Okay, look.
Then Then Josh Gillum gonna bring up Ray Edwards. Talk about a complete disaster.
Y'all is crazy, man. Y'all is crazy.
Look, is it any wonder that we even went to the Super Bowl in 2016?
Oh my goodness.
My God.
Man, my head hurt. It's just sad. As he's going over just how bad Thomas Dimitrov was, man. Like, it's just
Lord
sad.
mercy.
And Dan Quinn had the opportunity to relieve this guy of his duty.
He should have.
Arthur Blank left it in his hand. Remember, Arthur Blank said, I'm going to leave it up to the coach to make the decision on Thomas Dimitrov. This joker said, I see myself working with Thomas Dimitrov, and him and I work well together. How's that working out now for you, Dan Quinn? You're back.
He's back as a defensive coordinator. That's how it's working. And Thomas Dimitrov is over here trying to write a sell-all book on the media tour.
While we talking about this, two things.
Oh, God.
One, Edwards, I'm sorry. That stuck on me, right?
Dexter.
The Atlanta Police Department need to send out a warrant for that man because he stole so much money from the Falcons.
Dexter done brought up Tyler Starr. Y'all remember Tyler Starr?
It's millions and millions.
I think we need to make a show separately for how bad we done did in the draft.
It's like maybe I must have just had like repressive memories or whatever. I must have just like
I had to, man. I forgot about half these.
Oh man, I done forgot all about these.
Goodness, bro.
Wow. Tyler Starr.
All this laughing we doing, guess what? The draft is over.
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Toby.
Well, y'all got my head hurting and everything.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I ain't want to look in the chat because I would have been going on. They were tripping.
I love it.
They would have me laugh.
Oh, Stanley Mapanga. Oh my God, Stanley Mapanga.
Listen, Jonathan Massaquoi.
Oh, Massaquoi. Dude, that was a guy,
and
man.
These 5th round guys. These are 5th round guys.
The 1 year he was there, that was horrible.
Wow. Wow.
Right.
All right.
Right.
Yeah, we killed that, man.
That was a
that
was a good way to end this draft. Are we done? Is it done?
Yeah,
I'm done.
Oh, he said I'm done. All right. Well, man, that was amazing, folks. The fact that y'all hung with us for this long, 2 days in a row. Jimmy, you came in and saved the day. We was floundering.
Hey, appreciate. Hey,
all of us, I think, was falling asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, we was floundering, and Jimmy done come and saved us.
Well, you
glad I can help. Glad I can help. Man.
Well, look, folks, for all the people that have stuck with us, y'all are amazing. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on the channel going forward. We're gonna have a lot to talk about with these drafts, with these picks.
Man,
it's gonna be awesome. But yeah, y'all have been great. As always, y'all can follow me on Twitter. I'm at Grim1128, GRIMM1128. Jimmy.
You can catch me at Jimmy Obama, JIMMY OBAMANA. Felt good talking to y'all.
Yes.
Nice draft. Yes. We on our way, y'all. We doing good. Toby.
Toby D, 1991.
Mike Dove.
Hey, man, and well, first of all, back to Roy Edwards. I'm sorry, I'm going to leave on this note. If y'all see him at Lennox, and he say he ain't got no money, he lying. He got it. We know he got it. If you see him over there anyway. But on that note, y'all follow your boy on Twitter at MikeDub, MIKE_DUB. It's been love. It always will be love. And we can't do this without y'all. Y'all are the great.
That's right.
Anywhere, man.
Thank y'all. And like I said, keep an eye on our channel. We got more stuff coming out as it is. And as always, Falcons fans, rise up.
Rise up.